Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to choose Mtembei TV and your favorite show, Open Forum Political Discussion. I'm glad to be back and back into the game. Well, the DP Ruto today cries out to the US that they should help stop attempts to rig him out. Is he running scared? What is he afraid of? Why is he seeking foreign help to stop the rigging process? Is there anything about rigging that DP Ruto knows that the rest of Kenyans don't? And of course, Baba and team were in Nakuru with Azimio La Umoja Mtaani. Things are getting better for them as they get support around the country. And of course, we have dissenting voices. We had some nasty experiences in different parts of those that were anti-Azimio as they attempted to disrupt the meetings. But we trust that as we get by, things will get better. This is our country. And of course, Oka and Kenya Kwanza Alliance are still in the limbo. Uncertainty prevails. Confusion is there. We don't know how that will end. And we invite your input, even as we get down to business. Well, the link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it and get in the studio, and let's get talking. Thank you so much for making time for us, and we believe all is going to get better even as we get down to discussion. This is our number one responsibility as a people, to see to it that we have a leadership that is credible, a leadership that secures the future of our children and our children's children. So let's get down to talking. Why is the rigging aspect coming up again? And now this time on the international platform. Is the deepest tour across the US about rigging? Is it to aid rigging, stop rigging? That is for you to guess, as I do. But I believe where there is smoke, there is fire. So let's get down to the same. I'm happy for those that are joining us. Please, let's come in fast and furious. I believe that there is much for us to address. I want to salute Alum. Thank you so much. I'm happy to be back, safe and secure. The rest of the story you'll get later. Sylvester Nyambane, karibu kwa show. Akengo Omwangu on board from Nairobi, inawezekana na baba. Thank you, thank you. Caroline Jebet, karibu kwa show. And then we have Lamuta Nasongo. Thank you so much. Ken Kipla, thank you so much for joining the show. Ann Kamau, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Naamini kwamba hii ndio show ambayo inafaa kwa kila mmoja. Kwa hivyo kila mmoja ajitahidi, tuanze mazungumzo yetu kwa kina, kila mmoja aelewe. Mwalimu Mbabe Mwaringa, karibu kwa show sana, tunashukuru. Davis Mwandaga, thank you so much. James Kimathi Kuguru, thank you so much. Nicholas Otinda, asante sana. Thank you, Rotich Raphael. Thank you for the show. Thank you for joining us on the show. We have Remy Ray, asante sana. Stella Rogest, asante sana. Moses Opado, karibu kwa show. Tony Braguel Livondo, asante sana, karibu kwa show. John anaitwa nani huyu? Kochok. Hey, majina makali kweli. Haya, karibu kila mmoja. Tunawashukuru wanaojumuika nasi kwenye show leo. Naamini tuna mambo mengi ambayo tunapaswa kuangazia ili Kenya hii kanyooke na kila Mkenya apate ufahamu unaofaa ili afanye uamuzi unaofaa. Nashukuru sana wote ambao mnajiunga nasi na wasalute wote wanaoingia kwa studio. Hakikisha umemute mic yako ili tusonge mbele. I want to appreciate Peter Miruka. Thank you for the show. Keeps Yegon. Asante sana. Tera Eda. Asante Felix Kemboy. Thank you. We have Stenzi X Ouma Lazaro. Mike Oliech. I'm tuned in. Thank you. Welcome to the show. Let's get talking. I believe things are getting better for everyone out there. And in case they are not getting better, they will get better. So take heart. Mambo yatanyooka. Tunashukuru Mungu kwa kila jambo. Make sure when you log in, allow StreamYard to have full control over your camera and your audio. If you don't, we will not be able to add you to the screen because the app we are using will block you. It's not us who have blocked you. It is, it's like there is room. Don't log in with 2 devices. It will also hamper you are being added to the screen. Make sure that you log in with just 1 device. Well, it's a great evening again from Nairobi, Kenya. We are glad to come your way. Bwana Guru, vipi leo?
Hello. Habari?
Salama, namna gani wewe?
Mzuri bana. How is life? How is life?
I'm well, thank you. We've been to hell and back, but we thank God.
Yeah, things are getting much more clearer.
Yes.
With time. Yeah, things are falling in place pole pole. Hata ingawa wengine wanalialia. Na hiyo ni kawaida kwa siasa.
Mnawachuna, acheni kuwachuna tafadhali.
Lazima tuchune. Unajua siasa is you have to have value. You cannot just huwezi kuleta tu mindomo yako hapo na mapua. Alafu unasema you are unequal principle. Numbers ndizo zinasema wewe kama utapatiwa kiasi gani. Si ati unakuja pale tu unajikokota mwili peke yake. Kama wengine wanafanya. Hapa ni namba zinaongea nani? Unakuja unasema nina wangu milioni 2. Wengine wana 100,000 peke yake. Unaona? Kwa hivyo siasa si mapenzi, siasa ni interests na ni kusukumana, ninakusukuma unanisukuma. Hakuna mambo ya nani anapenda mwingine pale, hakuna. Mapenzi hapana, hiyo inaachiwa kina mama. Hiyo inakuwa namna hiyo. Hakuna mapenzi kwa siasa. Kwa hivyo nadhani wale wanalialia kusema hawapendwi kwa siasa basi wako kwa njia ambayo wako they are in the wrong place actually. Nikiangalia mada ya leo naona one of the key players in the coming elections is crying vow that anaweza kufanyiwa vile wamekuwa wakifanyia baba miaka hii yote. So I did not know that ile mshale inaweza kuwa ina uchungu namna hiyo. Lakini hakuna kitu mbaya kama ukijua utatendewa na unajua itatendwa namna gani na hakuna njia ya kuzuia. That is the position that man is in. He knows the kind of tricks and the dirty things that happen in the boardroom when you've gone to the elections. And he's aware and he knows that the systems don't have no mercy. Once they decide to do something, there is nothing you can do about it. And by the way, it is not that it is scripted. Today they may do this, tomorrow they will do the other. right now, just to let you in one of the things that has been happening, the so-called mambonyenye ambao anatusi, they actually give a lot of money and resources during the elections in central Kenya to hire out vehicles, to go for even patients in the hospitals and elderly in their homes to go and vote. They will not do that this time because it's not in their interest. So that now tells you that the voter turnout in this area will definitely go down. I bet the resources now will be focused on Western Nyanza, Coast Province and other areas that will boost the vote. Hiyo tu ni kukuambia ile ukweli ya mambo, vile mambo hufanywa na utendwa. Pili, pale kwa siwezi sema mambo nyingi sana hapa ndani, lakini wanajua vile wanafanyanga.
Bwana unapeana muhtasari tu alafu tarudi kina baadaye.
Sawa, ni kiojo tu, hii ni kiojo. Leo ni manda ningetaka kuongea zaidi juu yake. Sasa wacha alie. Angalau unajua baba amelia miaka mingi. Hata yeye wacha alie tu kidogo. Unaona hii ni balance. Hesabu lazima unajua ukienda kununua nyama kuna ile unawekewa inaanguka upande moja kuonyesha ile ratili imekuja balance. So nadhani itakuwa kitu mzuri kwamba sasa balance itakuwa kwamba, kwani itakuwa machozi upande moja kila siku. Wacha machozi iende upande ule mwingine. Hiyo tu ndio nasema saa hii tutaongea zaidi. Asante.
Thank you Bwana Guru, tunashukuru sana kwa maoni yako na mtazamo wako wa siasa. Tunasonga mbele na kila mmoja, tafadhali tuheshimiane. Hakuna haja ya kutusi mtu aswa huko kwa comment section. Ukizidi sana unang'atuliwa tu pole pole, na hakuna pole kwa hilo. Kwa hivyo hakikisha kwamba unaangalia nidhamu katika comments zako na uheshimu opinion ya kila mmoja. Sio lazima kila mtu akubaliane na wewe, lakini heshima idumu. Ili heshima idumu, lazima uheshimu kila mmoja na wengine wote ambao mnakuja kuchangia. Ningependa kuangalia hili swala kwa kina, kwa sababu kulingana na kumtazamo wangu, William Ruto hana numbers za kutosha kuchallenge elections against Raila Odinga. Mbona anazungumza masuala ya rigging? Nani anamrig? Kwa sababu sioni haja ya kurig against William Ruto. He doesn't have numbers, he doesn't have a following. All he has is a few people who are misguided, of which are not enough to upset the voting patterns that we have already established. So mbona anakimbia dunia nzima akilia story ya rigging? Uchaguzi gani amefanya akakuwa rigged? Wapi? Isipokuwa anataka kutuambia kwamba 2013 he rigged, 2017 he rigged, and he knows there is no way to win election without rigging. Mama Selina, karibu. Vipi leo?
Asante sana. Karibu Penat, karibu kwa safari. I hope mlikuwa na safari njema. Asante kwa kurudi salama. Nafikiria mlikaribishwa Mandera, utatuambia. Alafu sasa mambo ya leo, kwanza hii ya Amerika na rigging na kwenda kupata I don't know whether it's a Senate, I don't know whether who is this man. Okay, Penat, ukiwa mwizi na usikie mlango ya nyumba yako imekongwa, unajua kasi yako. So, na again, hata kama kuna rigging, Amerika itakusaidia nini? Na Russia ndio hata hao walikuwa, unakumbuka hapa Amerika tulikuwa na shida, kwa sababu hata hao walikuwa nalia mambo ya rigging. So, kitu mzuri watu wangeusa sera sao, wangeongea na Davis Chirchir ni mwisi. So, wana report Davis Chirchir ama wana report mwisi gani? Because kama wewe mwenyewe nyumba yako umeweka mwisi, then pengine hiyo mwisi yenye uko naye si strong kushinda ile mwisi yako nje. Pengine mwenye ako nje ako na hiyo maplies, inaitwa nini hiyo vitu ya kukata mamulango, hata kama umeweka grill ile iko strong. So 5 months or 6 months to election, it is too early kuenda kuharibu China ya nchi. Na well, kama angepata head of state ama anapata watu wakubwa, unajua hii ingine crying baby, sasa ukienda kuambia hakuna kitu inasaidia. Second, who are these people? Is he Republican ama Democrats? Because now serikali ya America sahi inaongozwa na Democrats. So all these people we are meeting, alafu ninaona hata sahi wanaendelea, kuna watu wanasema hatutaki kurikiwa because umeharibu. Kuna watu wengi wanasema if I know I will be rigged, sitaendelea kukata kura. So hiyo ni moja. Nataka kuongea kwa mambo ya Nakuru. Nataka kushukuru watu ya Nakuru, watu ya Molo, watu ya Njoro. Nakuru town, it was so successful. Isipokuwa vijana wachache walikuwa hapo Molo walishout, but mkutano ya Molo ile ya town hall na ya raia ilikuwa mkutano mzuri sana. But sometime inasemekana sokoni ukienda uwezi kosa wenda simu wawili watatu, that was okay. But in general Nakuru wameamua, especially Njoro, Molo, mahali tunajua vile inakuanga. Na mimi pangu niliona walifanya vizuri. Na baba, hiyo mkutano ni na ijakuja wote, hiyo ni baba bado, tukumbuke. Hata kama anasema by 12 wataanza kutoa presidential candidate ya Azimio. So hii yote ni baba. Na uone hiyo nguvu vile imekuwa hapo. Can you imagine? Alafu kidogo nikaona watu walikuwa nikaona watu kidogo wakiwa Kisii, Nyarabari wanasema wanajaribu kuongea, but hiyo mkutano hata anyway ni kusema ni sawa tu. Nikaona Jubilee wamekuwa Nyandarua, they had a very successful meeting kwa watu ya Jubilee wanakiorganize. So ile kitu hii watu wanafanya, na nikaona Watangula anajaribu kuongea, but anyway wangetoka kuongea na Wakenya for these 5 months. Hakuna haja kustuka ama badala ya kujipanga. So nataka niwatie hapo nisikie watu wengine vile wanasema, but as we continue tujue Kenya ni nchi yetu. Hata tukikuja huku ulie haikusaidii. The best thing inatusaidia ni sisi turudi nyumbani, tukae chini kama Wakenya, tujue mahali wesi iko. Kama ni IPC watuambie mapema Chebukati vile ameipa, na hiyo group ndiye sisi tujue kama Wakenya. But kama mutatangasia wasungu mutaipwa, alafu ikifika August mumetupwa nje, then watu huko nyumbani wanawaita wesi, na nyinyi huko nje mnaenda kutangaza mambo ya wisi ya kuiba kura. Penat. Nafikiri Kenya tutaona mengi kabla ya miezi 5. Nao tuendelee kusikia mambo vile itakuwa inafanyika, but tunataka amani. That is what we tell people. Nashukuru Ngilu na nashukuru PAP wamemwambia Kalonzo kuja polepole, kuja utujoin, na wanasema wacha kulia. So wacha tungoje vile iko juu. Hatutaki kusema mingi. Kalonzo mwenyewe anajua ile kitu anataka, na yeye mwenyewe wanasema hiyo chama iliisha. So we don't know hii mambo ingine yote penalty inakuja itasaidia nini. Wanasema mtoto akikufa mama hawezi kataa kwenda kwa kitanda kusaa mtoto ingine. Nataka kumwambia Kalonzo that was not the last child. Kuwa ready kuwa na mtoto ingine, kwa sababu kama tungepoteza watoto na tukatae kusaa, poma wangekuwa na watu. So wacha tuseme yale imepita, tengeneza ingine. Kuwa ready kupata mtoto ingine, pengine hiyo Mungu atasaidia kukua uhai, kwa sababu najua wewe labda ulipata mtoto ukalala ukafinya mtoto kwa kitanda. Sasa unalalamika unasema mtoto yangu aliuawa, lakini bora ni wewe ndio uliua juu wewe ndio ulisign na ukawache hiyo nyumba ya NASA. Sasa sahii mwenye alipaki akutoka, yeye ndiye alitoka. So nasema uliua mtoto, jaribu kupata ingine, pengine hiyo ingine itakuwa. Asante.
Okay, thank you Mama Salina kwa maoni yako, tunashukuru sana. Naomba tusonge mbele tumsikilize Simiyu. Simiyu upo?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening.
Good evening to you. Mbona wachificha?
No, I'm in darkness. I'm in darkness. We don't have power in Trans Nzoia County.
Okay. Lakini mbolea imeshika huko, sio?
Okay, mbolea, without a fear of contradiction, let me say that I'm a supporter of UDA.
Hakuna shida, lakini supporting Ruto does not stop mbolea. Toa maoni yako.
Yes, nafikiria ndio maana kuna mmeniruhusu niingie. That is very good. Now, I've heard Selina Sego. I don't know if Selina Sego is a political analyst or she's learning to be one, because she tries to critique, maybe just to give a class to what belongs to a class. For example, what happened in Kisii, say it was fair. What happened in Nyandarua was fair, and what happened in Nakuru was good. But usiseme tu ilikuwa hivi, then unasema okay sawa, but things were things went well today in Kisii. Nakuru, things were fine. I saw Nyandarua also, things were fine. But let me talk about the issue of the deputy president, that is Mr. William Ruto. Of course, yeye kuenda huko, he just wants to get the attention of the United States of America. Anataka America ijue pengine kuna kitu fulani na fulani, but now he is airing his views to the wrong people. Of course, ingekuwa vizuri kama angemfikia rais wa Marekani mwenyewe bwana Biden ama Bi Kamala Harris, so that he could air his views to them. But now he's airing the views to the Senate. I don't know if he has met any senator. Of course, yesterday in the morning, he met the governor, one of the governors in the United States of America. But yesterday, he never talked about election rigging. He talked about election rigging today. But of course, he is airing his views to the wrong people. Of course, just for the sake of getting the attention. But let's hope that, of course, if we say that the act of rigging the elections have been happening in Kenya, we have never confirmed. So I heard Selina talking about Davis Chirchir. Yeah, we heard him. We've been hearing that David Chirchir took part in election rigging in the 2017 general elections, but we did not confirm that. He is here again in the United Democratic, replacing Osinde Ken. So it means that maybe there is a role that this person just played, but he never rigged the election, because kumekuwa na historia ikisemekana kuwa Kenya kura inaibiwa na system, but Chirchir was not part of the system. The system that is said, it is now these tycoons, the likes of Macharia SK. These are the examples of people who are called the system. The tycoons, wadosi wako na pesa wakubwa, wale wana facilitate. A time came when Wanjigu was also to be part of the system, lakini tabia zake zilifanya akang'olea huko, hayuko kwa wale watu wenye wanaweza sema the big lions that control the government. So talking about Davis Chirchir kuiba kura, yeye, maybe they just a small role or just a bit that he did, but in the real sense, I don't think if he played a major role in election rigging. Now, this tour that these people have gone in the United States of America, it is I think it is a personal trip or a trip that pertains United Democratic Alliance. I know that maybe they'll come. By the time they come, they'll energize themselves better, and they'll strike in with juggernauts. So we hope that by the time when they come, maybe they're going to shape up their style of campaigns, and maybe we shall head to a different state. as a nation. Lakini sisi tunaomba tu Mungu, Kenya tufanye kura kwa amani, tuchague kwa amani, kama venye sisi tunakaa Trans Nzoia, hapa tunakaa Mluya, hapa kuna Mkisii, hapa kuna yani Trans Nzoia is a cosmopolitan region. Tuko kabila zote Trans Nzoia, na huyu UDA huku Ford Kenya huku DAP, but we live in peace. So tunaomba kura ikuje ipite, alafu tuendelee mbele. Naomba kusimamia hapo Bwana Bernard, nashukuru.
Okay, asante sana Simiyu, na naomba tu ujibu swali moja.
Na
unasema Kipchirchir alihusika wapi katika rigging?
Na kulikuwa na Selina amekuwa na madai kuwa Chirchir ndio alifanya uwizi wa kura, lakini kama yeye alifanya uwizi wa kura, pengine maybe he just played a bit, but he never took part in election rigging.
How do you mean he played a role and he never took part? Those are two contradictory statements.
Bernard, were it that David Chirchir took part in election rigging, then I mean that if he played a major role, then UDA William Ruto angekuwa analalamika akisema elections are going to be rigged. Si yako na yeye paka saa hizi angekuwa analalamika. That is it, Mr. Bernard.
Mimi nauliza huyu Kipchirchir bado kwa IBC.
Kipchirchir saa hizi hakukuwa IBC wakati ule hata kura ikiibiwa hakukuwa IBC. Alikuwa part of Jubilee. Alikuwa part of Jubilee.
Alikuwa part of Jubilee.
Alikuwa IBC 209. Akatoka IBC akaletwa na Huru kwa Jubilee. Ndio sasa 2017 ikasemekana aliiba, yani kama kuna kitu alifanya pengine alicho, but he is an IT guru, we know that. He is an IT guru. But ingekuwa yeye
kulingana na wewe, it does not bear the greatest responsibility, but he participated in the rigging of the elections.
Maybe alijua tu kitu ilifanyika ama alifanya tu. That is why I said just a bit, but he never did a major part in election rigging. That hii yenye mnasema pengine iliibiwa, of course we don't know. Kama ilifanyika, Davis Chirchir, maybe he was part of it, just a part, but not a major part now.
Okay, sawa. Naomba tukomee hapo. Asante sana Bwana Simiyu.
Sawa, karibu.
Twende moja kwa moja kumsikiza Poa. Poa, namna gani?
Niko salama sana, habari zenu?
Salama kabisa, tunashukuru kukuona. Endelea na mchango wako.
Yes, I'm from Kisumu. And huku ni Azimio. Nyanza is all Azimio. And tunashukuru Mungu sana. So far mimi naona Ruto anaogopa tu kushindwa ile by big margin. That's why he's panicking, going to USA. I believe going to USA will not help Ruto as far as politics is concerned. Because if things were rigged in 2007 by the other groups, USA could not intervene. Things were rigged in 2017 by landslide, USA could not intervene. So whether he will meet Joe Biden himself, it will not change anything as far as politics is concerned. So it's just fearing that it's going to be shown great dust. So also I know that Ruto supporters, majorly they are virtual, because he doesn't have a valid supporters, or let me say solid. And again, I can say that if you see from 2017, which Raila also, the NASA won, and right now, we should also note that which areas has Raila added, the Azimio has added positive. Those regions did not support him in 2017, but right now, those regions are fully behind him. Like Raila did not get enough substantial votes in Central, but right now there's a good percentage of people from Central who will vote him, he did not get good support in major parts of Rift Valley. But right now you see Rift Valley, they have shifted towards Azimio movement. So what is really disturbing Ruto is that there is high chances of Raila getting over 60% of the votes in Kenya. Also, the issue of Kalonzo joining Azimio imemsumbua sana to the extent that hawezi hata kulala. So that's the reason why huyu jamaa anasema mambo mengi. Lakini people like Simiyu, how can you say that he played a minor role? He played a role. If he was the person who played a bigger role and a minor role, all of them are guilty before court of law. So if that guy called Chirchir played a minor role or a bigger role, it doesn't matter. What matters is that it is going to work against them this time round, and it will pain them the way it pained Raila in 2017, 2007, and so on. And I also want to shed more light about the issue of project. So when people say that Raila is the project of the government, Uhuru Kenyatta, or the deep state, I believe that is working. That statement is working against Ruto. Because you go to Western, he says that Raila has been is a project. Yet what has stopped Raila for very many years from being the president of Kenya is the fact that he was outside the government and he did not have any support from the government. You see? So those who supported Raila in 2017, 2013, 2007, when they hear you saying is a project, then that is what makes them happy. Saying that if our man now is the project, then the government himself or itself will support the project whom we voted for but was rigged in. So it is a sorry time for the UDA people, and it's also a sorry time for William Samoei Ruto. Is our DP, but I know things are going to turn in a bigger margin when the politics will have reached the epitome. So thank you for the few moments I've had with you, and may God bless you.
Okay, thank you Mr. Poa, tunashukuru sana kwa maoni yako. Naamini kila mmoja anapata ufahamu kutokana na ile debate tunafanya hapa. Naomba tu wale watu mko kwa comments, tafadhali naomba mutii nidhamu, put in consideration, respect everyone, stop calling people names and using sweeping statements that you cannot even substantiate. It's important that we respect each other. This country is one country that each one of us has space in it, rightfully as Kenyan people. Nobody has more rights in this country than another. And so let these elections shape us and bring us together in understanding that divergence opinion of politics does not create enmity. It only creates competition. Let the competition be healthy, because when we have healthy competition, we may just end up with better products and better leadership, which is so much needed for our country to move forward. So look at this from a holistic point of view, not minor perspective whereby you just want to pull in for a person. We want to look at it holistically, look at the systems available, the proposals, all the agenda that is being put across. Is it viable for Kenya as a whole, or it will only serve a few parties? Thank you very much. Tumsikilize sasa Mr. Wangira moja kwa moja. Karibu Bwana Wangira.
Bernard, habari?
Niko salama, nashukuru.
Ulikula mbuzi peke yako?
Hiyo safari ilikuwa na mambo mingi sana, nitawaeleza baadaye. Lakini mbuzi nilipewa nikapeana.
Ulipewa ukapeana?
Nilipewa nikapeana kwa sababu sikutaka kulipa ushuru after every count because I'm carrying a goat.
Okay, asante, nashukuru umefika salama. Now back to my contribution, Bernard. Mimi hapa tu kama mtoto wa Jackton naendelea kucheka. I'm just laughing. You know, imagine a sitting deputy president of a republic on a foreign trip funded by you and me, crying out there and saying that democracy is now on trial, and even appealing to the global community to intervene ahead of the August elections and to stop attempts to influence the outcome of that particular election. Then, when I listen to when I listen to William Ruto today in the United States of America, the clip that I just watched today, I wondered which are these attempts that he's talking about that are being put in place to influence the outcome of the presidential election. Because everybody who sits in this country and who wakes up every day knows that there are no attempts. In fact, if there is anybody who has tried not to intervene directly in these elections is Uhuru Kenyatta. What we know that Uhuru Kenyatta is doing is that he's campaigning for Raila Odinga, but he has not told IEBC to do ABCD. I've never heard him tell the police to do ABCD. Then what are these attempts that William Ruto is now claiming that are being put in place to try and influence the outcome of this particular election? Imagine, and it's very laughable that is now accusing government agencies of trying to manipulate uh, people's decision and to even force people to vote in a particular way. Bernard, where you sit, have you ever been forced to prepare to vote in any particular way? Because where I sit here today, nobody has ever manipulated me and told me to try and vote any particular way. My decision to vote for Raila Odinga is my personal decision. Nobody has ever manipulated me. Imagine it goes further and accuses the state of intimidation and blackmail and of using the criminal justice system to influence and force ordinary citizens to vote a particular way. You as an ordinary citizen on the streets of Nairobi, have you ever been stopped by the police or anybody and told that for you now to walk around the streets of Nairobi, you must vote in a particular way? Have you been? You know, this is what I call laughable. Very, very laughable. William Ruto is the guy who has discovered that he's not going to win this election and that he's not going to become the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. And now he's now creating all manners of scapegoats so that comes the 9th of August 2022 and is declared the loser. He'll now claim that, you know, the people were blackmailed, people were intimidated, there was influence, there were attempts to interfere with the elections. You know, he's just preparing grounds to refuse to accept the results of the elections come the 9th of August, 9th of August 2022. To me, I'll tell him a simple thing. William Ruto, and I'm addressing William Ruto today. Muzatuoli told us that there's need for those trees to be around Sugoi to be cut. And if you don't want these trees to be cut, Mr. William Ruto, it's better for you to start accepting early because the signs are there. They are written very clearly that you not be the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. And it's not through influence or blackmail or manipulation, but through the decision of the majority of the people of Kenya. They have decided that you not become the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. And because they have decided you not become the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. William Ruto, do us a favor. Start accepting early and start preparing to move on as the leader of the opposition come the 9th of August 2022. Because if you don't do that, then there's fear that what Atwoli told us could end up happening, and we don't want it to happen. That's all that I have to contribute for now, Mr. Bernard. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you Mr. Wangira kwa maoni yako, nashukuru sana kwa mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele sasa, tumsikilize huyu Mwamburi. Mwamburi vipi?
Kule
Mwamburi, hali vipi wewe?
salama.
Ehe, tupe uhondo. Mwamburi, inaonekana uko na shida na mitambo vipi? Okay, Mwamburi seems to have a challenge with his gadgets. Let's listen from Jared before Mwamburi gets ready. Mwamburi, itabidi utoke urejee vizuri, app inakataa wewe kuendelea.
Hello, hey Bernard, unanisikiza?
Yes, unapatikana. Jared, karibu.
Thank you very much, the panelists, Mama Selina nakuona huko, and the rest of the panelists. Yeah, so as of today, what I can comment on the deputy president, it's unfortunate that first is admin to the government of Kenya to go to a foreign country and start claiming that there is somebody who will rig him out, and there is in government. I don't know if he was speaking as an individual or as a representative of Kenya. You know, this is something which have to be looked when we look at the constitution, because as the constitution calls for, even if he's on a personal trip, he is still the deputy president of the country. So I believe as a government in power today is to execute confidence that we are going to the general election and we're going to do, because they are the people. It's not the opposition which have the resources to stop the stealing. So I don't know if he's calling himself that he's out, but those are something which they are very unfortunate. You know, when you look at the whole trip, you wonder some of the reports when you see, you hear that he was in Texas, in Baltimore. Those are two far places, and there is in Minnesota maybe today or I don't know which day. Some of these meetings they are attending from Zoom, so which they could have attended from the country. So I wonder why it would come. So these are the people who today they were telling us, Kimani Chungwa is there, bringing up adjustment to the budget so that they can help Mama Mboga, but they're gonna spend a whooping 100 and something million. You know, this is a total hypocrisy. I wish in their entrench of coming to America, they could have come with a farmer, a Mama Mboga, so that they would come and say, this is how we're gonna sell coffee, we're gonna sell this. But you know, they speak from one side of the mouth and that side. So I'm not going to talk much about Ruto because he has his own challenges. We had a very good week, and we were expecting to have a very good week until another I don't know which good word I can use, this Karonso bringing up something out of nowhere to distract when we were going to sweep the entire country going around. He comes up with something now that the people have to start discussing. You see, they had already, Tanga had already started fanning themselves. Gachawa getting fire saying, hey, Mudavadi, you are nobody, which is true. And then you find Karonso coming from somewhere. I was very disappointed with Karonso. Very, very, very disappointed. And it's good that Papa has not responded. And if I were Papa, I could have come and say, you know, it's very clear, everybody knows that they signed, yes, they are signed the agreement. There is nothing wrong. The agreement, I believe it was signed. But when we were trying to get that one term, when we were swearing ourselves to put pressure on this government so that we could get that one term, you abandoned me. So how would I be in your? So he's the one who walked away from the deal. But that's one thing. Secondly, and I know that it is going to Oka. That's what I'm trying to say. This man Raila has gone throughout the country trying to ask people if he can learn again. This man has never moved out of Ukambani. Even if Papa says today, Kalonzo Tosa, where would he get votes from? You know? So you give it credit to William Ruto. He has gone around the country. He has created himself that he is a serious candidate. So what these people want to know, Kalonzo, if you were promised, yes, let's assume that he was promised, if we fail, we pass or we fail, I'm going to support you. What has he done the last 4 years to prepare himself to be endorsed? Or he thinks that he can just come from his house and just be endorsed and he will be just the president. So these are people who are misplaced. And as I said yesterday a little bit, I had a challenge yesterday, but as I said yesterday, start looking at who are advising these people. Before, Kalonzo had people like Mutama, people like, I think this guy who was a chairman, Musira or somebody. Those were people who had some kind of mind which they would advise this guy. Now he has Kalonzo, he has Mutua, I think it's Macau, and this other lawyer, I don't know what is his name, the one who ran away with the ODM Kenya certificate. These guys are just looking for themselves. And these are the people who are telling him that now bring this one. What does it add? No value. Azimio is going forward and they will forget him and keep moving and they will see these other parties coming in. But on the strategy, which was distracted a little bit, I like what Azimio is doing. Azimio, he doesn't want to get distracted. It's focused. That's why it's going through all of these campaigns. By the time my friend David Ruto comes back, I don't know where he's going to start from. And there are people who are going around trying to still comfort themselves that, hey, we have 8% in Central. It's okay. We can have 8%. We are glad with 8% because we are growing it. And the US is coming down. So would you rather like going up or going down? So once everything is done, once the campaign starts, they will see what they have not seen. So I think also another thing I wanted to mention is I think it's me who was saying that this guy participated in a small part. I think he never listened that this Churchill, it was that's evidence which was produced that he was accessing the servers in IPC when he was not working for IPC. So everybody knows him, okay? Everybody knows. And that is the reason why people fear. But the problem is they know him right now, and I don't think they can try anything. It's just if, and I hope that Ruto can be castigated, anybody should stop saying that there would be steering, there would be rigging. You are preparing your people instead of accepting. We need to tell this guy to make sure that he will accept. But he doesn't have a number which he can do anything. So if he's thinking that there will be handshake to him, that he has no numbers. Nairobi cannot stop working because Ruto is crying. He can only cry in Eldoret. That's an unfortunate thing. You know, and I've shared with many people that after the 8th August, August 9th, if you believe that Akikuyu is going to come to demonstrate in Nairobi because William Ruto has lost, you better forget about this. So Baba is in a very unique where our friends from Nyanza can die on the street, and that's why he has a say. So these people will not only demonstrate in Eldoret, and the government will tell him, hey, come down, we need to move on. So that's what I believe. Thanks for the opportunity to submit.
Okay, thank you Jared, kwa maoni yako tunashukuru sana na mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Mwamburi, umepona ama kuna shida bado?
Nafikiri nadhani niko sawa.
Hapo sawa basi. Endelea tafadhali.
Mwanipata vipi kule bara?
Tuko salama, karibu.
Tunataka kuona face yake.
Asante. yangu ukaniona leo kesho bana siko kazini. Hapo mtaninuia radhi jamani, tafadhali.
Wewe Mwamburi, endelea, achana na WG.
Halo, mwanipata? Halo.
Endelea Mwamburi, tunasubiri.
Halo Mr. Bernard.
Tunakupata vizuri Mwamburi.
Haya, sawa, nashukuru sana. Nashukuru sana. Kila wakati huwa nikiingia hapa Mtembei TV huwa nasema kitu kimoja, Ruto will be shocked. Leo unajua imebidi ning'ang'ane, angalau hata kama niko busy mahali, nimebidi ning'ang'ane niingie studio na niongee, manake nimeangalia Ruto akiongea US nikashtuka sana. Huyu is the deputy president, he has been going around anasema ati mimi ni mtu wa kuibiwa kura kweli. Ati mnaona yule mzee ni mzee mwenye anaweza kuwa president of this country. Leo hii ndio huyu anaongea ati ataibiwa kura. You know, mimi na huwa tunasema nyani haoni kundule, uona ya mwenziwe. Ruto nakumbuka kabisa kama wananchi, nakumbuka after this election of 2017, ukiangalia zile baadhi ya zile runinga ambazo zilikuwa zinaonyesha kule direct, ilikuwa ni wapi, Bomas ama wapi, Ruto alikuwa akiongea sana kwa simu akicheka. Waona wakati wanataka kuannounce zile election, wakingojea president atoke State House akielekea kule Bomas, Ruto alikuwa anaongea sana, na najua na manake siwezi ongea mingi, alikuwa anaongea na president, so he knew what he was doing. So saizi Ruto anajua what they did, na Ruto is knowing this guy, anajua huyu mzee has numbers, that is the fact. Na tusidanganyane, Ruto is smart, na anajua baba has numbers. Baba has votes all over the country. Like here in Coast, we are locked. Na tusidanganyane, mtu asiwadanganye sijui Coast imebadilika. Unajua hivyo ndio ni narrative iko kule bara. Huwa nasikia wengine wanasema ati unajua pwani tumeshika. Umeshika na nani ndugu yangu? Nakwambia sasa hii ndio kubaya zaidi. Ndio kubaya zaidi nakwambia sasa hii. Saizi Ruto is very, yani saizi Ruto ako na wasiwasi sana. Na huyu ndiye anajua what they did 2013, what they did 2017. Raila has numbers. That's what the fact is. Hata wananchi, hata Ruto anajua. That's why anajua mzee he got these votes, and right now in Central, whatever he will get, he will not get the votes he got last time. In fact, he will increase. So those votes he got the other time is going to increase. And likewise, you go to Rift Valley, anaenda kupandisha. So Ruto anajua kwamba hapa hana chake, that is why anaenda kusema ati rigging. Ruto huyu wakati baba alikuwa akiita press anasema kura inaibiwa, Ruto was saying what? In fact, wananchi tupefuke bana, tuwe wepesi kwa kukumbuka hivi vitu. Ruto baba alikuwa akisema, Ruto anasema ule mzee wa kitendawili anaogopa, he knows that tumemwangusha tayari. Sasa leo hii nyani haoni kundule. Sasa saizi anaongea kwamba democracy is on trial and you are the deputy president of that Republic of Kenya. So hata wale wazungu si basi wanauliza kwamba wewe kumbe sio deputy president of Kenya, you are just there because you are rigged in. So bana, wewe unaenda kujitoa nguo zote bana kwa wenyewe bana, si angalau basi ungeongea huku Kenya kwetu, unaenda kujifua nguo kule bana. Aibu ilioje jamani. Tumemaliza hapo. Ruto anajua atakuwa opposition leader and he has no numbers, that is the fact, na tusidanganyane. Second, let me talk and ni siri, I can't go into deep. Kalonzo, he knows what he's playing. Baba is very much aware, so msijali na Kalonzo. You know, when you want something, you don't go for small thing. Unaanza kitu kubwa, na baba anajua hiyo ni siri. I don't want to go to deep, lakini mwenye utanipata. Kalonzo ako Azimio, but you know, Kalonzo angeingia bila some whatever. You know, Kalonzo was with baba with NASA, so lazima kuna ile line nikitaka kitu fulani baadaye nitashuka, lakini nitafikia kitu yenye nilikuwa nalenga. You know, sitaingia mahali kama mahali nilikuwa nalenga alafu lazima nirudi chini. So Kalonzo is okay, msijali naye, tunajua what we are playing. So ODM tusikue na wasiwasi yoyote yenyewe, mark my word, that is a game. At long last the fifth is Raila Amolo Odinga. Kalonzo, you know, now let me be very specific. Kalonzo want to be a running, you know, kuna those logistic running mate we come from the other side. I know you know this thing, so that is where we are heading to. So do you know hata baba is not commenting about Kalonzo, and you will and have you had any ODM top leaders talking about Kalonzo? You must just, we voters, cool down. We are on the right track. We are on the right track. Don't worry. Kalonzo is talking. Akona nini yake na anajua is coming. And no problem with that. And kuna kitu moja ambapo in these votes who are sometimes I have relatives from Nyanza because my mother comes from there. So I normally follow very closely in Kisii. So you know, when in a party somebody like a treasurer resign, my friend, that is a very serious thing. It's not a joke. Treasurer of a party, you know, you are very close confidence to the party leader. When you resign from there, my friend, it shows that that place or that region is shifting. So this Osoro, I think in Kisii now, labda nanishao piga simu kule, wao wananiambia kule hata Osoro is anytime is coming to Azimio. So Ruto is very afraid. Na sisi Mombasa huwa nasema hivi, na saizi mahali niko, we are the champions of Azimio. Mimi kesho hata kama niko mahali nini huwa nikiamka, I have to convince. If you get your brother is supporting Ruto, that's well, that is a very whatever, but try to convince, say facts, get that vote, wait on 8 Ruto to be the opposition leader as early as possible. Hiyo ndio tunataka, na tunapenda amani. Sisi kama Mombasa basi tunataka amani bana. Hoteli zetu basi zimekuwa kavu kwa hii miaka yote, na tunaamini kwamba baba mwenyewe tutakuwa na kazi nzuri, na tunashukuru. Kitu tunaomba Mungu, nchi yetu iwe na amani. Na this is what I normally say, ukitaka kuona baba na Ruto, you can see somebody mtu mwenye anapenda amani kwa hii nchi. Ruto does not want peace in this country, na huwa anasema hivyo. Unajua kuna watu wale wenye walikuwa wanasema baba ndiye alifanya sijui nini. I'm telling you, this is the time you will see who is Ruto. Huyu ni mtu alikuwa anajifunika kwa baba, anafanya kitu, anakuja nyuma ya baba, so ndio baba ndiye achukue lawama yote. This is the person. But I'm glad that even if we do whatever, he can't. All these cities, they will be business as usual. Mombasa, Nairobi, Kisumu, it will be very okay. Maybe the other side. Thank you, na nimeshukuru sana Mtembei TV.
Okay, asante Mwamburi kwa mchango wako.
Nimeona swali.
Okay, thank you. Let's
Naona
now
Guru,
hear from
Guru naona
everybody.
kuna
Mute
swali.
your mic, please. Subiri,
Swali
kama kuna swali, ngoja kwanza
kidogo tu. Mwamburi, habari yako bwana Mwamburi?
Yes, Guru, ask your question. What is it?
Nataka kumwambia hivi, mambo hii ya Kalonzo wachana nayo, sababu hiyo kiti ya anataka kuegemea hiyo ishapeanwa. Hiyo ndio itakuwa anka ya President Uhuru kwa serikali ya baba, na hiyo kiti ni ya Jubilee. Hiyo tusijandanganyane. Kwa hivyo hata ukiongea mambo ya Kalonzo ujue hivyo. Asante.
Sawa, Mwamburi, unala kusema?
Manake unajua BBI haja tutakuwa na prime minister na deputy wawili, so na prime minister atakuwa na say, so hiyo kiti okay, I think those two chairs, prime minister and the running mate, they will go either side. Kalonzo will be one of those two seats. Thank you.
Okay, thank you bwana Mwamburi kwa maoni yako, nashukuru sana. Naomba kabla tusonge mbele kumsikiliza Murunga, tusikilize hii kanda. Let's listen to this video first, then move on.
Kura kweli? Nyinyi mkiniona mimi ni mtu ya kunyang'anywa kura?
Few moments later,
the biggest issue that is on the ballot is the democracy of our nation and whether we truly have the opportunity to make free choices devoid of blackmail.
Babu Owino. Babu Owino.
It started with a statement from the president of the world superpower wishing Kenyans well as they get ready for the election 22 days away.
The choice of who will lead Kenya is up to the Kenyan people. The United States does not endorse any candidate for office.
It was a short speech applauded across Kenya's political divide. But then came the U.S. Secretary of State for African Affairs, Johnny Carson, who added a footnote to the president's speech, and UK High Commissioner Christian Turner, who said they would maintain only essential contact with the suspects if they were elected into office. What followed next was a flurry of statements from scores of European Union nations, France and Switzerland included, cautioning of a possible strain on cordial relations between them and Kenya if ICC suspects Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto took over power. The statements, however, rubbed the Jubilee leaders the wrong way.
The people of Kenya know what they want. The people of Kenya are ready for a Jubilee government.
The Jubilee team putting the diplomats to task to come out clear in their messages, which caution against electing them, but start like this.
I'm impartial. It is not for me to back any one candidate over the other. My government is saying it. President Obama said it yesterday. It is for the Kenyan people to decide. This election is a Kenyan choice.
There is no need to dance around words. If you say Kenyans are free to elect who they want, and then you say you have no preferred candidate, and then you tell us if you elect Uhuru Kenyatta, there are consequences. Isn't that contradictory? If there are consequences if you elect Uhuru Kenyatta, it means you are telling Kenyans, elect our candidate, we have a stooge and a puppet, so elect this one.
It's a situation that Jubilee and its supporters view as a big brother antique.
We don't mind you airing your opinions, but I want to remind you of the many silent nations who have worked consistently with Kenya and helped us achieve the kind of growth rate that we have seen in this country. We shall continue to work with those nations. We will continue to trade with the nations that are willing to trade with Kenya.
Karibu, karibu, karibu.
The CORD leader
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murunga. You can go ahead and make your comment.
Okay, sure. Hello, Bernard. Good evening and good evening, everybody.
Good evening to you. Thank you very much, Karibu.
Ndugu yangu Jara Ujorama, how are you? Yes, now internet never forgets. Remember the words we were being told the other time when it was contentious, and the DP has reminded me that I should revisit the coronation of the president. That and at some point even refer to us as militias. Those were militias. Instead of saying that Kenyans were agitated the way which the election had been conducted. Today I saw something that is really, I think, let's just be honest. I think our DP has been boxed to the corner. Yes, sasa ameanza kulia mapema sana bwana. Ameanza kulia mapema sana, and this is the first time he's going to contest. I wonder the next 5 years or 10 years what will he be saying, because I don't see him getting this thing in the next 20 years. Hii uchaguzi imepangwa na wacha bila hata kuficha maneno ama kujificha pengine. After Raila Odinga, and Bernard mark this, the next president after Raila Odinga will be Gideon Moi. Take that to the nearest bank. Itakuwa namna hiyo. William Ruto is not going to be the president of this country any soon, unless a miracle happens. Siasa imeshachukua mkondo na gari la moshi liliondoka tayari. And this is the same thing I said about our brother Jimmy Wanjigi the other day. Jimmy Wanjigi was picking a fight with the wrong people. Anataka chama ODM aende kwa ODM delegates conference so that he buys his way out through dubious list of delegates. Ndiye aseme ya kwamba amenyimwa nafasi kuparticipate ama watu wake wametupwa nje. Na hiyo kitu ilionekana mapema sana. Now to the issue that we're discussing today. It's absurd that our DP is crying. Ameenda USA, ameenda kwa, in fact, from Kenya to meet another governor in USA to complain about election rigging in Kenya, something that is unheard of. A whole deputy president of a country, Kenya. It is disturbing. Tuanze atoke kwa hiyo mwenendo, atoke maanze kujua mapema kuwa kwa opposition ni kazi ambayo si kazi rahisi. Raila has been there and he has been called all sorts of names. But we were there. Sisi tumekuwa na Raila, tumemsupport, we have done all that we could. Until now, the system has accepted him. Let's be honest, the system has accepted Baba. And it is now time for Baba to be the president of this country. What Ruto should be doing is actually now making peace with the incoming president, so that some of these sins that he has committed he's not held to account for some of this, the wrongs he has done. Let him get to good books with Baba, and even that is, and the powers that be, because amekuwa na watu wengi ambao hana uzuri nao. Mambo ile tumesikia just from the clip that you said the other day. America the other day was an enemy to William Ruto when they said that we wanted to have credible election. How comes he's running to the USA to ask the same America that this government is planning to rig election, yet he is number two in the government? Hiyo ni kuonyesha watu ya kwamba he has been serving the government and then he has no trust with the same government that he's serving. And now that he has also been actually ousted from the party, I think it would be fair enough for our deputy president to tender his resignation, and he can do it even in the USA, because the media in USA will capture him. They are saying that the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya has actually tendered his resignation, and now he needs the world to see that he's going to face an election where he's not sure of the outcome, and that the government of the day is planning to rig, so that he gets the sympathy, and those that he's gone out there to ask for assistance can also look into his issue. That is what I would advise him to do. If he's a man enough and is somebody who is ready to go by his words, let him tender his resignation while abroad, and it's good that he's in USA. Now, back to the issue of Azimio. I hear people saying Kalonzo Musyoka, yeye tunaweza fanya bila yeye. Kalonzo Musyoka, yes, the fact of the matter is Kalonzo Musyoka is the undisputed king of the Ukambani. Hawa watu wote Ukambani, watu wengi, let me just say watu wengi, because going by the votes in 2013, Kalonzo Musyoka brought the entire Ukambani block to Raila Odinga, denying Uhuru Kenyatta those votes. And remember, Uhuru Kenyatta had Ngilu and Alfred Mutua. Let's not forget that. Those votes went with Kalonzo Musyoka, and those votes went to Baba. Kalonzo Musyoka in 2017 did the same. Kalonzo Musyoka brought the entire 3 counties of Ukambani to Raila Odinga. Same time, yes, Ngilu was with Raila Odinga, and Alfred Mutua was with Uhuru Kenyatta. Just look at the numbers. Going by the numbers, you'll agree with me that Kalonzo Musyoka is still a force to reckon in Ukambani. So Raila Odinga needs Kalonzo Musyoka. And yes, Kalonzo Musyoka has come with weird, demands, and also bringing an agreement that is absolute, something that is not even practical. Today we cannot discuss, wewe mke wako akiondoka, mumevunja talaka, si lazima sasa ukirudi tunaongea upya. The terms are different. It's not that you're coming back at sijui nilitoka hapa, hii ilikuwa nyumba yangu. Things change. Mambo imbadilika. And it is Kalonzo Musyoka, Musalia Mudavadi, and the rest of the team in NASA that threatened to move, actually to disband NASA, and formed their thing called Okoa Kenya. That is when ODM made it real by pulling out of the Okoa, or pulling out of the NASA, and that alone. So I don't know why Kalonzo would wake up in the morning and come, call the media, the press conference, and ask that this is our agreement, and this agreement must be followed. From where? Wewe mwenyewe uliitisha talaka. hiyo talaka ikahakikishwa ya kwamba hiyo talaka imeweza kufuatiliwa na ukapewa talaka. Sasa saa hii umeona hiyo ndoa, kwa sababu mlikuwa na watoto kwa hiyo ndoa, wacha nirudi kwa watoto wangu nione watoto, ili turudi tulee watoto wetu pamoja. So inamaanisha ya kwamba mkataba unabadilika na zile sheria ambazo zilikuweka hapo awali lazima zibadilike, tuweze kuwapatia hali nyingine tofauti. So to Kalonzo Musyoka and those who are saying that Kalonzo Musyoka should go ahead with his demands, no, Kalonzo Musyoka now should know that number 2 position in Azimio is as good as gone. Let him come knowingly that BBI is around the corner. And BBI is not going anywhere. BBI is here to stay. That
how many minutes do you allocate today? Will we be enjoying the 10 minutes also?
Bernard, please protect me. I'm on the floor.
Murunga, conclude.
Yes, I'm saying this. BBI is around the corner. My brother WG, I'm going to give you time. BBI is around the corner. Let's accept the fact that hii kitu itakapokuja, we are going to allocate these positions so that we have inclusion. Everybody is actually considered for the position that is available, so that each region of this country is equally represented. That's what I'm talking about, and that is my submission this evening.
Hello, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murunga.
Bernard.
Now, please, don't unmute and speak. You lift your hand, you'll be picked. I want this show to flow, not to be messed up. Sawa. It is not proper for you to begin to shout without obtaining permission. Okay. Now, Mr. Murunga, you are saying that Kalonzo has a cloud and has a following, and so is needed, and therefore he should be gotten by all means. I don't think so. The circumstances we have in 2022 are not similar to 2013, neither are they similar to 2017. Secondly, I don't want to imagine the 2022 government to come with baggages very early, because we intend to have great transformation with the new government. If there are too much cut deals and too much of baggage, give me this or I go, give me that or I go, we are digging ourselves back to where we have been all along, because the demands were, give me 50% of the government for me to be a running mate. Okay? Now the 50% of the government has run us into where we are right now. So if people are out to share government even before that government is obtained, that is a good signal of people who need to be rejected as leaders. And from where I sit, I'm very, Kalonzo Musyoka is an embarrassment. Having been in politics all this long, and he puts himself ahead of the country, he should be rejected, to say the least. And I wouldn't want us to, kumbembeleza. Kama anataka kwenda peke yake aende. He did that in 2007. He can still do it in 2022. Lakini uongozi wa kubembelezana eti tubebane kwa mgongo, hiyo time yake imepita. We need a leadership that is going to be devoid of burdens. Watu wa kubebwa waachwe nyuma. Tuende na serikali ambayo ni light, ili to move with speed to recover our economy, get our young people, get the jobs, get our productivity, our industries working again, so that the country can take off. Lakini kubebana tu, huyu ametuletea namba hii na huyu akatuletea namba hii, akatuletea namba hii. Hii nchi inahitaji wafanyikazi, haihitaji numbers. So I would that the incoming government is going to be strict on this. I see now what is happening with Kenya Kwanza, with already Rangos, who is going to be the running mate. Somebody I read something that somebody should get over UDA. UDA cannot be gotten over. And so all these Rangos, we don't need them in after August 9th. And anybody wants to bring them up so that it breaches like what we had. The NAC government had a very good start of 2002. By 2003, 2004, there were Rangos. You did not honor the promise. Why did you not honor the promise? And what was helping the country take off was taken down the drain on the same thing. I would not advise for Kalonzo to be brought in if he doesn't want to. Good relationship is where everybody needs each other. Not you are so much needed, I can't do without you, I have to get you. That is a recipe for trouble eventually. And I wouldn't want anybody to cause trouble right now. We direly need a free government, a free president, a free cabinet that is out to do what Kenyans need done, not please a few people at the expense of the country. Yes, WG.
I have a question for Murunga. When he says that Kalonzo has numbers, according to me, I think it's something that is it is perceived. It's not a fact. So I want to ask you, Charity Ngilu, was she in Wiper in order for her to be elected as governor? And Mutua, was he in Wiper as governor of Machakos? Kivuta Kibwana, was he in Wiper when he was elected the governor of Makueni? So, where was Kalonzo and his Wiper team? How come his team did not sweep all these positions for governor, or what happened? Because I believe if he has numbers, then the numbers should dictate that Wiper politician should have gotten those seats. Where were they?
Bernard, let me respond to WG. I gave an example of 2013, where Ngilu was actually in Uhuru Kenyatta's team. Alfred Mutua supported Uhuru Kenyatta. But remember, even Muungano party of Professor Kivuta Kibwana was supporting Raila Odinga. And at the same time, there was an agreement between Kalonzo Musyoka and the Muungano party to let Kivuta Kibwana run alone. And of course, he ran against a candidate from Jubilee who lost. That was Professor Kaloki. The fact remains that how many numbers did Ngilu take to Uhuru Kenyatta? You'll agree with me that there was none. Of course, Kalonzo was able to bring all those numbers to Raila Odinga. Alfred Mutua, in 2013 and 2017, how many numbers was he able to bring from Machakos to bring to give to Uhuru Kenyatta? The answer is no, he didn't have the numbers. All the numbers went with Kalonzo Musyoka to Raila Odinga. There are we have those followers that follow Kalonzo Musyoka. We have those campers that will not listen to any other person. Those voices that go by.
Bwana Murunga, you have prosecuted that point. And we are telling you that the circumstances are not the same. The circumstances for 2013, Kalonzo Musyoka was running mate. In 2017, Kalonzo Musyoka was running mate. Okay? Right now, he's not even going to be running mate in Azimio, even if he comes tomorrow. You get that? So if the numbers can only come when he's running mate, then those numbers are not viable at this point in time. And then the numbers did not go to Uhuru because, take for instance, if Ngilu was the running mate for Uhuru in 2017 or 2013 for that matter, the vote will have been split because voting is probability. Where are we going to get the win? Kenyans, we vote for the winning team, not for our community per se. They assess the thing. We have our stake, yes, and we can win. So who can win among these two? So if Ngilu was running mate and Kalonzo was running mate, that is when we will now weigh the two numbers. But when Ngilu is only promised a cabinet seat in the Jubilee government, and then they are campaigning, they are not on the same level. The circumstances are not the same. So right now, as far as the Ukamban vote is concerned, in fact, it is not with Kalonzo. It is with the people, and the people will go to Azimio regardless of where Kalonzo goes at this point in time. One, Kalonzo is late about his demands. Two, he has kept the people on the fence for too long. They are tired of waiting for him. So this is the time when they will surpass him and do one thing against him for his own making, not Raila's making, not Uhuru's making, his own making. He may just end up like Mudavadi and Wetangula from my analysis. But naomba nini, Ogayo kuna nini? You keep your nini on. Sema. Ogayo Stephen.
Unmute.
Ogayo uko mute. Ulikuwa unasemaje? Okay, inaonekana una shida ya mitambo. Yes, Honorable Bundi.
It is not my time yet, but it's time for the question. Mr. Muranga, kindly just go back and try to look how photos were being
Murunga, not Muranga. Murunga.
Murunga. Murunga. Wacha kutusumbua bwana. Wewe hata ile maswali Tabruji amekuuliza hapa hujajibu hata moja. Umeenda round umeanza kujibu vitu zingine. My brother, the 600,000 Uhuru alipata kutoka Ukambani na Kalonzo alikuwa running mate. Kwa nini hakukucha naye? Secondly, hiyo ni swali ya kwanza. Swali la pili, wewe umejua wamesumbuana na chap na Ukambani, na tuseme Machakos kwa tauni za Ukambani ndio inaonekana tauni kubwa. Kwa nini alishindwa kumwanguza? Swali ya tatu, wao wanajua hata bibi ya Mutama kama si support ya Raila na Uhuru angeanguzwa. Are you aware of that? So stop telling us that Kalonzo ni kingmaker. Let him go. In fact, we don't need even him. Hii conference anasinda kutuwekea, wacha kwenda, akikuja akuje, pati hata hatuna nafasi, hata wacha hiyo running mate unatuambia hata ya MCA nomination hatuna, labda chairperson.
Bernard, Bernard, allow me to raise a point here. Allow me to raise a very little big. I have a point here. There is something our brother is forgetting here. Honorable Bundi must take note that this is Ukambani. The votes that Raila received from Ukambani, we're talking about 1 million plus votes. I'll tell you that over 800,000 votes will still be stuck with Kalonzo Musyoka, assuming he ran today. That is also the numbers we need. As
he
far
was
as
by then he was a running mate. Saa hii yeye ni nani? Sio hata women rep. By then he was a running mate. Calculated.
Ngoja Bundi, subiri hapo Bwana Murunga.
Yes.
Wewe ni mdadisi mzuri wa siasa. Kwa nini hutaki kutumia the circumstances that lead to decisions that are made? Umepewa exhibit. Mutua ilikuwa hata rudi second term, kama first term ilikuwa accident. He still came back against Kalonzo. You get that? So
Yes.
if Kalonzo is that influential like you think, how come he doesn't have a governor in his backyard? Not one. All the governors are from different parties. Okay? And those governors have a strong influence that they threaten even him in a meeting. Leave alone mkutano tu ile ya kawaida kuja kusalimia wananchi. The presence of the three governors threaten Kalonzo's leadership in Ukambani. How do you dismiss that and claim that he has 800,000 votes? When he ran for presidents, in 2007, how many votes did he get?
800,000.
Thank you. So he runs for presidents alone, no Raila Odinga, no nothing, he gets 800. Then when he's a running mate to Raila Odinga, he brings 2 million. So who gets this 1.2 million to add to Kalonzo, to add to Raila?
No, Bernard, I want to say this. I go to Kamban region like every other day. What I'm saying to you is this: there are those people who strongly believe that Kalonzo Musyoka is still their leader. Yes, as much as my brother Honorable Bundu would disagree with that, and WG, the fact remains that there are those loyalists that follow Kalonzo Musyoka. These are still the numbers that I'm also asking us as Azimio. We are not saying that Kalonzo comes in as a running mate. I'm only saying that Kalonzo comes in as one of the guys that will be, we put them in certain corner just to wait. Unajua hata kwa mchezo tuko na wale wanakaa kwa bench. Wanangoja timu, mtu akiumia wanaingizwa. That's what I'm talking about, because we need these numbers. Hata kama ni kidogo namna gani. Because I know even with the by-election.
Let me remind you.
Thank you very much.
Let me remind you one thing.
Now, Ngoja Kwanza WG, it will be your next. I just want us to relax, okay? Especially as Azimio team. If you are in charge of the game, you play the game according to your pace. But when you become dependent on those that are pulling you, you can easily be manipulated. And it begins by that. We need these votes. We can't do without these votes. That's when you get swept off your feet and be defeated even by a weaker person. From where I see it, the control over this game is so taken so much that it stretches beyond 5 years. So don't worry about Kalonzo. He knows what to do. When time comes, he will do it. If he doesn't, let him prepare to go to the Yatta farm and prepare to take care of his grandchildren there. His political career will be summarized on the 9th of August this year. Jared, what are you saying, Kabla to later WG?
I wanted to add also on that discussion. In fact, don't kill Murunga. He has a point that Kalonzo Musyoka has some faults because he has also some few following. What he did not answer, which was asked, in fact, this Makueni governor had to tag up with Kalonzo in order to come the second time. Not that he didn't have a following, but he needed that to go through. Actually, he was even he abandoned the Muungano party to be the chairman of Wiper. So he went in as a Wiper, I believe, governor. Ngiru had to toe the line of Kalonzo so that she got elected. This Mutua had already got his own act. He had created himself, so he didn't need Kalonzo. But there is one thing which you are right, Bernard. The reason why they had to tag on to Kalonzo because Kalonzo was a running mate. So that gives a very big factor. People see that you are in government. They want to be in government. So those votes, there's still a good number of people from Mukambani who regard Kalonzo as their kingpin. But a kingpin when he's tagged with somebody. So if he was to run if he was to go and become a running mate to deputy president, yeah, he can pull some numbers. If he is a running mate to Raila, he can pull some numbers. Or if he runs by himself, he can get his 600 votes. So he has his own numbers. What we wanted, because of other things which happen anywhere else, we had a chance that we have all of the people, the three governors, and if Kalonzo could come in, we could have locked completely the 1,600 votes. That's all we wanted. It's only that unfortunate that he is also crying, and as I've said, this cry is just to keep pushing this so that he will not lose people running on the wiper ticket. Remember, these people, they are not interested in any position. They know that where the position is. If you ask anybody from there, even those supporters of Kalonzo, they know that the deputy president or running mate will come from Mount Kenya. What they want, there is a political fund. The political fund, that's what he wants to get as many, and or actually what he is negotiating for, which might not even be able to be accepted, is the zoning. He wants to be above these other governors, but these other governors, all of them, they have their parties, okay? So they are comfortable. Mutua running Machakos, the other one running everywhere. But Kalonzo want to come to be seen that he's above them. Then he can say, let Wiper has more numbers from Ukambani, because that's the only place he gets, so that he can continue getting a check. I think that's what he's doing, but it's unfortunate. He better join before the time runs out. But we need him. We need him to win convincingly. So we're not, it is 50 plus 1. So we need those numbers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jared. Thank you for that. WG, is your turn. You can do your response as you make your submission. Please observe time. Thank you. And just a moment before you come in, WG, there are those of you who are losing it on the comment section. We are not warning you like Wekesa did yesterday. The moment we notice your language is bad, you just go. There's no need of warning you. You are an adult. That I believe that's the reason why you're on this particular platform. And if you don't toe your line, we will show you where to be, and that is away from this channel. We are responsible for the laws you are trying to break on this particular channel, and we don't want to get into wrong books because of you. If you don't like what is going on, you are free to leave anytime you want to. Kubembeleza watu ni muhimu. Kutafuta marafiki ni muhimu. Lakini kutafuta rafiki ambaye anataka kuja kukutawala na kukumanipulate na kufanya ufanye kile ambacho upasi kufanya, huyo sio rafiki. Huyo ni adui ambaye lazima akawekwe mbali. Thank you very much. Webcamchat.com what. Please don't advertise things here and repeated comments. If you repeat comments are taken as spam, we can be penalized for the same. So tafadhali kaa kwa order ama ungatuliwe. Asante. WG, karibu.
Asante. Kwanza sisi tukiongea hapa si ya kwamba tuna hate Kalonzo. Kalonzo has been our man here. We've talked about him here before. But one thing that the commentators on Mutembei TV are known for is that they don't know how to lie. They call it as it is. Ukileta tena, if you try to behave funnily, they will be on your throat. They will really squeeze it. But when you do things that are in order and that deserves praise, they will also shower you with praise. So it's not that we hate anyone. We were just surprised by the kind of the response or the untimely response that Kalonzo brought yesterday. But that is now a past tense. I want to discuss, I have something very short about William Ruto. So William Ruto decides to board a plane to go to the US to tell people on a world forum that the government is trying to Odinga down the throats of Kenyans. Can you imagine that Raila Odinga is being forced down the throats of Kenyans? You know. Number two, that Kenyan government led by Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is dictatorial. You know, it's really funny, and for that reason, I've been wondering whether how that William Ruto came to pursue those lines. So I think William Ruto either he just picked some, went to some stores, and since he had been summoned to give speech on democracy somewhere, he just went and picked anything democratic ever written by one democratic individual, and went to read it. He didn't even care whether it was relevant or irrelevant, especially on his perspective as William Ruto. Those things that William Ruto was mentioning about democracy are some of the things that were used by very staunch people during the second liberation. Because number one, currently, if there is any lenient government in Africa today, it is the government, the Jubilee government under Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. That government has given William Ruto freedom to say anything, utter anything, sometimes to the point that you may think they're either drunk or they are even sick. You see, so too much freedom until we are sometimes worried, because they can say anything, they can do anything, and Uhuru Kenyatta is just watching them. He has never tried to gag them in any way. So if he can go there and try to portray the current government as a dictatorial government that is pushing a candidate, and that candidate has been winning severally, even the courts have at one point failed short of declaring that he was the winner. How can such a person be pushed by anyone? So that is the biggest lie. I think he should have looked for some other ways of spending his time he had to go, other than bringing in those things. Number two, I've been questioning myself. Just wait. I've been questioning myself the reason why. I mean, what kind of institutions can or those institutions in America that would call people like William Ruto to go and issue statements, democratic statements? What are their standard of choosing? What makes them choose guys to go and talk about? What are the qualifications of their candidates? Is it something that is organized from those other sides, from the US itself, or it is organized from Kenya but given the forum, the World Forum in America? Any institution with worth its salt, I think should look into detail the kind of people that they should invite to give speeches on democracy. Otherwise, it will all lose meaning. So if that is the case, then we don't understand what democracy is. If Akina William Ruto, a man who from his youth, he was serving under a totalitarian power that oppressed it, and it is known worldwide. that KANU government, where William Ruto was the right-hand man of the people, the person who was oppressing Kenyans, is now talking about democracy. So that is an abuse of democracy, Nani Bernard, to me. I think it should not, to me, I wonder the kind of people who organize such a forums. Finally, I wanted to talk about Azimio in Nakuru and the way it has now gained, it is a top notch now. There was a lot of people I saw, and I think this is just to confirm that since the Sagana 3, I think there's things are moving in Central. That is according to my tech. So that is all I have today, Bernard. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, WG. Any question to WG? Yes, Honorable Bundi.
Oh, sorry. It's not really a question, but a correction to my brother Tabruji. You're a very good commentator and observer. But I just want to tell you that the same American people ni kama wa Kenya. Hapa Kenya unaweza amuka upate mtu anasapoti hata ile chama ilianzwa jana akijua itapata 1,100. So in America we also have character people like those who unasikia wana chapa wa Afrika, wana tabia za kisensi, masoga wako pale. So si ajabu upate watu ambao walikaribisha Ruto wako Amerika. Ni tabia tu kama ya wale wa Kenya ambao wako na marengo tofauti. Unakumbuka wakati wa Trump ama wakati wa Clinton alikuwa na agenda kabisa ya Amerika, na watu walipuuza Clinton wakasupport Trump. Kabisa ukweli, wewe ama mwingine, kuna yule alikasirika vile na alikasirika wakati Clinton hakushinda. So tabia ya Mkenya yule ambao ako na maono tofauti mabaya, pia kuna Muamerika hako hivyo. So yeye kuna yule Muamerika amekubali kuwa na tabia kama yule na akamukaribisha kule. Kwa hivyo hiyo isiwe shaka. Wakenya sisi ndio tuko na uamuzi. America, they don't decide for us. Going to America does not make him Superman. He's the same monkey. Thank you.
Honorable Budi, mind your language. Thank you very much. Lakini naomba tusonge mbele. Douglas.
Thank you, Bernard. Good evening, gentlemen. Hope you're fine. I want to submit on the issue of Ruto begging the USA to help him against attempts to rig him out. And in his statement, I heard him say that democracy is on trial in Kenyan elections in the August 2022. I want to take Ruto down the memory lane, maybe he has forgotten. In the year 1992, William Ruto was among the youth who was circulating money, influencing elections to an extent that Kenya shillings 500 note, which was it was a very high denomination then, was used to woo people to support the dictatorial regime that was headed by Moi. That was the first multi-party election that we had in Kenya. But Ruto at that time didn't understand that it was a democratic right of Kenyans to elect whoever they wanted, but he went ahead to work for his master in swaying people to vote for retaining of a dictatorial regime. Fast forward to the year 2002, the same William Ruto stood with a puppet, a project that was fronted by the then President Moi. Ruto at that time didn't imagine or didn't know that Uhuru was a project. Now in the year 2022, he is terming Raila Odinga as a project of the state, when in 2002, he stood by and supported a project. So at that time, he didn't realize that democracy was on trial, because he couldn't give the Kenyans the opportunity to choose whoever they wanted democratically. Let's move forward to the year 2017. After Maraga, the Supreme Court ruled that the election was not free, fair, and verifiable. He was the first person to demand an apology from a Supreme Court constitutionally constituted to judge matters pertaining to elections. He stood and said, wale wakora. In fact, that is a term he used in referring to Maraga and company, that he needed an apology. How do you demand an apology from an independent institution that is institutionally constituted? So he now comes and runs and flies to foreign lands and starts lecturing on us how democracy is on trial. It cannot happen like that. He's the deputy president, is in the same government, is saying he's trying to rig him out. Unless he knows what is happening, then he is now trying to turn round the table and start telling us that the election is going to be stolen. So that is the highest level of hypocrisy. And again, the same person in that year 2013, he said that how wazungu, they cannot decide for us what to happen. So the statement that is begging the USA to speak on behalf of the Kenyan election is like he's saying, look, gentlemen, can you speak and tell the president that I'll be winning this election? Now tell him not to support the candidate he's supporting. That is hypocrisy again. Let me now move to the Azimio Mtaani in Nakuru. It was a good show. From Molo, Elbagon, and you all know what happens in Molo every election cycle, what has been happening in Molo. And again, the Azimio candidate, that is Raila Amolo Odinga, was careful with the choice of words he used. He talked of peace, because that's an area that is at most times lacks peace when there are elections. And then he's talked about those people who cut timber and who harvest timber. He was able to talk to those people in Elbagon also, because he is now tailoring his message to suit to the people that he's speaking to. So in Mole again, he spoke about agriculture. There's a promise he made that the fertilizer prices will be lowered from 6K to 2K. And I think if the government gives subsidies, that is very practical, that is very achievable, it can be achieved. And if it can be achieved, then it will be a plus for his government. And with Peter Munya as the agriculture ministry, it can even start right now, because we have a lot of cash that is being wasted in the government ministries. Lastly, the Oka and KK uncertainty. I know one of my friends told me in the morning that Kalonzo really does not even want the running mate position. What Kalonzo wants is to be given a say, not necessarily a deputy or a running mate, but he's playing hard to get. When you play hard to get, at times it increases your value, but again, it may be too late for him at this time. But let's wait and see what's going to happen. The good thing is he has assured us and has said that he will not join KKA. So those guys from KK were celebrating, don't celebrate yet. And he is not going to run. He's not going to go it alone. He will not. That is a political suicide. He will not attempt that, because he knows at the end of the day, when the Azimio forms the government, he'll be in oblivion, just like his friend Musalia Mudavadi. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Bwana Douglas. Natumai hakuna swali kwa Douglas. Alright, naomba tusonge mbele basi, tumsikilize Honorable Bundi tukisonga namna hivyo.
Yes. Ilikuwa sijawasalimia, nimewamizi sana siku mingi. Amchambo.
Hatujambo, vipi huko?
Niko salama sana. Nimekuwa kwa kampeni mbalimbali. Let me start by saying tuombee wale wenzetu wako Ukraine na Russia ambao wanatapika kwa sababu ya zile vita zinaendelea pale. Tuwaombee kwa sababu wale wazazi wao wako hapa wanalia sana. So mbalimbali na hii mjadala mkilala, mwaweke kwa maombi, kwa sababu kule si kuzuri na ni wenzetu na ni damu yetu. Na mbalimbali na kuombea Wakenya pia tuombee nchi hiyo, amani patikane, kwa sababu uchache wa damu kule pia kunaanza kusiti. Wakati jirani anaumia, pia wewe uko kwa hatari. Jambo la pili, kama mwanasiasa ningewaomba mwambie marafiki wenu wale ambao wana uwezo wa kuchukua kura. Kura zinafungwa tarehe 13 mwezi wa 3. Mtu ambaye atachukua kura anaweza aenda katika ofisi za IEBC, anaweza kujisajili kama mpiga kura. Haichafungwa bado, ni tarehe 13. Kwa hivyo muendelee kujiandikisha kura, ili wakati unajipiga kifua ama tutajipiga kifua kusupport Azimio ama yule mwingine, tuwe na bunduki. Bunduki ni kura, risasi ni kitambulisho. Jambo lingine nikiwa hapo ningependa ya kwamba kuna mambo ambayo iko kwa mitandao na kikwetu kwa siasa, kwamba kuna grupu ambao imeleta mahaka hapa ambao wanaendelea kazi usiku na mchana. Kila wakati ambao napita katika IEBC pia jaribu kuangalia kama bado we ni mwanachama wa ODM ama mwanachama wa ile chama yako, kwa sababu huenda ingawa umetolewa. So mimi ni hayo, wakati yote napata nafasi naona ni vizuri kuambia wenzetu ili waendelee kuangalia, ili tusiche tukakuwa tayari ile siku ambao unaenda kwa IEBC unapata hauko kwa hauna kura na ama hautapiga kura, itakuwa useless. Tuingie kwa mjadala. Wacha nianzie upande ya Kalonzo. Naona kama hiyo mjadala imezungumziwa, hata nimekosa jambo, lakini ningependa tu kusema hivi, Kalonzo anaweza kuja ama asikuje. Tunamhitaji na hatumuhitaji, kwa sababu pia kama anatuhitaji pia anahitaji pia kujijenga kisiasa, kwa sababu sio sisi tu tunamhitaji, pia yeye anatuhitaji. Kwa hivyo tusipotuhitaji na tubebe serikali kama sisi watu wa Azimio, then atakuwa irrelevant for the last 10 years. Hatujui ile ya Raila anasema miaka 5, lakini sisi tunajua, tunaongea kwa ile term ya president ambao ni 10 years. So sijui atakuwa wapi. I wish join huyu mzee, kwa sababu ni mtu ameng'ang'ana naye miaka 10, wamalizie kazi ili wabadilishe nchi yetu na waweke msingi wa nchi yetu isiwe ni mambo ya kibinafsi. Kwa hivyo tunamsihi pia yeye, kama anasikiza hii platform ama anaweza pata mtu atamfikia, jaribu kufikiria mara pili, kwa sababu zile kura ambazo alituletea karibu 800 wakati ule alikuwa deputy president, na watu pia wamesoma, Wakamba pia ni watu wako na akili, wanajua kwamba wakimwekea atakuwa namba 3 ama 4, na hiyo pia bila shaka ni kupoteza. Kuwekea Kalonzo ni kama kupetia Real Madrid ikijaza na Gor Mahia. Hapo kawaida lazima ipiwe mbao mingi sana. Jambo ngine, tuko na mzee Raila kesho. Utauliza swali baadaye, mimi najua mama kwa Gor Mahia iwezi kashinda Real, ndugu yangu. Wacha nimalize, utaniuliza baadaye. Jambo ngine, sisi kama Wakisii tumeamua kuweka tumerun from experience. Wakati uliopita tulikosa hata mbunge moja kule Nyamira na Kisii. Wakati huu hatutaki kupoteza, tunataka tuwe na wabunge wengi, ili wakati tunaenda kudemand kitu pale katika serikali kuu tuwe na bargaining power. Ndio maana umeona wamekucha wengi, Magara wametoka, Osoro is coming, Adamenmo is coming. So Ruto pale Kisii sijui atakaribishwa na nani, lakini tutatuma watu, kwa sababu hatuhitaji pia rudi na pesa. Sisi kule nyumbani tunahitaji pesa ili watu wetu wa kule, hatuwezi kubali sirudi. So we are aware, we normally calculate. Jambo lingine ni kuongea juu ya Kuria, ambao Kuria alisema tulikuwa tunajua ya kwamba ana join Azimio na hakuna mtu alikuwa amemuita, anashinda kupiga kelele akisema anaendelea kuongea juu ya Azimio. Pia tungemuomba pia, hakuna mtu amesimama kwa platform yoyote akamuita, asisinde kuongea juu ya Azimio, ang'ang'ane na hali yake, kwa sababu sijui kama ni yeye, sijui kama ni nani, na I'm sorry to say this, sisi tunajua Msando pia anaendelea kuita wale ambao walimsumbua, so asitusumbue sana pia. Yeye akitaka akuje, kama hataki akae, we don't need him. Na kama anahitaji, kwa sababu you don't have to talk about Azimio for you to remain irrelevant. It is wrong. Sijaona Mzee Raila hata siku moja akisema anataka Kuria. So for me ananifika kwa sana. Jambo lingine ningependa kuzungumzia ni juu ya Mudavadi. Mimi niliota ndoto kwamba Mudavadi ametoroka amekuja kwa baba, na hiyo ndoto ikifikiana, msiniite Awori, mjue tu ni ndoto nilikuwa naye, kwa sababu kule si kuzuri. The only place where Mudavadi will stay and remain irrelevant ni Azimio. Yeye pia ako na watoto, ako na majirani, ako na marafiki, lazima hawe na watu watamuongeleza. Siasa, 1 hour in politics ni miaka 5. 4 months hii imepaki ni kama miaka 50 kwa politics. So it's not for it. Si ajabu Mudavadi akuja aseme bwana, si nilienda kuchunguza pale, si nimekuja na habari. So msijali, hiyo ndoto yangu haiko mbali na ukweli. Mimi ni mwanasiasa na hakika Mudavadi is coming, na kwa sababu kule hana nafasi tunamhitaji. Ya mwisho, kwa sababu ya muda, naongea sana kwa sababu nilikuwa nimemiss sana. Najaribu kuingia, nasema grupu imejaa. Wewe Penard bwana, hurumia wale watu ambao wengine, sio naweka mtu vile. Mimi nitamaliza kuongea, nitatoka nisikize kutoka nje, na hisi pia wengine wafanye hivyo, watu wengi wakucha wapate nafasi ya kuongea, ili TV pia inenea, tusikwame kwa screen, kwa sababu ya watu wengi wanautika kwa kujaribu sana sana. So Ruto pin in America is just a trip. It's not, by the way. Nilishindwa mahali nitatuma, uliona hesabu yake pale ilikuwa mingi kidogo. Unaona paka PA wa mtoto wake atalipwa 300,000 per day times 10, that is 3 million. Na the daughter ako one of the delegates. Hesabu iko juu sana, sio kama mumeiona. Bernard, utanitumia namba yako hapo, nitakutumia kwa WhatsApp. Niko na ringi fulani nimetoka budget ya serikali nafaa kulipa. Hiyo ndio kitu tutafanyia siasa next week, na sio siasa pekee, ni kitu tunafaa to scrutiny, because you cannot take the whole village to America kwa taxpayers, na si kasi ya serikali ameenda, ni kuenda kucomplain kutoka America. Na yeye mwenyewe, kuna ndugu yangu hapa, I think ni Mr. Douglas, umeongea maneno mazuri sana kulingana na Ruto vile alikuwa amekuwa kijicheri serikali, not serikali, upinzani wakati uliopita. Wanasemanga Waswahili, ukiona mwenzako ananyolewa pia wewe tia kichwa kwa maji. So amekuwa kicheka, but I'm happy that Mzee Raila is relaxing, is waiting to be sworn in as the 50th president. Closing remarks. Tuweke peace. Tuweke peace. Na saashua, mimi ni mtu ninaamini maombi, najua ya kwamba Kenya itarudi mahali inafaa kuwa. And I'm happy for the 4th president of the Republic of Kenya to realize that the country is not going on the good direction, to second with the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya, Raila Amolo Odinga, ili waendeleze nchi irudi mahali na economy irudi vizuri, tupate nchi ambao iko na inajisimamia. So kwa leo na hachia hapo, na muwe na usiku mwema wale ambao mtabaki mkijadiliana.
Okay, asante Bwana Bundi, naomba uchukue swali la Uhuru kwanza ndio uondoke. Bwana Uhuru, uliza swali lako.
Unmute.
Yes, evening. Yeah, I just wanted to
Go ahead.
on the points Mr. Bundi were giving. Yeah, regarding the Wiper leader, the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. Yeah, Mr. Kalonzo Musyoka actually has the freedom to join Azimio or not to join. If he likes, he can join. If he doesn't like, he can also not join. In my own opinion, if Kalonzo is to join Azimio, then he shouldn't be giving us those conditions that
kuna sauti inatoka nyuma yako. Unasikiliza TV? Naomba uzime hiyo kwanza.
Okay. So Mr. Kalonzo afai atupatie condition that nikikuja Azimia I should be the presidential candidate or what, or this or that. What I can tell Mr. Kalonzo Musyoka is that one, if you want to come to Azimio, she will come without no condition. Number two, if he likes, he can either join the Kenya Kwanza Alliance or go it alone. But he's also an important person when it comes to the Azimio votes. When he joins, I think he comes with quite a number of votes. So he's also very important, but he shouldn't come with conditions. So that is what I wanted to add regarding Kalonzo Musyoka. Okay, now then regarding the deputy president going to the US and pleading with them that they should help Kenya deal with this issue of rigging. I think Mr. Ruto is in the same situation where the Right Honorable Raila Odinga was in the years back when we were going through the 2013 and the 2017 elections. It was the same Ruto who was telling us that we should not keep on crying to the Wazungus that we want them to help us. Today it is Ruto who has gone to them requesting for help regarding elections. And I'm even wondering how that one is happening, because it is even Ruto who told us the other day, some years or other months back, that even if you want, we can make Dr. Oburu Odinga to be the chairman of IEBC. So I don't know I don't know why he's feeling scared. I don't know how he's feeling scared to the extent that he go and make a request to the US that he needs some help for a free and fair election, because that is my assumption. When he goes there and tell the US that the elections in the ballot is not democratic. That is something like that. He said something like that in the US. Yeah, so the last point I will want to make is that Mr. Ruto should also know that even the last time when we were going to the
Sorry, Bwana Uhuru ni kama ame drop off. Bundi, una la kusema kabla ungatuke?
Yeah, mimi nilikuwa sijasikia swali, nimesikia submission. Kuna tofauti ya swali na submission. Lakini kwa kuendelea vile alikuwa anaendelea, I want also to clarify that Kalonzo has not made any public on TV camera that he want to be a vice president. He only said that to fight for the last agreement within NASA. Na hiyo NASA ni yeye alisimama akasema kwamba NASA imekufa. NASA is not there. So we cannot talk of something. You cannot kill something tomorrow and then we go back to ICU to bring it or mortuary or whatever. So he killed NASA. So why are we bringing NASA issue on table? So he has never said that president. And again, uwezi acha watu wafanye kazi kabisa paka ukingoni, then you just come in because when you see it's too late. Ya mwisho, I want to give an example. I know my uncles are not here, but let me say this. Kuna uncles zangu walikuwa na samba mahali babu yangu aliwapatia. Yeye akasema hataki samba huko, anataka mahali our grandfather alikuwa amenunua settlement. So huku nyumbani wakatengeneza, wakaweka fence round, wakaweka manyumba, wakatengeneza nini vizuri, mataa around. Arudi tena akaanza kusema akatiwe samba hapo, na alikuwa amesema yeye anataka settlement huko, anataka kulima kule. So mandugu walisikana, walimuondoa ila chawaiona. Hiyo ninamaanisha ya kwamba Azimio imechengwa na watu kadhaa, imechengwa na watu wa Wachalala. Kuna watu wameinvest kwa hiyo maelewano ya Raila na Ruto. Kuna watu na Uhuru. Kuna watu wameendeleza amani hii Kenya. Ndio maana tutaona maandamano Nairobi hii. So you cannot just come from nowhere. You just tell us as you are demanding something. Kama kuna kitu ana demand kitu within hii as Kalonzo to Azimio. Aseme please give me this. Yes, ameng'ang'ana na papa, hiyo tutakubali, lakini sio aseme vitu ambao tulimalizana nayo. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa.
Okay, thank you Honorable Bundi. Nashukuru sana kwa maoni yenu. Na Omar samani. Owori uli drop off ukitamatisha sentence yako. Naomba ukamilishe alafu tusikilize Mr. Kamau.
Okay, thank you Mr. Bernard. Okay, now chenye nilikuwa najaribu kusema was that actually the other time when we were going through the 2017 elections, actually we were the people who are demanding the same things Ruto are demanding now. But actually what I wanted to say was that even so we did that. The US did not even help us in any way. Knowing that our election was stolen in 2017, we did plead with the European community to come in and help, but they did nothing. So what I'm telling Mr. Ruto is that actually he should just prepare himself. Let us go to the election. We are going to win freely and squarely. So when we win this election, he should accept and move on, and then accept the position of the leader of opposition. Then things move on and we continue. What I'm pleading with him not to do is to bring the issue of violence. Because actually I've been seeing how these legislators from the Rift Valley, the likes of the Honorable Oscar Sudi, and the rest, what they have been saying about the coming election, the threats they are issuing to our Kikuyu brothers and the rest. Yeah, so I think with those very few remarks, I rest my case there.
Oh, Bernard, 1 second. I don't want to be monotonous here, but one thing just come to my mind that violence is not all about Rift Valley. Recently, we saw an elected MCA from Ukambani who stood on a podium on Ruto meeting and akaanza kuambia zile pesa uliambia watu na huko wapatie. It is sad to say today that lady, she's in hospital. Magunds went there. There is one of the MPs who went there. Akaenda na wounds. She was beaten up. Nyumba ilichomwa. I don't know whether it was called Mweka or something like that. So violence is already assigned somewhere. That's why I normally say we tuombeane. That lady is in hospital as we speak today. Actually, I got a closest friend. Ameenda amemwona, amefunjika mkono. She's in hospital because alisimama akasema zile pesa na kumba anasemanga anawaambia nitaachia huyu 2,000,000, nitaachia huyu 500,000. Anaenda anaacha watu wakipigana. So wakati alisimama akamfront, wachanga kudanganya watu, kumbe ikufurahisha wenga. Kama mliona Red with Green alikuwa na nguo ya is it green or blue, something like that. Na kitu nilisahau ambao pia is
Wewe bwana Bundi,
Hebu niulize mimi ni
you have
Mary.
a minute, maliza tafadhali.
Sawa, hebu niulize
Yes.
maswali kwa hiyo. Sasa ni watu wa nani? Because I think Uhuru was saying watu wa Ruto wasilete violence, but already they have started violence. So I think Uhuru was just warning them, please, wachana na mambo ya violence. Ukisema anawacha milioni 2 na pesa ijanini na inaleta violence, si unaona sasa wameanza already. So those are the things we really don't want. Thank you.
Okay, yes. So mahali nilikuwa namalizia hiyo second moja, hata ni mingi. Nilikuwa nasema hivi, Kenya tuko na CID, tuko na NSIS, tuko na polisi, tuko na APC, tuko na political party complaining offices. Ruto has not gone to any of that office to complain. Akataliwe, then he has to America to ask for assistance. Secondly, it is premature kuanza ku complain nothing with any single evidence ya kuibwa kwa kura. I close my remarks.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Bundi. Now, naomba nini, Mr. Kamau was here and dropped out. That's why I'm giving him a chance before Omari, then Azimio, alafu tufuate mkururo mwingine tafadhali. And I also want to say this. There is something Owori said about Ruto being in the same place where Raila has been in 2013 and 2017. I don't think that's accurate because Ruto is deputy president. Raila has not been deputy president, number one. Number two, Ruto has enjoyed celebrating so-called winning elections, 2013, 2017, insisting that Raila should accept results. Ruto is responding on which results? Which election has been rigged? By who? Ruto is somebody who is complaining about something that is yet to happen. I don't know what is chasing him. His performance on the national scale seems to be scaring him, since he may end up with less than 20% that he got, whatever the 28% that he got in 2010 constitutional referendum. But as far as numbers are concerned, I don't think he has any numbers that can threaten anybody to go to an extent of rigging an election. He's an amateur on this one, and we should treat it that way. Let's analyze everything accurately. William Ruto may have perceived control over the election, perceived over having support countrywide, but that is just perceived. Political reality, William Ruto is featherweight compared to Raila Odinga. Thank you. Mr. Kamau, karibu.
Thank you so much, Bwana Bernard. I'm happy to be here again. I think I've been dropping out because sometimes the network is not reliable. But I'm happy to meet everybody and listen to wisdom, because what you're doing is oozing wisdom and a lot of knowledge to people. Today's subject is Ruto begging in the US, and of course Kenya Kwanza. It is also the Azimio rallies in Rift Valley, and of course Oka. So mimi Ruto hata sijui anatustaki kwa nani, because hao watu naona ni watu wa kanisa. They have no influence in the government. Some of the people he is meeting, they have also corruption cases, like the anaitwa Nebraska sijui governor. Those are people who have what we call questionable characters. And you know, this trip of Ruto, it is not official. That is why you see him. He is going to churches, he is going to museums, and he is just a tourist there. And I don't think even Biden is aware there is someone like Ruto there, because the bloggers of Ruto are trying to take images of Obama cars and showing that Ruto is in them, but I don't think even the government of the US is really aware there is a Ruto there. Because if they were, they could have given even presidential escort and piki. But we are not seeing those things. I think they have also done their own background checkup and found that he has questionable background and characters that they cannot associate with. So to me, I think he's just there to uplift his profile so that watu wa Kenya waone kama ni mtu ambaye ako kwa anajua kimataifa, but of which it is backfiring because nothing is coming out of it. In any case, this is a message. This is a meeting he could have done with Zoom the way we are doing on this platform. Aongee nao watu wa kanisa and he saved the taxpayer 300 million shillings because those 300 million could have made a lot of borehole in Sugoi, in Kiambu, and big things. And so somebody playing music.
Just carry on, taken care of.
Okay, I'll just say the money that is going to be used for the 10 days there is almost 500,000 shillings, which means it's almost 300 to 500 million shillings, which could have helped many mamambogas in terms of drilling boreholes, in terms of breaking cyber or what we call ICT centers across the country. But now we can imagine that now the mamambogas will be brought, they will come again with the story of wheelbarrow to them, telling them now they're going to push the wheelbarrow. So sometimes we wonder what happened to this country. Priorities are wrong. I wish he was there officially. Because what you do, if you're propagating things of bottom up, you should at least have carried some mamambogas and some bodabodas so that even the bodabodas in Kenya can also be disciplined. Because we also find that as much as we love bodabodas, you cannot drive in this country in peace. Yeah. Sometimes I have to keep on looking at who is coming on coming, because bodabodas are coming towards you. I wish he took the 3, 4, 5 bodabodas to see how disciplined people who are driving, riding bodabodas in the US are doing, to make sure that whatever you propagate, you also show it in practice. And these people come again and teach their own people, this is how you should be disciplined when you're riding bodaboda. And then it takes some mamambogas. They see how bogas can be enhanced, how you can sell mamambogas to supermarkets, those kind of things. But the mamambogas he took, yeah, these are people with a lot of money. These are people, he is actually addressing the same crowd that he addresses in this country at Karen. So I even wonder why he took all of them there. Maybe he wanted just a crowd. But anyway, I am not hating him. I'm just saying some of his advisors who are telling him to do these things are actually missing the point. As you said, Mr. Bernard, I think this guy is a non-starter. He cannot be compared. Somebody tried to say he's where Raila was. Raila has never been in such a place. He has never been in such a position where you take your own crowd to the US at the expense of Kenyan taxpayer money. I think that is misguided. It shows a lot of inexperience in politics, and I think this will really hit him hard when it comes to the day people are going to make decisions, because Kenyans will not allow such a kind of naivety, if I may put it that way, to be in the power. I also want to thank the people of Molo. Molo today was on fire. I looked at those rallies, and if there's a place Raila has never gotten votes in Kikuyu land, is Molo. He has never. Today it was amazing. And you also know that people in those areas are farmers. They don't usually go to rallies. But you can imagine how many people went to see Baba because they feel safe with him. In Kikuyu, we say that when you have been bitten by a snake, anytime you see a rope, you run away. They know who has bitten. They know who has affected their lives, and they are not sure with giving him power, he can protect their farm materials and of course their business in the rift. So personally, I like the way I saw in Nakuru, and I think the wave is now catching up. People are singing that song of Raila, Leo ni Leo, and I'm happy that now people are, since the president spoke, many people from the mountain and the larger mountain outside the central province are realizing the president is right. And finally, Oka. Oka is drama. And this drama will come to an end. Because the good thing about this election, unlike any other election, there is a political bill that has been passed. And those who have been careful to read it, it gives you a timeline where you have to make decisions before a particular time. So a time is catching up with them. There will come a time when they have to decide what they really want, whether they really want to be in Azimio or in Kenya Kwanza or go it alone. But whatever they do, they should know that there is no more time. In fact, the moment now the IBC has collected and declared the campaign times has come, you should have decided on which camp are you going to be campaigning for. So the more they did it early, and I wonder, who told Mr. Madam Karua and Jirongo and of course Moya, they call themselves principals. Principals where? Yeah, they let them not complicate issues. Let them know this is not about Raila, it's about the country. But one thing I know, just like George Saitoti said one day, the pressure is so mounting so much from Kalonzo's backyard, and of course from the government and from the Raila side, for Kalonzo to make up his mind. And I'm sure what he's going to say after the end of the day, when the day has come, he'll say, there comes a time when the nation is more important than an individual. That is what he's going to say. And I say, for now, we need a Mandela moment. These things have to change the way we do our things. And we don't need a place where we're going to precipitate violence. So we need a Mandela moment. And there comes a time when the nation is more important than an individual. And for that reason, I support Raila Amolo Odinga. In conclusion, even if he doesn't do that, why buy a cow when you can buy milk? We can access, and I am sure most Kamba people are educated, they are literate, and we can access them and we can tell them, even if you vote for Kalonzo this time, there is no threshold of him winning, and therefore we will go there, and I'm sure a big chunk and a big percentage of the people there will vote for Azimio. Thank you and God bless you.
Okay, thank you Bwana Kamau kwa maoni yako, tunashukuru sana. Na ningependa kabla tumlete Bwana Omar, naomba tu kusema hili. Kuna mchujo ambao tunafanya kwa WhatsApp group yetu ya Mtembei TV, ni kwa sababu kuna watu wameingia hapo ndani na wanafanya masuala ya kwao badala ya kuendeleza jukumu na kusudi la Mtembei TV. Kwa hivyo ukijipata nje, labda ni mtego wa panya, wanasa waliomo na wasiokuwemo. Lakini baadaye tutarekebisha, tukishafanya udadisi wetu tukajua kwa ukweli wa mambo, utarejeshwa kwa WhatsApp group. Swala lingine ambalo ni muhimu sana, I want to put it across that when you meet here, we are all strangers. We are all strangers. We only meet on Mtembei TV. So we don't have background check on anybody on this particular platform. And so when you get into business deals with any of these panelists or anybody you meet on this panel, understand that is between the two of you as adults. Nobody is here to transact on behalf of Mtembei TV, especially a business deal that is outside Mtembei TV. We can only transact with you either you want to advertise with Mtembei TV, then that is a business between us and you. But if you enter into any other deal, somebody promises you anaweza kununulia plot ama anaweza kufacilitate you kutane na nani, naomba ujiadhari, kwa sababu kuna wengine wetu tumekuja hapa badala tufanye debate, tumeingia kwa masuala ya mapenzi, tukaingia kwa masuala ya biashara, na baadaye kuna vilio ambavyo vimefikia desk yetu. Please beware. If you transact anything on this platform, understand this platform has officials, and if you are not sure of the person who is asking you for anything, I have been sharing my phone number here. Please get in touch with me. Usipeane pesa yako kwa mtu yeyote eti unasema mlikutana naye Mtembei TV. Mtembei TV ni kama tu Facebook, na ni kama tu YouTube, na ni kama tu Instagram. Iko na kila mtu hapo ndani. Na kama vile Biblia inasema wakati watoto wa Mungu walienda kuona Mungu, shetani naye akaandamana nao. So wakati tunakutana hapa, kuna wengine ambao wako hapa na hila tofauti. Wanataka kutake advantage ya the goodwill of Mtembei TV to take advantage of innocent people. Beware of that. Don't fall a prey. Sawa sawa. Ukianza mapenzi ama ukianza biashara, jua unafanya as an adult and take full responsibility. But don't say it is Mtembei TV that brought you or somebody else. I would want it to rest there. Wale watu mko nyuma ya curtain, complaint ndio hiyo imeanza kuja. The screen is dark. Please let it be brightened up. Naomba moja kwa moja Bwana Umar, karibu kwa show.
Baada ya siku nyingi.
Salama salama, tunashukuru. Karibu.
Umenifurahisha kauli moja hapo Bernard. Nimejikaza kupasua tu, lakini nimepasua tu ati kuna watu wanatongozana.
Wewe Bwana Umar, wewe.
Okay, nimejikaza kucheka, lakini kasema kama imefikia hivyo Mtembei TV kuna kibarua. Okay, mimi si jambo, na tukianza upande ya William Ruto, inashangaza sana. Mimi nimeona Citizen saa hii, naona William Ruto ni kama analia. Maajabu. Uso ni kama ana huzuni, ama ameona battle. Ni kama amejua aezani na huyu mzee. Nimemwona ana huzuni, na shangaa deputy president mzima ana huzuni. Anasema ati kuna watu wanapanga kuiba kura. Kafaa deputy president ndio aseme atashinda. Vile mara ya kwanza alikuwa anasema atashinda, asubuhi na mapema atanyorosha mzee. Maajabu, leo anasema ati kuna watu wanapanga kumuibia. Maajabu. Nasema haleluya. Sasa deputy president vile anaanza kusema, unajua ngoma bado. Hii mzee tu anapita pita, Raila anapita pita tu. Battle bado. Campaign bado. Chebukati hajatangaza campaign. Sasa atulize goli. Baba ameanza kukampeni tu kidogo kidogo, ameshaanza kupanic. Na deputy president, ye ni deputy president, aache kudanganya wazungu. Na I think wale wazungu ni smarter sana, na wanamjua deputy president ni nani. Kabla akuje Amerika, already wako na signal. Wanamjua deputy president ni nani, DP ni nani, William Ruto. Wako na historia yake yote. Sasa aache kudanganya wazungu. Huko ni kama ameenda trip. Afanye trip, na nasikia ataenda huko, aende UK ndio aende Qatar. Yuko tour. Naona alibebana na watu wengi sana paka Waigoro. Inaonekana watu wameenda trip. Inaonekana ako na pesa, si hata angenitafuta hata mimi. Niko na passport, tungeenda trip. Na tukikuja katika, tuachane na DP tumeshamzoea kizaazaa chake. Tumeshamzoea karata yake. Tukikuja kwa Kalonzo, Kalonzo anasema amempatia baba demand, yaani kama utanipatia urais unipatie vice president. Hiyo ndio mimi naona Kalonzo ndio anataka, lakini amesahau katika hii Azimio amepata watu wamejipanga. Kitambo alikuwa anaitwa, alikuwa na ringaringa. Kwa nini sasa watu wamepanga nyumba yao, anakuja kupatia watu demand kwa nyumba yao? Haiwezekani. Na kusema ati anataka deputy president ama president, kwanza deputy president yenyewe hiyo imeshachukuliwa na Mount Kenya, na hiyo ni nafasi ya Jubilee. Sasa vile Peter Kenneth alimwambia akikuja akuje kama mtu wa kawaida, haiwezekani, nyumba imejaa. Na kusema ati naona leo katika kampeni ya UDA huko Kisii, huyu Senate anaitwa Muturi, kitu kama jina, kama simjui jina vizuri, lakini Indika ni Gituri, kitu kama hiyo. Anasema ati wazungumze na Kalonzo, wamemkaribisha UDA. Kumkaribisha UDA Kalonzo Musyoka haingii kwa akili, kwa sababu Kalonzo Musyoka wale watu walienda Kenya kuisha. Hao watu ndio walimsaliti. Sasa ati yeye aende kwa hao watu walimsaliti, nyumba yenyewe hata hiyo nyumba inawaka. Wenyewe pia walitangulia, wako na shida. Sasa ataenda wapi? Watampatia nini? Unajua hata mimi nashangaa. Kalonzo hapa anasema anataka urais, kama si urais anataka vice president. Kenya kuisha huko ndo watampatia urais na vice president. Haingii kwa akili. Yaani watu waache kudanganyana. Sasa option ya Kalonzo Musyoka mambo ni matatu. Akubaliane na Azimio akuje kama kawaida, ama Kalonzo aende peke yake aporomoke pale ataporomoka, ama Kalonzo aseme sasa wacha mimi niingie kwa Kenya kuisha. Lakini kwa Kenya kuisha pia amejimaliza. Sasa kujimaliza tuseme ni nafasi mbili, kwenda kwa Kenya kwanza na kwenda peke yake, amejimaliza. Ile atanusurika tu kuingia Azimio bila demand yoyote. Na tukimalizia siasa ya Azimio leo, muona sio mbaya. Maajabu, sehemu kunaitwa Molo, ilikuwa ni against Raila miaka yote. Naona watu wamejaa paka wengine wanafinyana. Molo round hii wamemkubali. Hii mambo ya baba na Uhuru Kenyatta imesaidia. Ni kama sasa Wakikuyu wamekuja kuona huyu mzee tulikuwa tunapatiwa propaganda. Huyu mzee ni mtu mzuri. Kesho nafikiri leo amekampeni Nakuru, kesho atakuwa Kisii, Nyamira, on Friday ndio atakuwa Western. Tunafurahi kwa hiyo kampeni yake vile anafanya, yaani taktiki yake sio mbaya. Na leo nimeona amekuwa na mabusinessman katika majadiliano yao kuhusu sekta. Mambo sio mbaya, mambo yanaendelea vizuri. Na huyu anaitwa nani huyu jamaa, huyu mzee anaitwa Omochoi. Huyu mzee huyu huongea vibaya sana, anaongea mbaya sana kuhusu Raila. Naona ndio alikuwa anampokea DP.
Anaitwa Cosmas.
Watu kama hao sasa, watu kama hao ni watu wa kumletea DP maendeleo ama kumletea DP kura. Watu kama hao ndio wanambomoa DP. Hata nashangaa ati yeye ndio anampokea DP nje, nchi ya nje anampokea. Nimecheka sana. Nasema mzee kama huyu wa matusi ni aibu kubwa sana. Hiyo tu kwa leo nilikuwa nayo.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Umar. They say birds of the same feathers flock together. Ama maji upata mkondo, maji ufuata mkondo. That is, the water will find its level. It doesn't matter how much you pretend to make it otherwise. I just want us to listen, before we listen to Azimio, tunafuata mkururo. I want to emphasize, when we come on this platform, let us engage on the purpose for which we come here. If you get into any personal deals, you're doing it on your personal ground as an individual and as an adult in your right senses. Don't transfer it to be Mtembei TV transaction, except you are engaging Mtembei TV to advertise for you or Mtembei TV to host you for a show. That is where we are responsible. Lakini mkikutana hapa alafu muanze masuala mengine yawe ya uhusiano, yawe ya biashara ama yawe na nini, kumbuka kwamba hiyo ni personal deal that is independent of why we are here, and therefore will not be responsible. Please beware. There are good people here. Majority of the people here are good. We have a few elements that wants to take advantage of others. Please beware of them. Don't fall a prey, because they are out to make a kill on you and disappear, only to create a bad name for this platform. Understand that, and that is why there is a thorough cleanup at our WhatsApp group. Na sasa hivi hakuna watu wanaongezwa kwa group until we are sure that all the people in the group are there for the right purpose. So wakati umechujwa kwa group, nimepata simu nyingi sana, although where I was there was no network, so it was difficult, but I got a lot of complaints and people have been thrown out of the group and they are not happy about it. It is just housekeeping. After we have settled everything, the people will be reinstated, those that are clean. But those that wants to come and mess up the group, wote wanafungiwa nje. Group Mtembei TV stands for freedom of expression, yes, but responsible. You don't come and do anything you want to do, just like you can't go to any person's house and do there what you want to do. We must abide by the rules and regulations. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Azimio. Azimio akishamaliza tunaenda kwa Alex, alafu tusonge hivyo. Azimio, karibu.
Habari zenyu?
Salama. Vipi huko?
Niko salama sana. Naongea kutoka Kakamega mimi. And naomba niunge wenzangu kwa kusema chochote baba anachoona wakati amekaa chini, hata usimame kwenye mlima gani, hawezi ona chenye baba ameona. So hapo after election, I think ilikuwa 2017, Ruto went out still insulting baba, venye alianza campaign akaanza kutupia baba matusi huku na huku vijana wake. Then baba said one thing. Aliambia Ruto, you will need me to become the president of this republic. So many people walichukulia hiki kitu kama jokes, and in reality inaanza kuonekana. Since from there handshake ili happen and Ruto akafungwa nje. Like sasa tunaona venye maneno imekuwa, kila mtu ambaye ako Kenya anaona Ruto sasa hata access ya government facilities nini ikakuwa ngumu. Hadi saizi unapata vitu kama ni NIS, hiyo intelligence ya serikali. Yes, kuna bado watu wale wawili watatu watapeana information ifike hadi kwa ofisi ya DP, lakini most of the information haiwezi mfikia, manake aliekwa kando. Na hata saizi unaona venye baba sasa ndio ni the fifth, sasa baba ndio the fifth, na itakuwa vigumu sana Ruto venye aliambiwa hii si wakati wake. Na kwa hivyo venye baba atashika usukani, mtu ambaye anaweza achia apart from Gideon, venye watu wanasema yeye ndio wako kwa lineup, unasikia watu wanasema kwa line up after Raila ni Gideon cheze kidogo. Kijana wa Uhuru pia ako karibu kuanza kuingizwa kwa line up hapa 10 years ya Gideon. Kijana wa Uhuru pia utamuona tu atakuja, atazungushwa yeye pia ataonja, ama wakina Peter Kenneth. Like this thing itazunguka kwa our close allies. Na Ruto alifanya kitu mbaya, kitu ya kwanza kupigana na dynasty. Hata kwa watu kama tukirudi hata kwa Biblia, bado kulikuwa na watu wenye walikuwa matajiri. Kulikuwa na wale wenye bado walikuwa wanasema kwa kanisa, hao wakisema hivi, hata kama ulikuwa umefanya mbaya itaingizwa. Uliona hata wakati Yesu kama alikuwa anaenda wakati wenye waliita au nini, kuna hao sijui walikuwa wanajiita marabii sawa, au pia waliwa consult kwanza ndio wakaamua. Kenya waliamua ndio Yesu pia walimfanyia, walimwambia tupeni yeye huko na nani. So dynasty itakuwa, watu wapende wasipende. Na hata US pia kuna dynasty bado, kuna people wenye lazima tu watatoa stake yao kwa serikali, wata-advise serikali kitu yenye itafanya. So mtu kama Ruto saizi tunamuona ako US, na nimeona program, sijui ataongelesha students, ataongelesha pastor, yani ametoka Kenya na kina Musalia wanaenda kuongelesha mapasta. So ingekuwa ni kama anaenda kuongelesha delegates kutoka kwa serikali wametumwa waongeleshwe. Hiyo tu ni kama naweza sema watu wenye anaongelesha ni hawana rank sile ya juu sana. Yes, anaongelesha governor kama alimhost, alikuwa jana alihostiwa na governor. Huyu governor mwenyewe pia nimejaribu kufollow up kwa internet, pia nimejaribu kufollow up governor nijue like stand yake hata na serikali ni nini. Ukifuatilia, na naomba muende mfuatilie, utapata huyu governor kitu ya kwanza ni mpinzani, alikuwa mpinzani hata na mtu anajiita new president wao anajitaje Biden, alikuwa mpinzani, alikuwa kwa hiyo chama pinzani yani. Sasa unaona tayari hawako aligned na serikali, hata kama atamuongelesha hakuna vile hawako aligned. Si ati tutasema serikali imemtuma host aseme mashida ya Kenya watu wasaidie. Hata wakikuja au wenye wanalilia hao watu wa US, akiwalilia ati sijui huku kuna rigging, hata wakikuja watakuja kama observers. Na wakikuja kama observers, kitu yenye serikali itasema itafanya nao observers wengine kwa election, wakisema ni yes kura ilikuwa free and fair, wote watasema wewe upende usipende kwao, au kama observer upende usipende, kama wengine wamesema ni free and fair, kila mtu itakuwa free and fair. Last time sisi watu wa NASA kuna observers walisema iko free and fair, wakaenda huko, nothing happened. Hakuna kitu ilifanyika, like ilipitishwa, ni serikali itapitishwa. Na wakati kama saizi ndio Ruto aanze kulia kura itaibiwa kutoka kwa security docket, jeshi wote, unaona bado walipatia nafasi watu kama au ma CS wa resign. Why do you think mtu kama Matiang'i hakutoka kwa hiyo docket? Eugene ni wa army, hakutoka kwa hiyo docket. Kwa nini? Kuna transition inafaa ifanyike hapa mbele, na hiyo transition kama hauko, serikali haijataka wewe ndio kupatia instrument of power, hata ufanye nini, uende kwa barabara, utaona polisi watakuwa hapo. And sisi kama watu wa hapa Western region na Nyanza, ulikuwa unaona some parts of Nairobi, Kibera, uliona wakati kama hiyo election hatukuwa tunapenda venye uchaguzi ilienda. Hiyo nayo ni kweli, watu hawakupenda kwa wengi, na most parts of karibu nchi nzima apart from Rift Valley and Central kidogo. So watu hawakupenda venye result ilitoka, na watu walikuwa wanaenda kwa barabara. And what happened? Uliona serikali walituma maaskari, walifungia watu hadi usiku, patrol ilikuwa kali, wengine walikuwa wakidemonstrate, ulikuwa unaona ni risasi ilikuwa inapiga watu, wanapigwa tu marisasi. And nothing happened kwa regions zingine kama Eldoret. Yeah, like hiyo ndio ilikuwa side ya serikali. Haikufanyika huko Rift Valley yote. Central haikufanyika, nothing happened. But ulikuwa unapata zile zones za NASA ndio serikali ilikuwa inaangalia kwa sana. Na imeshaanza ku happen saa hizi Rift Valley. Unaona serikali imeset up ni committee. Sijui ni committee ama team. Yeah, it's a team wenye wanaenda kumonitor election ya Kenya inafanyika huko Rift Valley. Wameshatumwa tayari Rift Valley. Unaona? Rift Valley wanachochewa, hiyo na tutakataa, from their leaders, watu kama wakina Sudi. They are just bitter. And unajua ukikuwa kama leader, ukikuwa mkali uambie watu sijui serikali inafanya nini, unawapatia ile fikra ile tofauti. Unaweka wengine wanakuwa na hasira, wanaona ni kama wanaonewa. So unapata hawa like umeshawapatia fikra nyingine mbaya kwa watu wengine. Manake sasa result ikikuja venye watarajii, utaona hii hasira itatoka. Na vitu kama hizo ndio inachangia vita. So nikikuja kwa maneno ya Oka, I think it's just a game wanacheza, cause tunajua vizuri on 15th, I think this month 15th, Ruto atakuwa na NDC, the UDA watakuwa na NDC, and from there UDA watasema rais wao ni nani. Of course tunajua ni Ruto na deputy wake, na chenye shanza kwa hapa ni UDA. Mnaona Rigathi, Musalia wanang'ang'ania nafasi ya deputy, na itakuwa vigumu sana. Na I think hii hata kupostpone ya Oka na hii Raila kuwapatia 2 weeks, hii 2 weeks ingine ya kupiga campaign wachague presidential candidate, hii ni kupatia watu kama wakina Musalia chance wafikirie, waone wamechezwa. Kwa maana unaona saizi Rigathi ameambia ukikuja wewe unakuja kama mgeni, ukikuja sherehe usiseme wewe unakula mali fulani, unakula hii chakula ukuli ingile, kile yenye utapata pale ndio utapewa. Na hiyo ndio kenye wanajaribu kuambia Musalia, ulikuja kwa sherehe yetu na hii ndio chakula tutakupea, si ati utaitisha hii na hii. Sasa hii ni kama tu chance ya kupatia mtu kama Musalia afikirie, aone, atoke huko na possibility. Hii ni siasa one day wanasema one day is like 1,000 days, inafikanga okay, ni opposite ama nimesema nini, like siku moja kwa siasa many things inaweza happen. Hata venye Kalonzo uliona jana, mara leo anasema sijui ni kwa Azimio tena ataki. Huyu ni mtu at long run atarudi tu Azimio. Mi naomba tu hawa watu wa Azimio msikufe tamaa, manake Kalonzo hezi, hata akienda peke yake atarudi last minute, atarudi. Manake Uhuru bado hajatokezea, Uhuru bado pia anaangalia, na itafika time Uhuru mwenyewe pia atatoka, watafungulia. Ucheze kwa mlango ya mtu, utaona tu mbwa sasa imefunguliwa, Uhuru atatoka sasa hata yeye, na watakampaign hapa kwa wingi. Sasa hii tunaona watu hii sides kama za nasema Western huku ni Azimio, mtu asiwadanganye. Pia mimi niko Kakamega. Kesho Baraza ambaye anataka kuwa Ferdinand Baraza anataka kuwa the governor wa hapa, na kesho kutakuwa pia na event hapa juu. Kesho ndiye ana launch hiyo gubernatorial nini yake, anataka kuilaunch kesho, na itakuwa challenging sana kwa watu kama kina Malala. Manake unaona saizi hata wameenda silent. Hii area walikuwa mara ya kwanza wakati Ruto alikuwa anakuja, walikuwa na zunguka wanapiga kelele, but venye hiyo trip ya Ruto venye alikuwa hata huku alifungiwa stadiums zote kila mahali, wakienda Buhungu imefungwa, wakienda Muliro Gardens imefungwa. The governor like serikali ilitumia the governor, hao watu waende wapeleke huko chini wacheze huko out of the town, walisukuma wote huko. So huku ni Azimio.
Okay, bwana chunga muda.
Okay, sasa najaribu kuambia msikufe tamaa. Sisi bado ni Azimio, na nyinyi wengine wote muende mchukue kura. Tusiseme tu sisi ni Azimio na mtoki kwenda kuchukua kura. Inafikanga point time tunaanza kura zinaanza kuhesabiwa, hatuoni kura. Mtoke aende mwambie, hata kama ni door to door. Mtu kama mimi hata naambianga watu kwa status, kama hautachukua kura, hata afadhali tuache kuwa marafiki, lakini enda tu uchukue hiyo kura. Hata kama utavotia mtu wangu, enda tu uchukue hiyo kura. Ndio if at all mind yako ita change, utakuwa na nafasi ya kupigia mtu unapenda kura na ukuja Azimio. Hiyo ndio kile naomba. Asante.
Okay, thank you Azimio, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Now, hiyo swala la kuchukua kura, you have less than 2 weeks to do that, because after the 13th, the process will be closed until after August 9th. So kama hujajisajili kama mpiga kura, fanya hima. Make every haste and ensure that you do that. It was the turn for Alex, but before that, let's listen to Maggie first for gender sensitivity, and then we'll hear Alex, ndio tuende kwa nani huyu mwingine. Nitawaeleza. Maggie upo?
Niko, lakini hebu mpatie Alex. Nitaongea after Alex. Thank you.
Okay, Alex, show your face and talk to us.
Bernard, nashukuru sana, asante kwa safari ambayo ulienda, ilikuwa ngumu. Tunamshukuru Mungu amekuchunga, umerudi vizuri. We sasa ndio utatuambia, wakienda huko wanasema it's like a different country. Did you feel that way?
It is a whole different world altogether.
So that's why the devolution is good. That is why we must fight for BBI. That is why we must, emphasize that the 15%, which turns out to be just 9% after everything, is not enough to make such a place to feel like resources, jobs, and becomes part of the greater Kenya that we are building all together. So at least you can bring stories from there and tell us honestly what devolution has done and what are the odds of those people. I was speaking, I want to speak just about the DP strip, not DP as a person, because I think some of us may not understand how a foreign leader visits the United States. Even the most insane leaders like Gaddafi and Saddam still visited the US during the United Nations when they converge once a year. And the Geneva Convention, because of that, because the headquarters of UN is here, the headquarters of IMF is here, the headquarters of World Bank is here. So basically, some cities do occupy a great preference more than other cities in the world. And because of that, Geneva took a note of that and said, even if countries don't like each other, since the headquarters of such monumental organization are in this country, there are leeways for some leaders to travel here if they have diplomatic passports and if they occupy positions of elected position and are recognized as duly elected leaders in their country. But this is what is fascinating about Ruto's visit. Usually when such kind of visits happen, the State Department takes on. The State Department will assign you security wherever you go. And mostly these leaders do not want to say the truth. For example, if the deputy president goes to sleep in a certain motel with his entourage, what happens is that the FBI mans that building for as long as that person is there. Therefore, it is a duty of the State Department to protect the deputy president the day he gets here until the day he will get out. That's why he needs security clearance. That is why all these things, even hidden costs that we may not know between the US government and our government for the trip to be very successful. So you can tell a trip of 10 days, maybe 5 days in the US, how much money it will cost. But that is not the problem. The problem is that the moment you land over here, the people that are supposed to take you from the airport, sign the book, immediately you go to American embassy, is the ambassador and everybody that works there, the people that matter. You know, an embassy is like a government. It's a strong, strong government because we have a military attaché, we have a commercial attaché, we have a health attaché, we have a science attaché who are trained people on the purpose of negotiating in terms of health, education, finance, and military. And none of those people have been in any meetings with Ruto so far. So I can simply say from what I see is that this was his personal trip to do a few personal things. So when you see him meet the church members and the people, I don't think it's anything wrong because he's not visiting here as the deputy president. So far, what I have seen from the clips, personal clips we have seen, the people are excited to see him, the events he has gone, the Zoom meetings and ABCD. So the deputy president is not here in the capacity to represent the government of Kenya. But because of his position as the deputy and the Geneva Convention, and because American government respect protocol, they will take care of him whether we like it or not. So, and that is why the deputy must look behind and ask himself, I occupy a position that is respected around the world. So what he says, what he does must also be respectable to our country. So the deputy came here on a personal capacity, as far as I know it, because the embassy is not involved in his day-to-day activities. And that tells you that we should not criticize him, what he's doing, what he's saying, because he's not saying it on behalf of us he is not speaking on our behalf. Though he's our deputy president, whatever he's doing is not a protocol that usually we see, because if it was the protocol, any deputy, most of the time, like 90%, must also go to the West Wing and sign a book and see Kamala Harris, who is the vice president of this country. At least that is the least they can do, you see? Or he can be told to see the majority leader, who is Mitch McConnell, or the Speaker of the House, who is Pelosi. None of those leaders have had any close proximity to the man William Samoei Ruto. So William is having a personal trip, and let us appreciate that. At least he has seen the sense of taking back his campaign and relaxing and try to see things from far so that he can know who is his friend, who is not his friend, and also acknowledge and prepare his people from far, the way he has prepared them, that the election will be rigged. He is not saying the election will be rigged. He is preparing his people that we have lost this thing. So you must appreciate the vice president is sending signals to his people in a wise way that things are not right. Acknowledge that. So let us not even criticize Ruto where we don't need to. Ruto is doing the right thing. Ruto is telling his people that, you know what, let me take a rest. I am running over my shadow. I'm running, I'm chasing my shadow. It's a mirage. Let me take a rest. 2022 is not mine. And I'm telling you, musijiue sana. So the DP has acknowledged it. So let us relax. Let us not criticize him. The DP is doing the right thing and is leaving these people behind so that they can acknowledge they cannot sustain a campaign. So far we have seen that. And you have come to know that Kenya Kwanza and UDA is a personality cult, and the Prime Minister tested that. He left for 10 days, and you saw what was happening. And now you see what is happening. So DP is preparing his people, and I like that. Psychologically, he's doing the right thing. So let us congratulate him and tell him, you know, that is how things should be done. Hatutaki hasira na hatutaki any fights. So kama you are a DP supporter, listen to his parables. This is the time you must know that the DP ako na vitendawili. Huyu jamaa alikuja kusema vitendawili hapa Amerika, anawapea vitendawili hapo nyumbani. na sisi tunasikia hizo vitendawili na nyinyi mnatakana muzitege huko nyumbani. Asante sana Bernard.
Thank you, Alex. I love your perspective. Very interesting times to be alive in this great country called Kenya, where the DP can do personal issues without interfering with his own office and his capacity as the deputy president. I miss the days of Moi when all cabinet ministers had something called collective responsibility. You wouldn't go anywhere and say anything and say I was saying it in my personal capacity. You don't have personal capacity until you cease.
We must thank Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga for his acumen, his magnanimity, and his ingenuity to a point whereby you can have a useless DP without his knowledge.
Wewe Alex, tuliza boli hapo, tutarejea kwako baadaye.
Sasa hivyo umeanza matusi, lakini sio mbaya, ni matusi ya politics. I agree with Alex actually. He's really spoken. Whatever DP is doing in the United States right now is his personal agenda. And I think it should really not bother the Azimio that ameanza ujinga za sijui rigging. Anajuaje elections are being rigged? Kwa hivyo yeye amekuwa akirig na ameona kama unga imeshinda maji. Unajua ukipika ugali na unga ikifika where sasa inaganda iwe ugali, saa hizo ni unga imeshinda nini maji. So ashaona weight imekuwa too much, mpaka sasa anaona wacha tu ni spread out. Anaenda kwa wale walishindwa hapa, na all the songs they can sing is we were rigged, the elections were rigged, walete nini, it was rigged. So ameanza hivyo because yeye sasa ashaona unga imeshinda maji. So I think Azimio is in good place. As I saw whatever happened in Molo, actually I said I think Kenyans now know that they really need a big change, not ile tu ya bottom up ambaye hata if you ask them, tell us the meaning of this bottom up, they cannot actually explain it properly, because even them, they don't understand it at all. So Kenya needs a lot of refurbishment, in which I think what we are taking now is the right way. Maybe still I can't say ni haki atafanya. Tumpatie nafasi afanye hii kazi, tuone atafanya namna gani. Huyu baba wenyu mnasema baba, yes, ni baba wetu, lakini how is he going to do it? It is you people now to help him, akikubali. So mambo ya Ruto angoje vile president alimwambia, sio wakati huu, lakini angoje akishajirekebisha na wachane na hizo utoto mingi ako nazo, ndio ataona kama anaweza kumsupport. Lakini at this moment he cannot be supported by anybody who is sober, because right now he still has his personal gain in this thing. He doesn't have Kenya in his mind. Thank you for now, but I'm still around.
Okay, asante Maggie, nashukuru sana kwa maoni yako. It's awesome for us to look at it from different perspective, and the way forward requires that maturity should come into play, and people should not incite others. If you stand on the weighing machine and the weighing machine reads that your weight is 65, stop blaming the weighing machine. Just go and eat well. The weighing machine will recognize your size. The same applies with politics. If you build your political capacity, the country will acknowledge your political capacity. But going to fake your political weight and your political capacity and coming to convince people that you can really weigh heavy, you are heavyweight, simama kwa mashini, sisi tutajua uzito wako uko wapi. Hii maswala ya kulialia mara I'm being rigged, you have not, we have not even finished registering as voters. How can you be rigged? DP needs to grow up and understand that this country is bigger than everyone else. Secondly, DP has claimed that he's from the poor background. His father is not known. His family is not known. And then he was invited on the table by the high and the mighty. He has spent all his youthful life on the table with the high and the mighty. It appears to me that he has not learned table etiquette and how to behave like a prince. After serving in the palace for over 20 years, you still want to behave like you came from the village the other day, and then you want to be given the leadership? It doesn't work that way. David was picked from the shipyard, looking after the ship. He came to the palace. He had to learn palace behavior before he was made king. So it is important that we don't play, to and fro. If DP Ruto learned how to behave in the palace and safeguard the palace secrets and walk like a prince, he would definitely become the king. But he wants the kingship, but he doesn't want to behave like a prince. He's put in the place of honor. He's behaving dishonorably. Nobody in their right sense is going to do that. And this is not to run him down. He has demonstrated that. You can't have been eating with Moi. You ate with be what? You ate with all these people that have been in power all your life. And then all of a sudden you turn around and say they are the people that we have nothing, they are stopping hustlers and all that. That's an excuse, unforgivable. Hatuwezi kubali hiyo. Kama anataka kuwa rais, asimame kama rais na aseme vile ametembea na rais, vile urais imemsaidia na vile anaweza kusaidia nchi. Pole kwa wale ambao mnaumwa na hilo. Naomba tu tusonge mbele kwa umoja wetu.
Exactly.
Tusikilize Ben kwanza ndio tuende kwa Kenya, alafu hivyo. Megi, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Nimesupport chenye umesema exactly. Asiwe anataka kujiweka chini na alishakuwa amekula na makings. Sasa anajiweka chini ati yeye ni hustler na yeye hajakuwa hustler maisha wake, kwa sababu hustler ni yule ametoka university anachapa lami mpaka ajue aende wapi. Lakini amemaliza hata before amalize university Moi alimchukua. Yeye amekuwa hustler wakati gani? Wakenya musidanganywe. Please. Musidanganywe because hakuna nani pale alichapa Lamu vile wengine walichapa Lamu. That is to speak the truth. So yeye si hustler. Asimwambie hustlers kwamba yeye pia alikuwa hustler, hajakuwa hustler. Yes, anaweza kuwa alitoka kwa humble whatever family or community, but yeye hajakuwa in that situation. Thank you.
Asante sana Megi. Now, kabla tumsikilize Ben, naomba hivi, kama umemaliza kutoa maoni yako na unaona unaweza toka ili wengine waingie, tafadhali tumia hiyo chance. Or amerequest afanye closing remarks alafu aondoke. We encourage that. So we'll give Award opportunity to make his submission ndio tuende kwa Ben. Award, go ahead.
Okay, mine is just to add on the issue of Ruto calling himself an hustler. First of all, I don't think Ruto is really an hustler the way he's claiming to be. Because actually Ruto has been dining with the mighty, the heavyweights in the political scene since those times up to date. Actually, and that is what even made him to be the deputy president of the republic. of Kenya. That is one. Two, there is this statement Ruto keeps on telling us, that is the one who made the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga the Prime Minister, and is the one who made His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta the President. To me, that statement is a false statement. Ruto only has one vote. So it is the people of Kenya, according to me, who made Uhuru Kenyatta the President, and probably Raila Odinga the Prime Minister, not William Samoei Ruto. Three, Ruto has actually been speaking. In fact, when he's speaking, he has some bitterness in him. I don't know what makes him bitter, and he has this tendency of spewing venom. Yeah, throwing, actually using terminologies like mtu wa kitendawili, sijui, I don't know what, such like terms, I don't know what. Is the same person who claims to be having some respect, actually respecting the president, but whatever he is doing actually does not reflect what he claims to be. Yes, we know Ruto is one person who is now have been showing us that he's going to church, he's giving donations. That one is not a problem. Actually, he can do that. But at least while doing that, let him be honest. At least you can be honest while doing that. You cannot go and the way the president claimed that the money Ruto is dishing out in churches are the ones that were supposed to be used for the construction of Aror and Kimwarer. Okay, anyway, I cannot prove that one or other what, but that is what they are saying. So, Mr. Ruto, or the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, should humble himself, should be very honest with his remarks while making them, and should also desist from this culture of, Ruto seems to be inciting his followers towards the so-called dynasty. Because I think Ruto has sensed that actually he's not going to win, so he's trying to to place himself somewhere that actually I don't know how to describe that, but he has sensed defeat in 2022, just some 5 months to come. So I don't think I have many remarks to make. Let me just leave it at that point. Maybe I can just leave, and then somebody can join, and then we shall continue the next time.
Okay, thank you Bwana Ward, tunashukuru sana kwa maoni yako. And William Ruto ni Mkenya kama Wakenya wengine wote, ana ruhusa ya kusimama kama rais. Achaguliwe na Wakenya atakuwa rais. Akikataliwa na Wakenya akubali. Ukiachwa achika. Sio lazima kulazimisha. But all in all, I want to appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for sticking by. And after you make your submission, this show runs for the next wherever we are. We are now on the 3rd hour and the 18th minute. We will still go on until the 11th hour. So stick by. There was a very strong explanation demanded by the viewers why the show yesterday was interrupted, was ended and prematurely, according to them. It was due to unavoidable circumstances. Like you're all aware, I had traveled to the far end of the world. In Marsabit, we went to the interior and got stuck there. It took us 72 hours to find a way back to the city. And so probably the logistics did not work for the for Wekesa and team that started the show, and they had to leave, and so the show had to end. But we are glad that we are back. Whatever you wanted to share, your 8 hours is still available today. Come and share it now. Tunashukuru sana kwa kila mmoja ambaye ni mwaminifu. We are compiling the videos of what transpired where we went, which will be aired here conclusively. But I just want to report that the journey was successful. It had a lot of challenges, but we pulled through and succeeded to deliver the goods to the really needy people. We didn't want to do it in the city. We wanted to go to the village itself, meet the villagers themselves, and hand the foodstuff to them. And they were very grateful. They are really in need because they waited for us for 8 hours. I've never seen that happen anywhere on earth, that people came at 8, we got stuck on the road, we arrived at 5, and they were still there. And while we are still distributing the goods, there were others now walking in from the Manyatas and these other places. It's a touching experience that we really want to uphold and salute everybody that participated into the program. We'll be giving a comprehensive report later on. Thank you very much. Haya, naomba twende sasa kwa Ben.
Yeah. Good evening, Bernard. Hello. I can't hear you.
Ben, your audio is not working. What's happening?
And it's
Hebu
on.
toa earphone tuone kama itashika. Haya,
Hapo unanipata?
Hapo sawa sasa.
Hapo
Toa
sawa.
maoni.
Oh. Sasa, let me start with the DP kwenda US. I think the basic question ya Kenyan sisi kuuliza, if the US, a country that observes protocol, can't take our DP seriously, why should we Kenyans take him seriously? Yeah. If he is our DP, ameenda Marekani, they are not taking him seriously. Why should we give him credit? Yeah. So if that is my opening point. Then when I look at the DP, this is a guy who is a con man. Yeah. He says he's a hustler. Where did Moi come from? Moi was a hustler. Yeah. Well, when you look at the generations to come, the sons of William, will we call them dynasties? Because that is what he has been calling, like the Raila Odinga, the Gideon Moi, the Uhuru Kenyatta. These are just men who have wanajaribu wenyewe, yeah, to be men, to do the best they can be. But William, to me, William is just a con man, and he's trying to write. He has gone to the US. At first, when I heard that William was going to the US, I thought, this is a big thing. But I mean, come on, 2013, when they were calling themselves the duo, the dynamic duo. Yeah, that was him and President Kenyatta. When they came to office, the first thing that they did was to make sure that all the NGOs funded by the American dollars are brought to their knees. Now he's running again to the same Americans and saying, hey, elections are coming 5 months ahead, but they've already been stolen. I mean, how do you steal when Kenyans have not voted yet? We have not gone to the ballot, but he's announcing to the world that, look, my votes are being stolen. Come and help us. And again, look at the people that he's running to. I expected that this was an opportunity is going to be received by the American government, and now he starts making connections. But he has gone to a low profile. He's maintaining a low profile in a country as big as the US. Yeah. Why is it that the man did not go? it would have made sense to me even if he crossed the borders and went to Uganda. I mean, that would be something big. But to the US and only going to see people at the law, I don't see that one working for him. What I think, maybe this is just my own take. He wants to come and lie to Kenyans that, hey, man, we went to the US to make connections with Americans. We want to do business. We'll be exporting avocados to the US. That is why we went to the US. Yeah. But I mean, is that true? Yeah. Because this is look at the people he's meeting. I think Alex has given us a good, because he's there, he has given us a good overview of what is happening. The man wants to come and lie to Kenyans that, look, we went to the US to look for business. UDA means business. We are going to bring business. Why is it that he's waiting at the end of the 10 years? That is when he's going to the US. He's finding value in the US all of a sudden. Yeah. Then coming back to home, and maybe just to mention our beloved brother Kalonzo Musyoka. I mean, Azimio should just forget Kalonzo. If he wants to join UDA, I mean, let's make it easier for him to go, because the way he's moving, how can he go and bring a deal that was meant to be secret? He's now bringing it to us. And it's like, look, I mean, that is a dead deal. It is him who told us that NASA is dead. So if NASA was dead, why go and bring to us? Yeah. Why go and bring to us a document that was buried with NASA and start telling us that, hey, gentlemen, this man conned me. If he's going to be the president, he's going to con you. Who will sit in the world? Which man will just sit and wait for other men to come and endorse him and say, hey, Kalonzo, we are making you the president? He has not invested. We have not seen his investments for the last 4 years. Yeah. Yes, let me give Alex, he's raising his hand.
Ben, let me help you here. There is a person here in the comments that is criticizing you for saying that even avocado, let me educate him on this. Avocado in America is bought between, depending on which store you go, underline that and put it in uppercase, between $3 and $6. That is one avocado is 300 to 600. When somebody in the comments is saying at avocado yawa, that is true. If we had a market for avocados in this country, especially for a food store called Chipotle, farmers will be making far much more than the stock exchange, than what they make in Safaricom. You need to know that. So don't say that avocado is a product that is feared. It's a superfood. If only Ruto would have come and looked for a market for avocado, it would have been better than coming with 31 people for his personal business. So I'm supporting you for saying that. The person in the comment does not know what avocado means to this country.
Thank you.
Not even avocado, pia huku kwetu sukuma wiki. We buy them at 10 euros. Ile tu sukuma wiki mnaona Kenya.
Aya, Ben kamilisha ndio tuendelee na huyo biashara. Na
Thank you, Alex, for that. I think that is because these are serious business, yeah. But the man is coming home to remember the other day when he mentioned about DRC Congo and he says dairy farming, but he doesn't mean what he says. Yeah, he's saying this now. He wants to use this trip to the US to say that, look, I'm also a guy who is experienced in foreign, when it comes to foreign policy. I can be able to make connections. A man who cannot make connections even with our own local neighbors, DRC Congo, Tanzania here, yeah. The only friend I've seen is in Uganda. That is, to me, that is an X on William Ruto. But now I was mentioning about our beloved brother Kalonzo. When I look at what I mean, this is a guy who wants to hold Azimio hostage. Yeah, it's like he's coming but he's going, or he's going but he's coming. So you don't know even where he is. He's just the typical watermelon he was in 2007. I think Alonso has not learned anything. Yeah. So we are at a point where we have just to let this man go. If he has to go, let him go, because the demands that he's putting on Azimio, I listened to the interview he had yesterday, and he's making it categorical that going by the agreement they had in 2017, Raila Odinga has to back him. I mean, who makes another man a senior by just sitting there? Raila risked his own life to go to Uhuru Park for the swearing-in ceremony. Where was Kalonzo Musyoka? Where was Mudavadi? Where was Wetangula? They were hiding. Why? Because they wanted to keep the good image. Yeah. So for me, these are guys that it has come to a point where we have, if it is to sacrifice, let him go. We have the 3 governors. We can go with the 3 governors. They can make a contribution that will make Raila Odinga the next president. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you Bwana Ben kwa maoni yako, naamini umeeleweka vizuri, na ni muhimu kila mmoja tuhakikishe kwamba we keep our argument in the proper perspective, especially on the comment section. Naomba tafadhali chunga lugha yako. You don't have to insult somebody with his mother and his sisters. I don't understand you guys. If you differ politically, is political difference, and you're free and entitled to whatever opinion. The cost of avocado can be high and very lucrative wherever the DP is, but is that the reason why he's gone? DP has been DP for 10 years now. I don't remember any business deal he has closed for this country ever since he started to go to Uganda and elsewhere. I don't know, unless somebody has any information. Not even exporting of milk and eggs, probably from his farmyard. But for the country called Kenya, and make bilateral trade more profitable for Kenya as opposed away from Kenya, sijaona hivyo. So I don't think even business is a priority. The business of this country trading with other country, I don't think is priority for him. But he's still interested in becoming the CEO of this country. Let's see how far he goes with that. But it sells him wrongly if he wants that highest office. So naomba hivi Kenya, nimekuona umefika. Naomba uongee kwanza, alafu tuende kwa Mkenya Spain, ndio tuende kwa nani huyu Njogu hajaongea, then Richard, then Tofik, ndio turudi kwa mama atufungulie ile chapter ya kurudia tukiendelea. Bwana Kenywa, observe time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I'm sure mnanisikia vizuri. Alex, jambo. Oh, okay, let me just say that today the topics look so interesting, and it's better we talk. And first thing I want to talk about those who are insulting people. You know, anyone who has nothing to offer to the country, they are the people who are insulting people down there on the comments. And sorry to say, that is the stupidity of the high order. You don't have to come and insult people. You're supposed to join and contribute in the panel. So let me just go direct to the point. You know, let me talk about the deputy. You know, DP is in the government. He has been in the government, and he know all these things he's trying to talk about. Because the time we were being tear gassed in 2017, he was the person who was saying, leave the government alone, leave the police alone, leave the Matiang alone. He is doing his work. The same person is the person who said the election was fair, and the same election were nullified. And I could ask, how fair was it? And it was nullified. So he's in the government. He knows what goes around in the government. That's why he just crying. Na angelilia hapa Kenya, ameenda kulilia karibu na Alex huko. I think Alex could have said something, talk to him. So mambo ya hapa nyumbani asiende kupiga nayo biashara zake nje huko. Hiyo ni shida yake, and he should be ready kubeba msalaba wake. Na the other day I said, we can joke with the MP, MCA, governor, all those things. We can joke with those positions. But head of state position, the presidency, it's not something to joke with. Hiyo ni kitu tunaweza fanya makosa kidogo tu hivi, tukae kama Russia na Ukraine. Makosa tu kidogo. So that's why we need a leader. We don't need a politician. And you know Ruto is a politician. So yeye kwenda kusema mambo ya rigging at this point 5 months bado imebaki, ashaanza kujua he is in opposition, and he is trying to prepare watu wake, its allies, to tell them, you guys, I couldn't say it when I'm in the country. Let me just send the signal when I'm a little bit far. Kwa hivyo Ruto wacha aendelee kulia huko. Alibeba group kubwa sana actually to the United States, and I think hiyo pesa angepatia hawa mama mboga wako huku wakulange na watu wa boda boda. We really need that money so much. Tuikula kule because lazima tumunyime chance ya kupora pesa ingine, because as from 9th August hatakuwa na cheo yoyote kwa serikali ya kuchukua pesa yetu tena. You know, I'd say after Sagana 3, there is a Sagana 3 clergy. They're trying to talk about what the president said, and they said they are behind the president because for them, they don't take stolen money. Whoever took the money, wanajijua. Kwa hivyo, so hii siasa ya Ruto imegonga mawe sana, imegonga mawe na sijui ashanukia, amejua ni kubaya. About let me just go to today's Azimio rally in Nakuru. I think some years back, Baba couldn't step in Mount Kenya. Not even passing by. Alikuwa anatumia ndege kama anaenda place anaenda. Haezi enda by road through Mount Kenya. But you can see this time round, even if Baba will just get 30% from us, we Mount Kenya, that it's enough. Even if we'll get that percent from us Mount Kenya this time round, I'll be very much okay with that, and I'll appreciate because Baba will be the 5th president. Kwa hivyo, na you know, Baba, kuna kitu moja I would like people to understand. You know, Baba plan yake, it's a very different plan. Na Baba yeye atafuti uongozi ati yeye akuwe tu. Baba hakuna utajiri anatafuta. Baba ni mzee, ashazeeka. And if I go back about a little bit about Ruto and Baba, the time Baba was a prime minister, sikuona mtoto wa Baba mmoja amepewa ministry ama ambassador. Sikuona hata mtoto wake hata mmoja, na ako na watoto. The time of DP 2013 mpaka saa hii kuna mtoto wake, I think it's an ambassador. I know something like that. So if you go to compare Baba and Ruto, you will come to see the leader and the politician. You know, in some years to come, Ruto children, they will be dynasty. And that's what Ruto is fighting very much hard, because if he attained to the power at his age right now, Ruto will stay in that power for 20 years. 20 years, his children will be around 45 years. So he will just give them like the M7 is doing. He gave the commander wa jeshi mtoto wake. He'll just do the same thing. So for Baba, people should listen and let us not follow the wave. People not follow the wave. They should listen. The message from the Baba and the message from Ruto. Apart from those messages, they should just think who will transform. Today, Baba was having a meeting with the KEPSA members, and what they were talking about, it's about the industrialization, investment. Those investors wenye wako na pesa wanaweza fanya investment in the counties, au watu ndio ana approach. Ruto ni watu wagani ana approach watakuja kutusaidia? No, and I've not seen anybody. He has done nothing. Sijaona mtu yote ameapproach. Yeye kazi yake ni siasa tu, siasa tu, siasa tu, and I think yeye itusaidii. Nikaona mtu anasema Baba ana agenda, and I said this, sisi hatutaki agenda, we want service delivery. Sisi hatutaki kuja kutuimbia agenda zako hapo. Sisi tunataka service delivery na uongozi wa maana. Kuja kutuambia hapa nitaleta 10 billion, if that is agenda, it doesn't help us. We need to see what has been done. Kama vile Uhuru ametengeneza barabara tunaziona saa hii tunatumia. So those are the things that we need. Another thing, I saw some people calling Baba Mganga still, and I told them, huyo mganga ndiye tunataka atusaidie kuroga waizi. Huyo mganga ndiye tunahitaji atusaidie kuroga wakora wenye wanatuibia mali yetu. That person, huyo mganga ndiye tunataka. So Kalonzo, yeye huyo, mimi hata mambo ya Kalonzo sasa huyo amenichocha, because this guy ako tu juu chini juu chini juu. Wacha tumungoje, mali ataanguka ni sawa. Akianguka Azimio tumwambie tu karibu, akianguka pande ya UDA aende tu akae huko, opposition iko at least na watu wengi. So for those few remarks, let me just leave there. I think I'll get another round before I run away. Bernard, you was in Marsabit, you couldn't even tell me. Bernard.
I told everybody. Why were you the only one who not here?
Yeah. It was in Marsabit. Maybe I could have just followed you there. Anyway, thank you. Next time.
Sawa, thank you very much.
Okay.
Haya basi, tumsikilize nini Njogu, utangoja kidogo tumsikilize Mkenya Spain for gender balance, alafu turudi kwako. Thank you. Mkenya Spain, karibu.
Hello, good evening everyone. Hope mko salama.
From Nairobi.
Okay, huku ni saa 4 ya usiku. To the point, today's I can see on deputy, I've listened to the meeting which he held today with people from USA. I think instead of us Kenyans cheating the deputy, we should be open and try to tell him what's the truth, what's on the ground. Because I've listened somebody there trying to tell the deputy that he will help him get votes from such a state in the USA. But I think that's not true, because I know majority in the USA where they come from, and it's hard there for one deputy to get like 20% of the votes. Okay, another thing, those who have done psychology, they can agree with me that from that moment, our president announced that his support will be on Baba, that is Raila Amolo Odinga. Our deputy changed, and I can say this trip, it will be good for him. Why? because if not so, he might fall in depression. I think it's good. Those who know what is like somebody whom you were waiting good news from, and abruptly the news which comes out is not that which you wanted to hear. That might affect you psychologically. I think this trip will be good for him. He'll go out campaign. Alexa said this is a personal trip that we can't say no. It's true that is a personal trip, because we know when those people, those are authority, like somebody who is a deputy president of a country, immediately when he lands to a certain country, like those ones of the first world, the invite, the reception is not the same way we saw with our that our deputy received. So for me, I can say what our deputy is doing is just looking for sympathy. Because why? Our president is no longer on his side, and many Kenyans have also started falling out from his circle. So what else is remaining? To run away, to look somewhere where he can be comforted, somewhere where at least can remove that. Those who have done psychology, they know what it means when you get bad news, when you are waiting to hear a good news from somebody. So I think it will be good for him. Let him just travel, let him just enjoy, because that will help him, and that one will also be good for our country, because that will help him relax, and that's good. Every man needs to relax. Let him relax. Let him travel, meet Kenyans in diaspora. Let Kenyans in diaspora cheat him, tell him all sorts of good things he wants to hear. Because our politicians, they don't like to hear people telling them we won't vote you. I think the only person who is used to hear Kenyans telling him that this and that is only Amolo Raila Odinga, because he doesn't care. He's a leader who knows how to balance things. Maybe it's negative, maybe it's positive. For him, it's okay. But these leaders, our politicians who are always in the government, hawajawahi njua that there is always a loss. We have to have a winner. Now we have to have also a loser. So what's wrong here? Hawajazoea, they have been in the government since we were born. Some of us, we have found these people in the government. Hata tumewanjua tu wakiwa kwa serikali. Hata wengine hatujawanjua wakiwa even in the university. I was surprised to hear that our deputy was taken by Moi when he was in the University of Nairobi. I found him in the government. So they are not used. Sio kama sisi tumezoea kuhustle. When they are telling us that they are hustlers, they are just cheating on us. They are just lying us. They don't know what is to hustle. If I can tell them what is to hustle, mtu akuja hapa Europe anjitafutie maisha, that is what it means by hustling. Aende Kenya, aanze kimbada ya mboga, that is what is called hustling. Let somebody not lie to us. Wakati anatoka Karen, anaenda kulala Muthaiga. No, that is not hustling. That is having eating with 2 spoons, and that is our money. That is money from taxpayers. Those are Kenyans who are trying hard, who are working day and night, who are not even saving for their children. Na many of these leaders wameweka mapesa kwa bank. Otherwise, they can't share with the poor ones. Me, I'm not saying that we need money from them, but as we can try to compare how situation is now, we can see that our politicians, they are not ready to hear a failure, to hear that I won't support you. And for me, I think the deputy has a right to move around, waste the money he has, acha haribu pesa. maybe one day atakuwa kama those people he is trying to imitate, telling them that he is a hustler, because he does not know the meaning of being an hustler in Kenya. Being an hustler in Kenya is just mtu anapata 1 meal per day ama unapata 1 meal per week, because there are people who are suffering, there are people who don't have anything to eat, and you can't compare yourself. Unaingia breakfast, unapata breakfast hata unasema hii sikuli, because you have a lot of things which you have to just to choose, lakini kuna mtu akipata hii, that is it. So Wakenya tuache kudanganywa. Mtu anatuambia we are moving together, we are hustlers, when we know the meaning of an hustler. An hustler is a hustler. Si mtu ati unaingia kwa Mercedes Benz, unaingia Panchero, and the next day unaenda na flight. Hapana, that's not being an hustler. Okay, another thing is this. I think the sympathy which our deputy is looking from the diaspora, it will be a surprise for him, because us here, like here in Europe, people knows and they know how Kenya is. When we go back home, we know how the economy is, we know how things are. And for example, somebody here has talked about avocados. Not even only avocados. I think, like here in Spain, for us, buying sukuma wiki, just to buy those 5 pieces of sukuma wiki, for us, it costs us like 10 euro. And 10 euro, that's a lot of money. That's almost 1,200 Kenyan shilling. And sometimes we wonder, because as we try up and down to see if we can start a business here, but it's hard for us here because Kenya has no relationship with Spain. So here we just ask our life like Spanish people. Though that's not important, because hakuna mtu alituleta huku. Kila mtu maybe unaweza kasema no one sent you there. Maisha ni kung'ang'ana na maisha ni juu. If you have God, God will see you through. For me, trusting human being is the worst thing we can do as people who want to prosper. Our trust should be on God. Okay, another thing about our Kalonzo Musyoka, I think Kalonzo is trying to play chameleon game. What is a chameleon game? He's trying to hide behind under colors. It changes, and that will be worse for him. He should come out and be clear what he wants, and let him not be like a chameleon. Today I'm here, tomorrow I'm here, because he's trying to do this to waste time, so that to see how on the ground things will be, so that at long last he comes out and say, now I belongs here. But that won't help him. Let him come out, say what he wants, and that will make him will save him, but not playing chameleon game, because that one won't help. So thank you, Bernard, and we thank God for the journey mercies that you are back, and we can continue with the show. Thank you for the time given.
Okay, thank you. Nani ana swali kwa Mkenya Spain? Haya, hakuna swali. Naomba tumsikilize nani huyu? Richard alafu Tofik, twende tuna hiyo mkuna. Njogu namna gani? Kabla ya Richard, nilikuwa nimepromise Njogu amengoja sana. Asante kwa kuwa
Yes, Bernard, hamjambo?
Hatujambo, namna gani?
Niko salama, niko safi sana. Thank you very much, team. Really I've appreciated this team or this group. It is my first time to be in this forum. Actually, I just met this thing, this forum on Facebook. I decided just to enter without knowing the program, but I've seen the program is fruitful, can bear something. I'm really appreciating. I'll just make some few words. One, I want to start by appreciating the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. because through his suffering, he was tortured, he was imprisoned, just to have what we are seeing today. We, long time ago, before even we were born, or when we were young, we could not have this kind of program or this forum to talk about our leaders. We could not even shout. We could not even talk through your friends. But today we are free. We can talk anyhowly. We can say anything. We can say any burning issue. We can say anything to help Kenya. Secondly, I want to talk about hustler. I heard that we had the hustler nation. According to the definition, hustler has different definitions. Actually, I want to talk about two. One, we have hustler, who is a struggler, somebody who is struggle to feed, somebody who can even feed once a day, somebody who can just feed once a week, the way my sister from Spain has just said. That is a struggler. He or she struggles to get something to eat. He or she struggles to get something to help him or herself. Second hustler is now where the Ruto and his team is. According to DP and his team, I can regard them as hustlers. The reason is, look at people like Rigathi Gachagua. Rigathi Gachagua is a billionaire. Ruto is a multi-billionaire, and his team, but they are still calling themselves hustlers. Now, referring to our DP, you will realize that if you go to definition of this hustler, the second hustler is now a person who gets or whose source of wealth is not well known or it is not clear. This person we can regard as an harlot, or we can say this person is a corrupt person, or we can say this person, how can you replace a corrupt? Another term we can say, okay, there are several words or several terms to replace this meaning of hustler. So our DP is same, it is in that category, but now using that term in a different way to lure or to get the sympathy votes from innocent people, from Kenyans. Actually, Ruto has been deputy president for now 10 years. We cannot even see even a single fruit from that tree or that fruit tree. We can't even had or taste even a single fruit. We cannot even see a ripening fruit. This guy has been in government of coalition government for 5 good years. This person has never changed even his constituency. Now, how can we trust him with Kenya? How can we trust him with 40 million people if he could not even manage to care for 60,000 people in his constituency? Now, let us come to maybe in his businesses, like poultry farming. It is Kenya where we have the worst price of egg. I do purchase one egg at 15 shillings, no bargain. But where would we source the egg? It's from his company or from his what? His businesses. So, Mr. Bernard, I'll just say this is it was a wonderful and it is a nice program. So far, I've appreciated. I have few words. I have nothing to add, just to listen. Thank you very much.
Nana swali. Okay, naomba tuende kwa Richard basi.
Okay, thank you. I think you are hearing me. You get me?
Yes, we can get you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'll start from DP going to US. I think Alex was very clear about it. I support him. DP went for his own affairs. You know, again, he realized that he may not get so many people there to address. That is why he carried so many people to accompany him. So he knew that there is not like Kenya where people come for handouts. That is why he went with his people, so that in case people are very few, his people can add up the number so that he can get a congregation to address. 2, it is very hypocritical because this guy is addressing people the same language he's using in Kenya. I was wondering when I heard him talking about Atupangwi. How can you go to America and start talking such a kind of language in front of the superpower country? The vice president has realized that he is going to be defeated terribly. That is why he's trying to seek for mercy. But let him know that the Kenyan people are the people who are going to vote. The Americans are not going to vote. There is no country which is going to hurt him with the votes. Even the Kenyans, they have decided. Sincerely speaking, this round, we want Papa to go inside, be the 50th president, line up the country, bring everything to line. In case of anything, in case anybody there later becomes a president, he will get that everything is correct. Again, you know, if the constitution was to be changed, as Papa and Uhuru suggested, the BBI, it could have been very better in case anybody come as a president. Because, you know, if they create these prime minister seats, it is very easy for every part of the country to be represented. But now Ruto organized, even I don't know how come that the judiciary changed this thing, because I saw this as if he's having something inside the judiciary. Anyway, what we pray is that let peace prevail, and let us, the Azimio people, when we are campaigning, let us tell people the truth and be at the level. Let us not argue too much, just tell them the truth. Tell them, this guy has worked for 9 good years as a vice president. The other time I gave you example, Eldoret. I was staying at Eldoret. I'm one of the people who was 2007, 2008, who was affected. I was staying there. All the things which have been done in Eldoret, they have central bank, they have airports, they have universities, name them. All of those things was done by Moi. There is nothing totally, which Ruto has brought to those areas. Even you see when he was giving wheelbarrows, I didn't see him giving at Eldoret. So this guy has done nothing. Even go to his homeland, go to Kipkaren, go to East Karen, where he was selling the hens, because I know that place very well. Go there, you see how people are suffering. He has not given them anything. Even you can see his friend who was with in school. If you see the life that guy is sailing now, it is very pathetic. But now the man is going round telling people, I do this, I do this. There is nothing Ruto will do, even if he's given as the president and given 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, even 20 years. Ruto will only root the money and use the poverty of the Wananchi to lure them every time, which is very bad. Let me go very fast so that I can utilize the time. let me come to Kalonzo. There are two things I can say. Kalonzo, we don't want to persuade you so much. You either come or stay. Because already we have decided that Papa is the one we are supporting. Kalonzo, you are a man. If you decide to come, this is okay. It will be good even for you. But if you want to stay, still it is okay. Because if you come, at least you will add us some votes so that our votes will be more than the one which we are going to have. Because he can bring even 400,000, let's say. But if we doesn't want to come, still we will win. That is about Kalonzo. About Baba in Nakuru. In fact, it was wonderful because I saw so many people. People want to hear what Baba is talking. People are very serious. I thank God that people are organized this round. People are going to vote. And please, because we have those people who have taken the votes, don't fail to vote. Please, don't fail to vote. Because mine, I'll vote. So please, even your relatives, normally I call home, I ask them, whom are you going to vote? They tell me, oh, it is Papa, it is Papa. I feel very happy. So please, let us, those people who are in Yuda, we have no problem with you. But please, tell the people the truth and answer our question. What has Ruto done for the 9 years? What has he done so that when we give him as a president, he can do more? Thank you, Bernard.
Asante, Bwana Richard. Yes, Kenya?
Okay, thank you so much. Let me add a little bit about what Richard have said. There is a little bit of clarification I want to say. You know, Mr. Richard, I can say about Ruto a little bit. You know, if you want to remain in power, you make people poor so that they will keep on begging on you. And that's the reason why Deputy President decided to divide the rich and the poor, because he wants the poor to remain poor so that after 5 years he comes, tell you something, draw you some coins, you elect him again back. That's the person, that's the Ruto, to make people poor so that he remain in power. Because if people get rich, they will draw him out from the power. So that's the person Ruto. People should understand that. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Kenywa, naamini hiyo iko wazi. Tuende kwa Tofik.
Hello, Bernard. I hope audible enough.
Yes, we can get you clearly. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. This is my second time here. I've been enjoying your debate as well. It's happy. Thank you, Richard, for the good comments. Looks like Richard is my homemate. Looking by the surname. So first and foremost, I also watched the USA tour. The USA tour was very interesting because, of course, I think it has exposed the underbelly of the deputy president because he actually admitted that in Kenya elections are influenced, because there was no need of him saying that there's a possibility of elections being influenced, contrary to what he has been saying in his rallies. And what was also peculiar was the number of delegates. You know, I've been wondering why somebody who was going to the United States had to carry almost 40 members, or almost an entourage of almost 40 people. Of course, that was really weird. And I had hoped maybe if he was going to the US, the message was to be for the diaspora. He could have only had his the chairman of the party, maybe his few aides and a few MPs. But that number was interesting because he was going to address their diaspora. So what was the need of him carrying the likes of Kandara MP, the likes of the Owen Byers of this world? That was so unnecessary. And you know, but there's something interesting Uhuru said during the Sagana 3 meeting. He had said there's something he said about Ruto. I think that was the master stroke. I think what brought problems with the Uhuru Ruto thing. You know, Uhuru admitted that when we had the post-election skirmishes, that the deputy president was against Uhuru ceding ground for the opposition, well, for talks. And I've been having this feeling that even when CORD initially were asking for national dialogue, the person who had been making the hard stance, I'm now convinced that it was the deputy president. So if now we can have a president who can really watch people kill each other and really do nothing, then that is so scary. Like we have a head of state who can condone people fighting. You know, that was very scary. You know, because being a head of state, like something like skirmishes, that's something that it's not supposed to be condemned, especially from the higher echelons of power. But the fact that Ruto was the one saying that sijui Uhuru akwe ngumu sijui nini, that was really quite telling. Uh, and the Kalonzo issue, the Kalonzo issue is very interesting because Kalonzo is insisting. There's this thing he keeps on insisting of structured talks. I find that very interesting because so what is so structured about talks? Structured talks is about maybe somebody wants to be a deputy president or somebody wants to have that percentage of government. And I think the demands of Kalonzo are so unnecessary. And are so unnecessary because Azimio, what Raila has done, he has brought the support of the Jubilee party, he has brought the support of most of those small parties, and now they are into this Azimio thing. And it's so unfair for Kalonzo to keep on insisting of structured dialogues. Then of course, all those parties supporting Azimio will insist on structured dialogue. And I think I have a feeling that the reason why Kalonzo is so unsettled, maybe it's probably because this now running mate thing is becoming so. Now we are not even sure he's becoming the running mate. And I kind of think now, people are considering people from the mountain. Of course, the how the mountain will vote will be so decisive in making sure how the polls go. And so, now, Kalonzo, I'm sure Kalonzo now he wants to insist on being the deputy president. I know that will be weird because, and I love what Raila has done because, Raila has consolidated all the county support, the likes of Charity Ngilu, Nini, and who is that, the governor? No, this is Makueni governor and Machakos governor. And I know for real that Kalonzo will not join UDA. You know why? Mudama is the chairman there, so there's no way Kalonzo is going to UDA to be under Mudama. That one I'm sure, unless maybe Mudama is removed or resigns. So I think his choices are closed. His choices are closed. It's either he joins Azimio or he runs for the election. And again, running will be so costly for him because of also running. Of course, running, he can't do it the way he did last time in 2007 because of course 2007 he had the government support, he was in government. And there's something that leaked that he had made an agreement with Kibaki so that he could run, so that the votes, I think that's why he actually ran the other time. And now Kalonzo, the resources that he needs to run for election now are kind of closed. And running for election now, his people, and I'm very sure his votes will reduce because again, people will not like to vote for somebody who's going to lose. So they'll either vote for UDA or they'll vote for Azimio. So I don't think he has a chance of running alone. So I think he either negotiates too early so that he joins so early so that anybody who is joining later, he follows the queue. And finally, I want to comment on the Nakuru rally. Nakuru rally was a good rally. There's something that Raila has changed in his campaigns. Initially Raila used to have a lot of MPs from Nyanza, usually following him in his motorcade. Those MPs from Nyanza, and I think he has scaled them down. I've only been seeing Bagbo Wino, I don't see Jalango, Gladys. he has really scaled down on the MPs, and I think that is a good move. Yeah, you know, you when you're running for president, let your people take a backseat so that other regions now embrace you. Whatever, the same thing. Yeah, you know, Ruto has been doing, like the guys of Mount Kenya, the guys who are following him, and the other people from Rift Valley are taking a chill. So Riley is, so far, is the pace is good. He's doing so well. I hope he continues with its support. He continues with his rallies. He continues with the rallies. I also want the president to be back. Like, don't let them not be so close so that people can now insist on that the president is campaigning. Nini. Let the president take a backseat and maybe control things behind the scenes. The way Matiang'i and the other CSS have taken a backseat, I love what they are doing, because now, you know, even if they are controlling the elections, now it's so hard for these guys from UDA to keep crying that they are influencing the vote. And I think what else? The Kisii too also, so they are planning for tomorrow's rally in Kisii. Though I was wondering why they had the governor had a meeting today and Simba Arati was not around the meeting. So I don't know how they are planning that Kisii event. uh, I think Ongwai should put good order, should lead both camps, because again Simba Arati has done good ground mobilization, so he should gather people together so that there is less confrontation in his rallies. Uh, and I think so far so good. Things are running okay, and I think this issue of running mate is the hot potato now in this election, because you know even the other day Gachagua tried to talk about the running mate issue and it was so electric. So I think both camps are taking time to analyze the optics, the game cards the other guys have. So you know that is why even Ruto has not the UDA party even doesn't have a party leader, a deputy party leader. I don't think they have a deputy party leader. So everybody's keeping his cards close to his chest. So, but I could like the guys from Jubilee in Mount Kenya to scale their campaigns. I love what they're doing to scale their campaigns, because you know Baba maybe might take a running mate from that position, so they have to get a leader from Mount Kenya, and so that they begin mobilizing Jubilee there, and they do enough ground so that even when Baba is taking a running mate there, then we know we have somebody who can create a little bit of influence in that particular region. So these Oka lands, I don't understand why they're taking long. I don't know. I heard today they're taking time they're taking some time to adjust or to read, see what the legal binding. I don't know those other things. I don't know why they're buying time, but of course, definitely, I understand this new law. Like a coalition cannot join another coalition. So maybe they're, I don't know how they're going to work that out, because now Oka coalition cannot join the Azimio coalition. It's either now that Oka is disbanded so that individual parties now join Azimio. Otherwise, it's that Oka joining Azimio. I don't think it can legally can work. So and you know Oka currently is Kalonzo Musyoka, so is the blue chip, because somebody like Gideon Moy and this guy from Kakamega, I don't know what the name is. Those guys they have been supporting Raila, and I think Martha Karua and Kalonzo are the guys who have taken a stance there. So I think Raila, okay, Oka should, and actually Oka should not be allowed to stay for long. You know, if Oka stays for long, it will create a breeding ground for anti-Raila. Those anti-Raila people now will begin now grouping in Oka, and that should not be allowed. In fact, I was against the inclusion of the stint the Moses Kuria made, because you know. Bringing Moses Kuria will again begin making Oka now being a breeding ground for anti-Raila talks or what. Oka needs to decide so fast. And in the next 2 weeks, if they don't decide, I think Baba and Azimio should just take off the campaigns with all these other guys because they're just a distraction. They don't even do campaigns. So I don't think we don't even need to take and in fact in Ukambani, you know, Raila has a good head start because you know with the governors in ground, he has a very good strategy of mobilization from the ground. And most of these governors, you know, they won without Wiper, so they have a bit of influence. Kalonzo will not play. Actually, I've finished. Thank you for listening. Asante.
So thank you, Alex.
Tofik, you know, when
Yes, yes.
yeah, I will tell you what happened to Ongwae. Ongwae never prepared himself that 10 years is a short period that you need to do your work and move on. And when you're running an office for the first time, you run on promises. But if you want anything after that, you run on a record. The guy does not have a record. We recently had a fire in Kisii, and the budget is 200 million for Kisii fire. We have no one fire, not even one fire truck. So how can you call people for a meeting and we come there? Ongwae should just know that we will respect him as our first governor. We will respect him as an elder, but he did not do anything formidable. And that is why you see anybody running seriously for an office is dissociating with him. And you can understand why. Because you don't want to show that this was a person. And remember, Ongwae in 2017, not even one governor supported him. We only gave Ongwae votes because of Raila Amolo Odinga. Our loyalty and fidelity to ODM was so intact that we disappointed one Matiang'i. And we are happy 5 years he's gone. He must go and get leadership so that we can. Kisii gets more money in a weekend than any other town apart from Mombasa and Nairobi. The money that you get from Wave, M-Pesa, and Western Union, #1 in Africa. We send almost 500 per person average a weekend home, but we cannot see what is going on there. The guy needs to go home so that we can get somebody who can give us a way forward.
Asante, Alex. I think he's going home already, so take it easy with him. I want to agree with Tofik about Kalonzo and Oka. I think there's no turning back. Kalonzo and Oka should just pack their things and go wherever they are comfortable. In our village, they say if you can't live with the rest of the villagers, pack your things and go to the forest. Nobody will come and look for you there. It's important that we don't waste time on the same, and I believe the Azimio people have already come to conclusion on that. We can't go out of the way, create the Azimio movement, give it a national-wide outlook, campaign for it, then you come in and the first demand is that you should change the name. Change the name into what? And we are changing the name so that you get what in the name. So he's not serious. I don't see what he has been doing in politics all these years, if that is the much leadership he can demonstrate at this point in time. To say the least, it is disappointing because we need to be learning from him as a senior counsel and as a senior politician. But behaving the way he's behaving, we can forgive Oscar Sudi if he does that. We can forgive these other newcomers if they do that. Even Moses Kuria, we can forgive him. He's a new tag. But Kalonzo Musyoka, no. It's unforgivable. He's supposed to be doing much better than now, providing leadership. And now that he cannot provide leadership, amesimama kwa mlango kama Wafarisayo. Hataki kuingia na hataki wengine waingie. Basi tutamsukuma kwa nyuma, aanguke ndani tuingie na yeye. Kama hataki, tutamkanyaga kanyage nje, sisi tukaingie. Muda wa kungoja hakuna. Structured dialogue what? Which dialogue? He has dialogued all along the 5 years. And the other people there's somebody who talked about Kalonzo and the number of votes he brings. How many votes did he get in Kibra? They had a candidate in Kibra together with Wetangula and Mudavadi. How many votes did they get? That is the percentage they can raise anywhere in the country. Let's not overrate these people. We know their size and they know their size. Wasitucheleweshe, muda wa kuokoa Kenya ni huu na Kenya lazima isonge mbele. Kwa hivyo tusidanganyane. Kama wewe ni featherweight, cheza featherweight. Usijilazimishe kuingia heavyweight, utakufa bure. Huo ndio msimamo wangu. Naomba tusikilize hii nini kabla tumlete nani. Tumlete huyu Jacob. Kuna hii video nataka tusikilize. Okay.
Leader is quite instrumental, and according to political observers at this point, and looking at the race to State House this year, he is quite instrumental in terms of where he will lay his support on. But so when looking at the reluctance to join Azimio La Umoja, you are a supporter of Azimio La Umoja, does this complicate the arithmetic of you as a supporter and of course supporters of the Azimio and President Uhuru Kenyatta?
Of course, in Azimio, we want everybody to come in, everybody of goodwill to come in, and because politics is a question of numbers. But I think Kalonzo's strength is overrated. Increasingly from 2007 to the current, his weight is overrated. The governors have been, the 3 governors have been going around in Ukambani. Currently, Raila leads in terms of support, even he leads, Kalonzo in terms of Azimio. So I think if I was Kalonzo, I would really rethink and say, I need to make up my mind. Either I'm going to get out of politics, to retire, which I don't think he wants to, or I will join Azimio and negotiate with others. Because if you want to negotiate with people in good faith, you don't threaten them.
But Prof, you've been rather critical of Kalonzo and the role he's played in the Lower Eastern region, particularly his work as well as his influence. Look, my colleague Kennedy Mureithi had a conversation with him on the same, and he touched on the 3 governors from Ukambani region. I hope my director can just play for us that one.
There are 3 governors from Ukambani who have come out to say, in the event that Kalonzo comes to work with Raila Odinga, with whom they are in the Azimio coalition, he should take a back seat because the front seats are taken.
They're afraid. Ask yourself, why are they so afraid? The guilty are always afraid. 2 of them are going home. Okay? In fact, 2 of them are saying they are running for president. What happened to them? Ask them. Yeah. They said they're running for president. When did they stop the bid? One of them wants re-election. If the 2 of them are still running for president, I can understand. So what is it that is irking them? They are really afraid.
Governor, let me just ask you this.
Yes.
Are you afraid?
I can never be afraid. Even when Kalonzo was in Kanu, deep Kanu, we stood firm to make Kenya free again. When they were all afraid of President Moi, and they were actually afraid. So, and people died and all that. So, this is, if I can say, cheap politics. And of course, going home, constitutionally as a governor, as Mutua, Dr. Mutua and myself, we cannot run for a 3rd term. So it's obvious that we will not pursue governorship. And you see, unfortunately,
the bigger question would be, as you answer that, would be, what really then would be is the bone of contention between yourself and Kalonzo Musyoka?
You see, we have taken a decision. We have taken a decision about being in Azimio, and we have taken a timely decision because we think that's the correct place where to be, because we have worked with Raila. We see the traction that is gaining within the country is of a reform orientation. He worked with Prime Minister, with President Kibaki and so on. So we are convinced, and we don't want to waste time. It's now 5 months to elections. Kalonzo is still, going here and there, with, you know, Oka guys. The other day, Jirongo said that Jirongo said he's a firefighter. It's like they have a problem, you know, a problem there. So you see, when Kalonzo chooses his words, unfortunately, there are many times he doesn't choose them well. He says that Mutua and myself have ceded presidential candidature to Raila Odinga, which is correct. But I know at the end of the day, he's also likely to cede presidential candidature to Raila if he comes to Azimio. If not, he will stand on his own, and there won't be following, because people in his region, in our region, know that if he does that, he will not go anywhere in terms of winning. Maybe he thinks there'll be a runoff. Maybe, you know, he thinks he'll do a post-election, you know. But Kenyans are becoming wiser, even people from his region.
Prof, Kalonzo Musyoka still commands quite a significant amount of support in Ukambani region. Do you think, in terms of looking at the support base that Azimio is hoping to get from, you know, the lower eastern region, alongside with the other governors from Ukambani, will you be able to wrestle that support from him in the event that he doesn't join Azimio?
I think the media has actually been very instrumental towards propelling Kalonzo as a very major player currently within Kenyan politics.
Is he not a national leader?
And also, I think the state has also helped him, you know, tremendously in terms of buoying his strength. But Mutua beat him the other day in a by-election in Kitui. We beat him again in a by-election in a place called Ngu in Makueni, even when the Oka Brigade had come to Makueni. In 2017, Kalonzo lost in Kitui, where he comes from, 2 MP positions to Jubilee. Even in Machakos, Wiper lost 2 to Jubilee. In Makueni,
his party still holds a majority
in Makueni,
in parliament.
Of course, I ceded my position in Muungano when I was asked to come and support them in NASA. And that is why in Makueni, there wasn't, you know, we were so organized that, you know, we didn't concede, you know, any particular position. So when Kalonzo asked people to help him, and unfortunately sometimes he doesn't, he's not a person of gratitude, then he says that that is what he himself has achieved. We will wait to see in this election 2022, you know, how Wiper, you know, will fare. So, and I can assure you it will not fare as well as it has previously, because we have pulled out.
Can Kivutha Kibwana, together with the other governors, but you personally, can Kivutha Kibwana be able to pull that Ukambani vote in favor of Raila Odinga without Kalonzo Musyoka?
You can't force Kalonzo to come and join Azimio. If he wishes, he can. If he doesn't, but what is not important is the procrastination of saying that I will join so that we don't organize, you know, ourselves. And nobody will deny him from going to UDA. Nobody will deny him from going solo. But we know that at the end of the day, Raila will get the majority of the vote in Ukambani, and that's, you can take that to the bank. And when after August, if you invite me here again, you will tell me that I was truthful.
All right, Prof, just lastly, in the event Raila Odinga decides to back Kalonzo Musyoka and give him that position to run for the State House position, will you support his bid?
That is hypothetical. I don't think it can happen.
You don't think?
And even if Raila ceded to Kalonzo, Azimio would be defeated.
Really?
Yes.
That is your honest
because
observation.
up to now, if Kalonzo polls 6%, you know, 2% and so on, how will he compete? Right. You know, in real terms. So I think one has to ask themselves, what is my weight? And accept that, you know, some people are heavier than others, and numbers count. If Kalonzo comes to Azimio, you know, I would not be able to say no. I would not begrudge him. That would be positive. If whoever else comes to Azimio, that's a positive thing, because as I said earlier, numbers are, politics is about numbers. But what is not good is for people to threaten others, to say that they are very, you know, strong more than they are, and all that kind of stuff.
All right. Thank you, Professor Kivutha Kibwana.
Okay, mambo ni kama hayo, naamini kwamba umeelewa vizuri. Tumsikilize huyu nani, Penny alikuwa amedondoka. Sasa tumalize na Penny ndio tuende kwa Yakobo, alafu tuende kwa Irene. Vipi Penny?
Habari bwana.
Salama, namna gani?
Salama. Congratulations, umeenda Marizabeth na umerudi. Ni mzuri sana. Sasa ambia vijana yangu kina Pazi yote kina Alex, nilikutumia kitu kidogo. Now I'm looking forward to another competition like that. Some of us get blessings from actions like that. Mimi ni uda damu, lakini kusaidia mtu sio kumuuliza wewe ni wapi unatoka. Kama hakuna taabu msaidie tu. So I'm looking forward to the next time you guys have another one. Ngawaja mpendi watu wa UDA, sisi tunawatumia kitu you know, to help us Kenyans. Kalonzo, tuende manda Kalonzo mnasungumuza, he's doing wrong. And some of us know that he's trying to hurt Raila the most. But what you gain when you're doing that? Nothing. So sisi mukimtaka uchukua, we will win one way or the other. UDA will win one way or the other. Na Kalonzo sio kama mimi nawaambia kila wakati, some of the good things Raila does is like that. He's a watermelon. Ujui anaenda hapa anaenda kule. So I would not waste my time kuzungumza juu ya mtu kama huyu. Na Raila amejua ndio akaleta wao magavana watatu wamemkava. So let us move forward. Kijana yangu Alex, mimi sitakuja Azimio, lakini nitawasaidia. Wende nyumbani hapo, ona, you know, uliza nyumbani watu wanataka nini, tabala tano tuwasaidie. Hiyo, there's no problem with that. Lakini vijana yangu, nikikuja August 10, munishinde, I will be anywhere you are. Sina taabu. I've watched the politics for a long time. And it is not about your heart. Kama Manda wanasema, usiweke siasa your heart. Somebody who has your family, who has your kid, sasa huyu ndio mbaya. Lakini siasa ndipo have a different opinion. I happen to have a different opinion. Bernard, na huyu wanaitwa Roa ananiita ati mimi ni mpigaji chakula huko Sogoi. Lakini you know, when somebody is cursing you, anazungumza maneno mbaya, ni yeye. Ushenzi ni wake, sio wako. So Ruto coming here with 31 people, he came here with David Ndinem. They are experts. This is benchmarking. Even ndugu Raila Odinga alikuja hapa na my friend Ongwae, huyo nani anazungumza juu yake, lakini si kwenda. Lakini they were benchmarking. Huyo anatembea hapa anaangalia vile vitu vinafanywa. The next time we will take him to John Hopkins University over there in Maryland. Lakini he was in a black college, Loyola. So everything is good. Me tabu, yinyi tembea Kisii, whether you are coming there, everywhere. That way we vote and elect. We hope there will be no more politicking for 5 years. Vile Dania amefanya. Vile Kenyatta na Raila na Ruto wamefanya. Because Kenyatta na Raila walikuwa wanafanya yao ya PPI na handshake. Ambayo haiko kwa constitution. So fellow Kenyans, let us do what the constitution says. Every society, here Israel munasumusa, Germany, up America ambao we're doing muko. They follow the constitution. You cannot have two people decide for you. You guys are confident with that. Some of us are not. N-O-T in capital letters. So let us talk. Even he bottoms up economics, he cannot just go there and say bottom up. It has to be discussed. It has to have certain parameters as to how you can do this or you can do that. Sure, a political argument. This is an argument that you can sit down on a boardroom, in parliament, anywhere, and talk about it. So I don't want to talk too much. Yesterday, Alex, ulikuwa wapi? Tulikuwa na kijana mwingine amekuja hapo, msichana anaitwa Sara. Aliwafundisha maneno mzuri sana, lakini alikuwa anasema soft. Saa nyingine mimi naenda too deep. Lakini huyu alikuwa anawaambia maneno kali sana Alex, ukimsikia Bernard, she was good. So asante sana kwa kutupatia wakati. Nyinyi endelea. We are very happy for you. You're all like my children. So sitaki kuja hapa kuwawambadisha ama kuwafanya msikie mbaya. No, I want you to be happy. I want you, Alex, when you come to see your uncle, call me. I go to go Moigwa. And then we relax and have coffee, tea. One funny one, the last one, Bernard ilikuwaje. Huyu ango yake alikuwa anakuja kwa nyumba na mtoto anaona nimelala, anamletea chuma yangu ya Crown Royal anamaliza. Sasa when we go to a certain function ndiye aliniambia, unajua nilimaliza mtoto yako. Ninacheka sana. So life is good. Let us be happy and help those who we can. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Sawa Penny, Alex iko nini?
Mi nataka kushukuru Penny Nyagaka, ameongea vizuri, lakini iko kitu hajawahi tuambia ya ukweli. Nyanya yangu ako na yeye, anaishi na yeye, anapata pesa ya wazee. Penny Nyagaka pia aliapply pesa ya wazee, and that is what they are paying for their health care here. They should thank Raila Molo for paying for their health care in America. Thank you very much. Wanapata pesa ya wazee.
Alex, ndio nilisema ninakubali, lakini hiyo is negotiated, especially social security. Na hiyo mnasema hiyo ya Kenya sijui inaitwa namna gani ile.
Pesa ya wazee Raila ndiye alileta. Mama yako anapata, hata wewe unapata. Na hiyo ndio inafanya tunalipa healthcare yetu hapa Amerika. Sasa sawa, lazima uambie watu kweli kuwa umebenefit kutoka kwa Raila. Sio mbaya mzee. It is okay. Hatuya kwa igule.
Hatuya ndio mjazana. Thank you.
Sawa basi, asanteni sana. Nashukuru Penny kwa maoni yako na unajua kuna kitu moja nashindwa nawe Penny, kwa sababu nasema watu wawili wasiamue. Ile hali wewe una insist unataka to back na pure presidential leadership structure ambapo kuna president na deputy. Na wametutawala hii miaka 10, wametuingiza kwa shimo. Sasa mbona wakati wajaingia kwa siasa utaki wakati waenda kwa election utaki wawili waamue? Lakini wakisha win nataka serikali ikuwe wawili wengine wafuate. So which is which here?
Very clearly that negotiate whatever it is. Kama you Alex amesema pesa ya wazee or anything that we want to talk about structuring our society, we all should talk. If it's the court, the high court has maybe 7 judges or 9. So we should follow the law. That's the key. Na kama iko tabu anywhere, it took us over 30 years to change the constitution to what it is right now. So if we want to change the constitution on anything, we should. And we should even make a clause in that, which is that you do not change the constitution 2 years to the election, so that we can have long-term plans. Thank you. Hakuna tabu, lakini watu wawili sitakubali hiyo. Let people, yeah, they are the president and the vice president, but they have to have a board of whatever it is, if it's economics, if it's anything. Let them talk for a while, and then we decide. So long as it fits in the constitution, we should not have any problems. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much Penny. Naomba sasa twende moja kwa moja kwa Jacob, alafu tusonge mbele. Jacob, tafadhali, muda wako huo.
Mjambo ndugu zangu.
Hatujambo, namna gani?
Salamu baba, nimeshukuru. Naanzia mambo ya Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka ni kana kwamba naona ameshelewa. Na wakati umeshelewa tena ukuje na masharti haifai. Kwa sababu kuna kitu English inasema put skin in the game. So wakati unasikia put skin in the game, uchukua hiyo ni seriousness. Hiyo tena nataka mchezo. Sasa umeingia sasa vile ulivyo kwa kiwanja. Na amechukua muda kutokufanya uamuzi ya busara. Mimi nikiangalia. So Kalonzo amekuja amekuwa tayari ameshelewa na akakuja kuongeza masharti. Kwa sababu angekuwa mtu mrefu Kalonzo, angeacha masharti, angekuja kuingia moja kwa moja kwa Azimio, angekuwa afadhali kwake, kwa hata kura baada ya Raila ingesaidia baadaye. Kwa sababu naona kana kwamba hii ni njia moja ya Kalonzo kuja kufifia na kuisha kwa siasa. Kwa sababu saa hii tena anapita kando kwa sababu pia kuna kitu kila kitu kuna wakati wake, na kila kitu kuna lata. Kutafika mahali mpaka kuna ile kitu natamanika, alafu kifika mahali mpaka ile hakuna hata lata, hata usikii tena. So amedinda wakati alikuwa anatamana, akona lata, watu wanamuhitaji, kwa sababu wakati plan yote watu kuanza plan ama njia yoyote ile, kila mtu ni atamana ama kila mtu anaanza kutumika kufanyika yani tutafute njia ya kupita. So ukidinda wakati unastahili ama unatakikana, alafu ungoje watu baada ya amepata njia ndio ukuje na masharti, ama unataka kuingia tena kwa nguvu, ama wewe ndio unataka kuja wewe kwa ndio mstari wa mbele, hiyo pia hastahili. So nikana kwamba hesabu ya Kalonzo nikana ameharibika kabisa. Asipochukua sasa hatua ya dharura kuingia tu Azimio bila masharti, sioni mpango ya kufanikiwa ama ya Kalonzo baada hata election. Nikikuja pande ya naibu wa rais hapa Amerikani, inikana kwamba amekuja tu kujaribisha mwenyewe, kujitoa nguo, kwa sababu kitu ya kwanza ambaye watu wanajiuliza maswali, umekuja kulia hapa ati serikali wana njama ya kuiba kura. Wewe ni naibu wa rais, umekuwa naibu wa rais miaka 10. Kama kulikuwa na njama ya kuiba kura, kwa nini hajakuwa ile miaka 10 ulikuwa kwa serikali, ama ile taa 2 uliingia kwa serikali? So kitu ya pili, hii kura bado kuna muda mrefu sana, hata bado kuna muda, na bona amekuja kulia mapema ati kuna njama ya kuibiwa kura. Na kama kura hajaibiwa kwa 2013 na kura hajaibiwa 2017, hii kuna nini ya kuiba 2022? Hiyo ndio mimi naona kana kwamba William Ruto ambaye ni kana kwamba mimi nikiona anakuwa tu anaroboka kila njia yote ile, kana anaonekana kwamba ataona kama atapata msaada, na mimi sioni hata msaada atapata hapa Amerika, kwa sababu najua pia nchi zingine watu hausingilia mambo ya ndani. Kuna vitu ya ndani, okay, wewe naibu rais umealikwa, ametembea, wamesema shida zako. Hakuna siku wa Amerika anatoka tu kwenda kwa Kenya kuchunguza ama kufuatilia chini ya mesa Kenya ya serikali ya Kenya anafanya ama wanafanya kwa sababu ya kura. Ninyi tu unapewa tu, yani mnaambiwa tu mnafumbie kura, mhakikishe kura ni ya haki, kitu kama hiyo. Na William Ruto anakuja kulalamikia mambo ya viongozi ambayo kuna harassment kwa serikali, kushikwa kwa viongozi. Mbona hajakuja kwa hii miaka 10 ama miaka 9 alikuwa kuongozi, kutoka nje kukashifu serikali vile anafanya kwa viongozi? Kwa sababu wakati watu wa NASA alikuwa anaanamisha na serikali, ni kana kwamba alikuwa ni that time alikuwa wale watu wako na haki ya kuangamizwa. Mbona William Ruto hajatoka wakati ile kukashifu matokeo ambayo serikali alikuwa anafanya kwa viongozi wa NASA? Kama kura ilikuwa angeibwa 2017, William Ruto amesema mwasheni Matiang'i afanya kazi yake, wakati viongozi wa NASA analalamika kana kwamba kuna njama ya kuiba kura, kuna ABCD. William Ruto ni mtu wa kwanza anatoka kwa wasiwasi kusema muache Matiang'i afanya kazi yake. Sasa nilishindwa kuelewa hii kilio gani hoja kulia hapa kwamba ati kuna njama ya kuiba kura, ama serikali kuna njama ya kumibia ile mwingine kura. Yeye ni mtu wa pili katika serikali ya Kenya, ambaye mtu pia inastahili heshima yake, na kura bado iko mbali. Hata ABC yenyewe bado wanapambana huko, hata kuna vitu mingi hajafanywa. Sasa hizi ndio watu wanaanza sasa, hii ndio program ndio wanaanza ya uchaguzi, na ukuje hapa kutafuta msaada tukulia kura inaibiwa. William Ruto mimi nikiona kana kwamba amepatikana, ametolewa kwa shimo, kwa sababu alikuwa amejificha hii miaka yote ndani ya serikali na alikuwa akistareheka. Ndio maana hata 2017 ile wakati nasema mara ya mwisho nilimuona kidara wa Wiper wakati niliona kofia yake kwa barabara ya kofia aliacha kwa lami. So William Ruto wakati ile wale wengine alikuwa anahangaishwa, yeye alikuwa starehe na alikuwa anatumia wale viongozi ambayo wanaimse wale ile mrengo wa NASA. Saa hizi yeye analia na amepatikana kwa sababu William Ruto amejua hakuna njia ya kupita kura. Kitu ya kwanza, William Ruto lisha ya kama kujaribu kutaalisha Raila Odinga kama ile mtu akitandawili, kama ile mtu wa mawe, lakini William Ruto anajua vizuri alisi ya mambo, si ati ajui. Anajua fenye uwezo ya Raila na kwa nafenya kuna numbers. William Ruto, kitu ya pili mimi nimeona ni ile mtu amesoea udanganyifu. Yaani umeshaona ile mtu hata anadanganya bila kuogopa, hata uoga, hata ule uoga kabisa. Hata hivi wenyewe wanaona hii kitu ni uoga, yaani ni uongo. Nisingiza mazungumzo ambayo yani akiojua anajaribu kuweka kama serikali ya Kenya ameweka kisiwisi kwa viongozi kwa miaka mingi, kama biashara ya Kenya hajawahi kuwa successful ama kuna vitu mingi inafanyika. Lakini angekuwa kiongozi bora, bwana hajatoka wasiwasi ile miaka kuanzia 2013 to 2017 ama 2017 to 2022, kwa sababu alikuwa kwa serikali. Hajai tokea kusema mtu wa mboga alikuwa amekaa kwa shida miaka yote, mtu ya bodaboda amekaa kwa shida miaka yote. Hajai kutuma hata wabunge kwa mjadala kwa kwamba kusaidia mama mboga, kwa sababu angekuwa na uwezo ya kutuma ya kuitisha bunge na ile viongozi wa mrai yani wa mirongo wa Jubilee wapitishe vitu kwa bunge kusaidia mama mboga, mtu wa bodaboda. So nimesikia mtu akisema Ruto si leader, ni mwanasiasa. Na unajua siku zote mwanasiasa anajitafutia kwa mdomo ya watu wengine, kwamba unaenda kwa barabara unasema kitu natafuta nia yetu yote, lakini nikipata ni yangu peke yangu. Hiyo kitu ndio William Ruto naona kana kwamba anafanya. So nimaliza ndugu yangu.
Okay, thank you. I believe no question to Jacob. Tumsikiliza Irene basi. Irene vipi?
Poa sana, mambo?
Salama.
Umeshinda poa?
Kabisa
Kwa salama. Ai, wacha nianze na note. Sijui kama mtu anajua ile song inaitwa Chwadegi Nyundo. It has a line that says Ogwela Manene. You know? Huo ni ule mtu alikuwa akiitania watu, ni kama pimp wa kitambo. And then there's another saying about Jaber Machon. Unajua ule mrembo wa kitambo. Sasa when I'm listening to every speaker speak about Kalonzo, sijui kwa nini, it's because I'm feeling, and even when I had Kivuza talk about him earlier, it's more or less like he's within the mentality that nilikuwa mrembo kitambo. Sasa umekuwa mrembo kitambo na hiyo waist yako imekwama, na kuna reproductive events that you cannot participate in, but bado kuna memory uko nayo ya ile urembo ulikuwa nayo na the number of children ulitoa. So kidogo ndio inasumbua Kalonzo wetu, lakini msijali. So unatuonyesha that there's something that is called men oppose. You know, men oppose it in women. But now in the event of politics, Kenyans are opposing. And Kenyans are going to oppose Kalonzo, and they will oppose him in the ballot. So it is something that he had better be alive to. Now, yesterday, the first thing that happened about the channel going off, I was able to properly listen to our unable deputy. I was about to call him able deputy, then I remembered. I have never been more embarrassed as a Kenyan. You know, normally you export, when you're exporting something, you ensure you export the best. Tunaambiwa kwamba avocado zetu zina fetch 1,000 bob per avocado, sijui nini. Jameni, is that the best you could do as Kenya? Nilisikia Ben akisema ati sijui mara Kenya Amerika wangemchukua huyo Ruto hatumtaki. Sikudanganyi, kama ni kichaa. Kuna siku Raila alisema Bomas kwamba mkiwa mko pamoja kama wazazi mmezaa kichaa, lazima muone hiyo kichaa. Sasa sisi kama Wakenya tumechukia sana the fact that tumekuwa exposed, like finally it has come to hit us on the face, right in the full glare of the world, that this is the best you guys could produce, and you have produced a deputy president, and this is a guy. Alafu nimesikia Penny akisema ati Raila alibeba delegation, sijui Ruto alikuwa na beba think tanks. Do you know you can carry around all the think tanks, but there's nothing they can help to put in your brain to assist you? That guy, as in, I've never seen someone expose himself like that guy did. Tunapatiananga PhD type gani hapa Kenya? Ruto anaitwa doctor. A doctor who can't explain I think I've got this little cousin. He's called JJ. He's 9. This boy can give you, he can literally give you analysis of things. For the first time, I was like, my 9-year-old little cousin can actually do better than what we put out. We put out as our deputy, where he went and embarrassed us. There was no question that he responded to. There was nothing he said. So the think tanks were even seated there. Someone literally laughed out loud in the presence of people. So when we get to a point where we are exposing ourselves at that level, what are we saying for, say, for instance, our children who we have exported abroad to actually learn something? What have we done to them? Because I think that is what we are never alive to. We usually think this politicking thing is something like, as Penny has said, tutaenda kwa debe, whatever outcome, then tuende labda tukutane kwa bar, tukule nyama choma, tukunywe kanywaji. Na saizo watoto wetu saizo wanatuangalia, they have a country to inherit, and then that is what we presented to them, that is what we presented to the world. We have some people who are literally standing on podiums and ensuring, okay, let me put myself as an example. When I stand in a podium as a Kenyan, that is a title I'm proud of. When those athletes go out there, when our sportsmen go out there, their blood and sweat to refer to themselves as Kenyans, they do not do it at the expense of taxpayers' money to go and make a fool of themselves and a fool of us, the rest of us. So it's as serious as that. So much as we would like to imagine that this is a circus, it isn't. Someone earlier alluded, I may have forgotten the name. He said we can joke with anything, including MCA-ship and MP-ship, then we can go to president. And I keep saying this thing like it is certainly not a joke. Then we can go to a president who locks us to a place where Kenya is finished for everything we have known it for, just because we sat and thought it was something that we were supposed to laugh about and probably supposed to make fun. Niliandika vitu nikasema wacha leo alafu someone talked about size when that was Kivutha talking. Kivutha akasema we overrate Nani Kalonzo. Now guys, I'm sorry, I'm usually an actor, I'm a trainer, so there's a time I was told that you say things as they are sometimes for people to understand them. So I'll tell you, kawaida as a woman, and I usually say as a woman I'll talk about a few things in the analogy of being a woman, kwa sababu si pia nyinyi mnasema kwani nyinyi wanawake, sasa wacha wanaume niwaambie kama sisi kama wanawake, this is what you feel. So uko na hiyo kidude yako ndogo, afu ukakuja kuchafua maji, like there's nothing you're scoring. Hawezi kufanya penetration mzuri, huwezi kuscore anything. So at the end of the day umechafua maji na ukaondoka. You understand? Then kuna ule mwanamume anakuja kama amejielewa vizuri. Huyo ndiye atakuja second guess. Atakuja akijua game inakaa aje. Atakuja atascore alafu tuone results. I know an example of this gentleman. He keeps saying, so bibi alimwacha kwa sababu ya usherati na kumchapa, obviously nearly half to death. So bibi kumwacha kwa sababu she had to preserve her life and at least live for her children. He goes around the village telling people the way, how was Chana? Now that woman and her sisters, hawezagi kuolewa. How hawezagi kuolewa, nini, hakuna mmoja wao ameolewa. So there's one of the villagers mmoja kamuuliza, ati kwani sasa wewe, hao watoto wenye ulizana huyu mama, ulimzalisha watoto 4 kama girlfriend. You understand?
Bana,
so that is,
I have a question. I have a question.
Is someone speaking to me?
Order, please. Atuya, you have a question?
Yeah.
What about?
Are we really gonna sit here and listen to Irene give us
I gave an analogy. My dear, you see, that's a problem. That's a problem. The guilty are usually afraid.
Hold on, you will bat that.
Yeah, the guilty are usually very afraid. I used an analogy, and I easily said very well that I'm a thespian. As a thespian and a trainer, now I could always educate you in that. As a thespian, this is what usually happens. There's something called subtext. So when you listen to something, you look at the subtext. You don't necessarily have to look at it on the surface. Just to see what lazima tukuna kichondogo. Okay, sorry, you know, like sometimes that's a difficulty of being a Kenyan sometimes. You know, everybody assumes.
Your point, please.
Yes. So
Just
now, as I was saying,
point, please, thank you.
Okay. So as I was saying, sasa huyu umekuja kwa environment, unasema kwamba nitajoin huyu mtu. So the analogy I was giving about this man who went around saying, wasichana huyu mtu levi. You have come within a structured system of someone you have worked with, someone who has delivered for you, someone you have literally worked under due to the fact that there are things that alipitisha zenye zimekufanya ukafanya kazi. Lakini now when it suits you, utakuja utasema kwamba the system almost does not exist. Within that person, there's no institution that can then be named as anything that is productive. That is what I meant. Whoever it is that is talking. Sorry, I don't have my glasses so I can't be able to see your names. I'll probably go back to that. Now, moving on swiftly, the whole thing about Kalonzo coming and saying that the name of the coalition needs to be changed is akin to mpango wa kando. Sasa alikuwa akikuja kwa hiyo nyumba, amepata bibi ashakuja na bwana yake, wamestruggle, wamejenga nyumba yao imekuwa mzuri. Sasa akikuja akarealize this man is 5 seconds of ejaculation are over, and now suddenly the wife has left and she has to occupy this space. When she has to occupy this space, she has to come and discover that there's more to taking care of her home. There's more to being a wife than simply a man getting in and out based on what is convenient for him. So when you have come in, you come and discover structures are all in place. All I need is service. Now you're coming with wanting service. You've been tried, tested, and found wanting. So you come to a place where it's structurally sound, like Azimio is right now. But since unaona kwamba unaachwa nje, na vile tuliambiwa kwa hiyo verse nitaikumbuka niilete. Sasa tuliambiwa ati wanawake tutashikana 7 kwa mwanamume mmoja. Tuseme kwamba bora tu tupatie jina ya mwisho, tutamkalia. So that is what is happening with Kalonzo Musyoka, by the way. So he's coming to the point where Azimio imejengwa, structures are completely in place. So amekuja, there's service is supposed to offer. This service does not exist. Ni ile yenye watu walikuwa kikuja for convenience and going. Sasa akina Kivuza wamekuja, akina Charity Simba wa mama amekuja na kijana ginene barubaru Mutua amekuja. So now suddenly he finds himself out of the picture, and he's coming and finding that structure is complete, offering a service that does not exist or probably has been nullified by time and expectation, and that is where we find ourselves in. So pahali tunapelekana, let us be glad that jana tumemanage atukukua kwa forum, so tukakuwa exposed to the density of the kind of stupidity that we have exported out, and this level of stupidity is actually being championed by none other than the person who calls themselves number 2 in a country, and now he went and exposed as Kenyans that is the best we can do. So as we come to this forum, as we speak, as we move forward, let us know that we're supposed to produce leadership, including from our houses, including from ourselves. Let us look within ourselves and ask ourselves, what are we exporting to the world? And first, what are you exporting in your houses? Ule mtu akuelewa the analogy ya uzizi ngakipole. Imagine kuna venye tu wengine tulizaliwa tu kama tuna kwanga bitwell. Asante.
Thank you, Irene. Atuya, what is the matter?
Can I go on?
Go on. We are listening.
Please do.
You know, it's very laughable when you find a drama queen.
It's important to laugh. This drama queen, by the way, utazoea. New Kenya by the way na nisumbua na labda ujaluo zoea dadi. Endelea.
Sawa Irene, thank you. Subiri once I ongee kwanza.
Akiniita drama queen atajua drama ni nini, by the way. Let him be respectful. I told him he become condescending, I go right underneath that. Tuende kazi.
Bernard, it's a very, very funny to find a drama queen actually referring to a PhD holder as a...
Yeah, PhD holder who doesn't qualify for one, by the way. And feel free to laugh, my dear. It adds years to your boring life.
Okay, Atuya, just go
No,
straight to your
no, I
submission,
have
please.
I have a lot to say.
If he bloody gets condescending, I will go underneath. That I can guarantee him.
Order, Irene, just hold on. Atuya, prosecute your submission, please.
No, somebody was here speaking about reproduction, and you gave all the
Big
time.
deal, kwani your divine conception.
No, you'll have to give me my time to address the issues that I want.
I will not give you time to come and try and confirm condescending stupidity, by the way, when you're addressing me.
Order, both of you, thank you. Please, let's do this. I don't want to send anybody to quarantine right now. Atuya, please just go ahead and make your submission.
All right.
Rebut what you can rebut, but stop getting personal or anything.
No, I'm not getting personal. I'm just speaking the truth. When you find a drama queen,
which is what?
As an actor.
What is Atuya? Who is a drama queen?
Go ahead, laugh about it, please, and go on and prosecute your point. At least qualify the fact that you have a brain that is worth listening to.
You can tell from the way she's shouting. She's empty.
By all means, I just have a loud voice, my dear. It is not my problem that you have a small one.
No, your brain is wanting, my friend.
Of course, certainly. That is why yours is moving as slowly.
When you shout a lot,
don't worry about it. That is my voice.
Bernard, can we present these others? We need to go somewhere. Then they can remain. I see Atuya doesn't want
to. Thank you, Jared.
No, it's my time. No, it's my time, Jared. It's my time. Okay. I'll have to say what I have to say, and I have to be protected by
you can't say what you have to say if you're going personal with on a general issue.
Let me say something, yeah.
Yes, Irene prosecuted her submission, and it was to all generally. It wasn't specifically for you. Why are you going personal on this?
Let me not mention names, and then we have sat here and listened to reproduction issues for a while. And I was just trying to refer to someone who confessed to be a drama queen, referring to a PhD holder as someone stupid. We cannot sit here and listen to that.
At least a drama queen with a brain, right? A PhD holder who's as dense as you.
No, that one is meant for theaters, not here. I've been here for
Don't worry
so many years.
about it. Life is a theater, my dear. That's the reason why you're so slow. He's condescending, by the way. For as long as he's condescending, I will not allow him to speak. Sorry. I'd rather be sent to that quarantine, but I will not sit here and listen to someone who's condescending. But they believe me, that I will not allow. Unless he can prosecute his point and actually bring a brain along with it, I am not listening to his rubbish and being quiet about it.
Bernard, you just have to protect me. The way
Atuya, I can't protect you when you are inviting problem for yourself. Can you just go straight to your point? And number two, I don't think you're here to defend DP's PhD. I don't think that's the purpose for why we're here.
No, and nobody's here to say that the PhD is not viable.
DP is a PhD holder like he is, then he should behave like one.
No, who told you
we don't have to defend him for the same.
No, now let me go on. No, I know, Bernard, you are biased at some point. But
I agree 100%. Yeah. If you are a PhD holder, treat yourself like one, we'll take you like one. But when you begin to behave otherwise, we believe the otherwise.
Bernard, anytime you are here, there must be chaos with me. I don't know why. But let me tell you one thing. We cannot sit here as the DP Ruto supporters and listen to a drama queen call a PhD holder as a stupid person, and you there seated. That's not being a good leader in this program. And Jacob, I want to address Jacob first. Jacob was referred to the deputy president as a liar. I want to ask you a very simple question before even I go back to what I said. The DP actually said that the economy of this country is at its knees. Was he wrong? Why call him a liar? Is the Kenyan economy doing really okay? Don't answer that. You'll answer it when time comes. Now, let me leave the two speakers who came prior to me, because they spoke a lot of unwise and uncalled for words. So let me just address the Kalonzo issue first. One thing you need to realize about the Kuzimia team or whatever it is that it is a collection of fraud. It is a collection of two individuals or three or many who are people who have perfected the art of defrauding other Kenyans. Kalonzo Musyoka should know that Raila Odinga, or we as Kenyans know that Raila Odinga has defrauded Kalonzo Musyoka 2 or 3 times before. We know that the other pillar in Okoa, I can't even remember that Kuzimia team name openly, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has defrauded Ruto, has betrayed Ruto after promising to support him after the 2013-2017 election. Kalonzo knows that Raila Odinga is a betrayer. He knows that Uhuru Kenyatta is a betrayer. We as Kenyans know that these two have betrayed this country. They have betrayed the Kenyan constitution. They have betrayed the COVID patients. They have betrayed the court orders. They have betrayed Kenyans through a dead economy, and he still wants them to honor an agreement they had in darkness back in 2017. I think Kalonzo has just proved to be the most stupid politician, just like some speakers who spoke here before, that he still believes that he can get into an alliance with two people who have betrayed Kenyans, two people who have shown to be having their self-interest at heart and still continue pursuing something with the two. It is a proof of the stupidity that Kalonzo spoke about before. The only route Kalonzo has to power is to either go it alone, prove that he can do it alone, and he can be elected later. Or the only other option is to join the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, get a position, and live in government in the next 10 or 20 years to come. There is something else I wanted to address. Who was speaking? There's somebody who said that Kenya, the deputy president went to the United States to embarrass Kenyans. I really don't know. People can go out of this country to the United States. They go do some odd jobs, and they still have the audacity to come here and say that the deputy president went to the United States to actually shame this country. Raila Odinga has been to the States so many times. Raila Odinga has been addressing the issue of rigged elections in the United States for so many years. Early in 2018, 2017, I remember he went there and he was complaining about 2 tribes that have ruled this country. Where is the problem when His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, as scientist, goes to the States and says that there is a plan, there is a pre-planned, there is a hatched kind of a plan that they want to install a leader on Kenyans? Is that shaming Kenyans? He is simply saying the truth. We have some people who want to install some leaders on us. Is that a lie? Now, I can remember there's a quote which says that there is no desperate woman, like a woman who is in her late 30s, who has got no child, and she realized that she's about to hit menopause. She gets really desperate. That is the kind of behavior I've seen with some individuals who think that Raila is finally getting the presidency. They sound desperate. They sound arrogant. They even shout in here like it's worrying anyway.
Atuya, no one is desperate. No one is desperate here.
And respect women. Respect women, please.
No, no, that is a saying.
Order, please. Order, everybody. Don't speak without obtaining permission. It's important. Atuya,
I will finish
restrict
up with
yourself to the topic of today.
Yeah, I will finish up
Your
finish up
defense
with the.
for William Ruto is wanting in the sense that you don't recognize that William Ruto is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, and what he says cannot be equal to any other Kenyan who goes abroad and speaks. Raila Odinga's complaint about rigging election, he was talking about rigged elections. That means the election took place, it was rigged, wrong people are in office, wrong way. Which election for William Ruto has been rigged? Why
Now,
should he go to the United States of America to ask for help?
now, William Ruto, when what he's saying is that there is a plan. And you cannot limit what the deputy president wants to say or plans to say. Now, I don't know why you find it so difficult that you went there and said that there is a plan, that there are some leaders in this country, there are some people call themselves the system that want to rig the elections.
He should tell us the plan, how the plan worked in 2013 and the plan worked in 2017.
Let me finish.
If he can't tell us about that, he's not qualified to talk about 2022.
No, you know, your words are not law. So we have what we also say and want to say. So you say that the deputy president is the deputy president, he should not go and complain. William Ruto, Dr. William Ruto, the scientist, is the deputy president by name currently. He is not the deputy president by practice. And I hope the comedians in here, the theater merchants, can understand that. And then finally, I want to speak about the internal wars between Kibwana and Kalonzo.
I take great exception. By the Bernard, call that Atuya to order. I take great exception in him thinking theater merchants have a problem. Let him deal with whatever he's dealing with without necessarily bringing to nonsense what he's trying to say about my person. The person that I am and what I choose to do is totally my responsibility and my problem. So you should not, by their try and condescend me in any kind of way. I will shout him down for all he knows. He will know what theater is. By the way, let him continue with that kind of condescending nonsense. Already, what has he said that is of any use to anyone? As he talks to us about a bloody PhD that covers nothing at all for anyone useful in the country. If at all that DP is a DP by title, let him bloody resign. He's taking our money from our coffers, from those mamambogas and every poor child in this country and every poor person in this country in the name of a salary to do bloody work. So he holds a title that is not helping him. Let him bloody resign so we know that he's a man with at least something under his trousers, because we have clearly confirmed he has nothing between his ears.
Okay. Please, Irene, it's okay. It's okay. Let's do this.
He condescends me one more time and you let him. What I choose to do in my life is absolutely mine.
Irene, thank you.
Bernard.
Your point is made. Please, let's do this. Let's remain civil. Let's all calm down. This is debate, okay? You give your points, you listen to another person, you can rebut, but no fights, no wars, okay? Relax, everybody. Thank you. Atuya, conclude your submission.
And there's one thing I've realized, Bernard, that you...
Who is speaking again?
I'm the one speaking.
Atuya. Yeah, please, Atuya, conclude your submission, please.
Now, I wanted to address the issue about Kibwana and Kalonzo. Kibwana sounded, I came in when you were playing the interview of Kibwana. Kibwana just sounded like a frightened kid who's afraid that his big brother is coming back in the house. Now, Kibwana has got no backing from the lower eastern counties. Kibwana is threatening Kalonzo. Kibwana actually got into power via an endorsement of Kalonzo. Am I audible? Kibwana is a nobody. Kibwana is a nobody. He should not threaten Kalonzo.
Kibwana is a second
listen
term
to
serving
me.
governor.
No, you don't have to put words in my mouth. See, you listen to me first, and then you
you cannot.
No.
Roger,
Bana.
what you know when it's limited,
I
we
know
must help
you.
you know it better.
You're not here to interview me.
You can't use this platform to give
When
half
somebody
truths
called
and half
William
just
Ruto,
to prove you are
when somebody called William Ruto empty-headed, you never said anything.
Skiliza, you cannot
Nonsense.
say Kibwana
You're
is
telling me
nothing.
nonsense,
He's a
bana.
second term serving governor.
Take me out if you
Kibwana
want
has
to.
led the Ufungamano movement
No,
for the
when I
struggle
say he's
against
nothing, I
Moi.
mean politically nothing. You cannot choose what.
Now
Bernard.
let's get this clear, please. Let's do this once and again. I state, if you don't have facts for what you're saying, don't come and share it here. If you are here to twist the truth so that it looks like it's a lie, we don't have your time, please. Am I biased? Yes, I accept the blame, but we will not facilitate you to pass across propaganda and half-truths. Leaders that have labored in this country are known. History has proved them right. Yes, Mama Selina.
Thank you so much, Penat. Wow, actually, I think watu wakikuja hapa tuheshimiane, hata kama site yetu imekuwa okay, people are crying, wanalia kama baba yao vile analia. So pati mbaya, when you come here, tusikuje unaita wengine machina and then you don't want your people to be called the names. So nilikuwa nasema tu Penat, tukikuja hapa tuheshimiane, kuja peana submission yako, utuambie kwa nini unataka mtu yako achakuliwe, utuambie kwa nini kama sasa. Penat, na I will repeat, nikiwa mwisi na nione mwisi mwingine ama kitu ikonge mlango yangu na mimi ni mwisi, nitasema wamenikujia. So mambo ya kusema ati ya kusema ama akusema, if that is right, kwa nini uende nchi ya wageni? By the way, unaenda kwa Republicans kumwambia governor akusaidie, kwanza hiyo Republicans ndio walikuwa naipa kura, na pati mzuri Russians wesi wenye wanajua kusaidiana wako na vita, so they cannot have time atupatie vifaranga sama computer. That is where men are crying. Men are crying. Na ukiona mtu aheshimu mama, and Penat, sometimes we need to see people face by face, because we may be arguing na watoto yetu na atujui. So sometimes it is so difficult, kwa sababu kama mama amesema kitu, why do you want to work with a woman? Then that woman is more stronger than you. Unajua inasema hivi, ukitongoza mwanamke akukatae, unaenda ambia wanaume wengine, unaona hiyo mwanamke, that man was here. I don't think, I'm sorry, maybe he's our son, I'm sorry, maybe yako aje, but ukikuja kwa hii mkutano, if I want to defend mahali niko, nitasema mambo mazuri, but not about Kalonzo alifanya. Unataka Kalonzo akuje okoa what KKA, and then you are accusing him, and then you are saying he will be there for 20 years. Wow, man, why are you so scared? Mutakaa nje, bado Azimio inaendelea na baba anashikilia. That is the reason why nyumba lazima kukue baba. Sisi wa mama, we admit, ninaweza fanya kazi mzuri kama mama, lakini kuna mahali nitahitaji baba ama mwanaume kwa watoto kama imekuwa ngumu. We can naweza lea, but kuna mahali inafika nataka mwanaume aongeleshe, kwa sababu that tune. So mambo ya baba anakuja kutengeneza Kenya. It will be good for you guys. Mulikataa katiba, nao munalia nyinyi ni ya kwanza kwa katiba. Kila kitu mumefanya ni opposite. hata hii mambo tunatengeneza Kenya itakuja kuwa benefit. Come slowly. Mkaambia Uhuru bring it on, they are bring it on. Why are you crying? Kwa kama nyinyi ni wanaume, kwa sababu mnasema mko wanaume, ndio mnafanya watu wanatout. Wanaume are 350 but not in leadership. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There is an outcry of throwing people in the quarantine. It's important for us to be able to control the debate. Atuya is not new on this platform. Atuya has been here many times. It is excusable if somebody shares information because he doesn't know. But when somebody blatantly shares something he knows is wrong and he knows it's inaccurate, that is unforgivable, and we will not be part of what facilitates that. So if you want to come here and share your issues, share them with all the passion you have, but let it be credible, let it be truthful. You can't deny people like Kibuna Kibwana. People have been in the trenches for this country for many years. Then you ask questions like, who is Kibwana? I mean, where have you come from? Give credit to whom credit is due. You don't come and rubbish everybody simply because he's not in UDA. UDA started yesterday. There are people who have been in this country and they have led into the struggle. You can't brush them away. It is wrong for that to happen, and we will not be party to that. Hata kama hii platform nasema ikwe balanced. We are balancing between reality and perceived perception that is being created by the politicians. We are not balancing between UDA and ODM. That's not the balance we are looking for here. Everybody's sharing their views here. You can share views in support of UDA, share views in support of ODM, but let it be credible. Let it be something that we can substantiate from the history books. At least, even if you don't believe in what other people believe in, don't deny them the right that they have done, whatever they have done. Kibuta Kibwana is on record to have been the governor that ran the county without the county assembly for a whole time.
Bernard, don't get worked up.
You can't take that to be something that can be brushed off just that way. Now let's
Bernard.
Listen now to this before we move on. Joe, subiri kidogo, kuna video nataka kucheza alafu nakuja.
Slow down, you slow down, brother. That's where you're going. He never listens. So I left him.
And so you left him?
Yes.
Right.
But I've said I consider Ruto unsuitable.
Yes.
I consider him totally unsuitable.
Juzi niliambia Wakamba, mtu anakula damu yake mwenyewe, atawajegea yenu namna gani? Anaenda kule anasema nitawajegea madamu, anaenda Nyeri anasema nitawajegea madamu, na yake mwenyewe amekula.
But we took the hard route, to the disappointment, unfortunately, even of some of my own friends, yeah, who thought that we should take the hard route.
Nikamwambia wewe, maombi yangu memheshimiwa Ketere kwa sababu mimi nataka kuwa rais hata mimi siku moja. Wewe ukipata nafasi, watu wa Kenya watachukia jamii yetu ya Kalenjin wakifikiria sisi ni wezi kama wewe.
It's a very bitter man, and such a bitter man can do anything. I want to tell the president today, this deputy president is up to mischievous kind of thing. As long as he's going to remain as a deputy president, our president is endangered.
You helped us get a new constitution, and we feel many
people who are trying to get power today are very dangerous to our constitution.
Since you had AK-47, why shouldn't you have been decent enough to challenge him? After all, you are still going to wipe him, but you take him on like a man. You have killed him like chicken.
Amenunua na kutisha mashahidi ambao wangetoa ukweli na usawa wa mambo yaliyotendeka.
Jana rafiki yangu ndio nikaelewa ana damu ya kuua, alienda akageuza shingo yake akaua huyo kijana. Wale mlikuwa zamani mnakumbuka yule aliua huyo kijana alikuwa deputy president.
Bernard.
Borrowing is borrowing that is measured.
Kwa mdomo moja,
any borrowing is borrowing that is measured, that we know what it is going to do, and that we have the capacity to pay, and that it is in the interest of the country.
Alafu kwa mdomo mwingine,
si mumesikia katika Kenya yetu kufikia sasa hata mtoto ambaye ako kwa tumbo ya mama hajasaliwa tayari ako na sehemu ya deni ya Kenya.
Kwa mdomo moja,
serikali ambayo imejenga reli kilomita 700 shilingi bilioni 300, si ni hii serikali nimeunda na Uhuru Kenyatta?
Alafu kwa mdomo mwingine
aliwaalika muje katika serikali, lakini mkafika mkakuja mkasambaratisha ile agenda tulikuwa naye ya Big Four.
Kweli una maana gani? Una maana wewe ni binadamu ya mavi ya kuku.
Yes, Joe.
Yeah, habari zenu nyote.
Salama
niko poa. Nashukuru kupewa hii nafasi niongee. Nimekosa kuja hapa kwa muda mrefu. Sio kupenda kwangu, lakini saa zingine ni maziara ndio zinakuwa mingi. Leo nimewasikiza mmeongea mambo mengi. Lakini what I want to tell you guys is facts are like nature. They'll always remain. Nature hata tsunami ikikuja Amerika haiwezi zuia. So watu wengine wakianza kubadilisha maneno ambayo tunajua ukweli ambayo iko hapo katika historia haifai mzuri, wanaanza kufanana wanafanana na Ruto. Nimesikia watu wakisema ati Ruto ni sawa akienda na hawa watu walienda nao sijui ni 40 sijui ni 30 kwenye gharama ya taxpayers, wakikompare na vile Raila alikuwa akienda huko. Raila wakati alikuwa akienda Amerika alikuwa kwanza ashaibiwa kura mara kadhaa. Ya pili hakuwa serikali, kwa hivyo pesa alikuwa anaenda nayo labda ni yake ama well wishers. So these are two different things. We cannot compare. Raila pia alikuwa akienda na huko Amerika na watu. They were going there from wanatumia mfuko yao. Huyu ameenda na pesa ya wananchi, pesa ambayo hajafanyia kazi karibu miaka kadhaa. So hizi vitu ni tofauti, tafadhali. Alafu Ruto kwenda kule Amerika, let me tell you guys, the Americans hata ukitaka historia ongek watawaambia. When these students learn or even politics na whatever they're learning, wanaletewa huku and thesis wanaandika on zile vitu walikuja kusoma hapa. If you go to Lamu, you'll see them, university students, wanakuja kusoma mambo ya Swahili na kadhalika. That means when they go back, they write their thesis, na it's marked against known facts na wale Americans, the university or whatever. So they know these things in and out. They know the politics of it, hapa in and out. Hakuna kitu wajui. Hakuna kitu Ruto anaweza kuambia ele mpya. What they want is, labda umempatia nafasi, aende aongee, wajue akili yake iko wapi. It's not that he's gaining anything from them. They are gaining more from him because they have the facts, they know them. Hakuna kitu wanasema ati America wajui. The CIA kama sahi wanapigana na Russia, they know what to do. So hakuna kitu mimi naona Ruto alienda kuambia kitu hawajui. They know Ruto ako na case ICC. Sio ati wajui. Wamejua corruption, wamejua huyu mtu ako na pesa, na wamejua hiyo pesa hawajafanyia kazi. They know all these facts. And these are facts that you cannot take away. So saa zingine tukikuja hapa, let's talk about facts. Hii mambo kusema hivi na hivi na hivi, ama kutengeneza vile nimeona hiyo video Ruto nasema huku, mara nyingine hivi, mara nyingine hivi, haifai. Kenyans are not stupid actually. Kenyans are not stupid. We have taken this country from the point it was up to now. In fact, most Kenyans are not even employed. They make their own money. So they're not stupid. I think the number of Kenyans who are employed in wachache sana. It's a very small percentage. Most of Kenyans survive in their own, labda farming, labda biashara, labda nini. Na wengine conning kama watu wengine sasa kusema jina. So they're not stupid. So sisi kuje hapa kudanganyana na maneno matupu ambayo haina msingi. Na kitu ya mwisho ningependa kusema mambo ya Kalonzo. Kalonzo mara anaongea, anasema Mr. President, nataka wewe ndio uongoze hii mjadala. Kesho yake anakuja anasema Raila. So sijui Kalonzo anaongea na nani, because mimi nafikiri President Uhuru na Raila wako kwa Azimio. Aende kwa Azimio, afeke kesi yake kwa watu wa Azimio. Watu wa Azimio ni wengi sana, kutoka vyama mingi sana. So hawezi confront Raila peke yake. Na moreover, hii mjadala ilikufa wakati Kalonzo mwenyewe alisema ilikufa. So sijui analeta documents gani hizo, na yeye mwenyewe alisema ilikufa. Kitu ikikufa imekufa. Huwezi sema mtu amekufa amezikwa na mkono bado iko hai, ama kichwa bado iko hai, iko nje. Ikikufa inazikwa. So alete mjadala mpya, na hii mjadala mpya sio ya Raila na sio ya Mr. Uhuru, ni Azimio. Na Azimio kuna watu wengi. Hii nyumba ni nyumba ya watu wengi. So ukiongea kuja utakuta hao watu wote wa Azimio wamekaa hapo, useme yako. Huwezi kuja kusema unaingia kwa hiyo nyumba alafu una point at one person. Hapana. Ya kuja sema yake na wengine watasikia. Hata ukina wenzake ambayo Jirongo wako na chama yao, atawakuta kwa nyumba. Akikuja atakuta Gideon pia iko kwa hiyo nyumba. Akikuja atakuta Dapu pia iko kwa hiyo nyumba. So akuja aseme mambo yake mbele ya watu wote. Mambo ya kugongea watu madirisha kwa bedroom awachane naye. Akuje mbele bali watu wamekaa kwa conference, waongee, wazungumuze, aseme yake na wengine pia waseme yao. Sio yeye peke yake anataka vice president. Labda kuna wengine pia hapa wanaona wametosha. Hivyo tu nilikuwa nataka kusema Bernard. Asante.
Okay, thank you Joe. Naomba sasa turudi kwa tu amalize submission yake tusonge mbele.
It's good that I have this chance again. First and foremost, I just want to address you, Bernard. Every time I've been here, every time I've been kicked out of this place, you've been the custodian of my predicaments in here. Anytime Demba or anyone else is mediating the kind of debates we have here, we all agree to disagree. Someone cannot come here, speak ill of me, speak for 5 minutes, nonsense about me. You cannot mute them. You cannot take them back to the background. But when I speak a political statement, no, listen. When I speak a political statement like
nonsense based on who judges nonsense on this platform?
Let me finish. You are a pastor. Listen, I think
no, you can't use the pastoral title to change to manipulate me.
let me
state your
go. Let
facts
me
clearly,
go on.
nobody will battle you. But if you call other people's submission as nonsense because in your opinion it's nonsense, we won't take that. Go ahead, make your submission without referring to other people's submission as nonsense.
When I referred to Kivutha Kibwana as a nobody, I have the right in the political streets to call Kivutha Kibwana a nobody in terms of the political terms. So you cannot force it down my throat to recognize Kivutha Kibwana as, if you're speaking about law, if you're speaking about development, if you're speaking about what he has fought for, then I will agree to that. But when it comes to the political weight of Kivutha Kibwana, I rate him at 0. And that one should stick with you. You cannot change that in me. Number 2, I wanted also to address Selina. Selina, I respect you.
Hey, don't start women. Don't start.
You say 0 based on this and that, not just 0 conclusive.
Women. You cannot
swallow. Selina, I respect you. Selina, I respect you. You look the age of slightly older than my mother. So I have not
call me a grandmother or call me wherever you want to call me, but
it's okay, Mama Selina. Mama Selina, hold on. Mama Selina, it's okay.
I'm trying to give her respect. I'm trying to give her respect, and she doesn't.
Thank you. Order. Atuya, I have no problem with you rating Kivutha Kibwana as 0, but give me reasons why.
No, let me
because
finish
historically, according to this country, is not a 0. So substantiate
that is
0.
According to you, Bernard.
You cannot call me 0 just because you think I'm 0.
Bernard,
and you understand
you cannot force me. Bernard, you cannot force me to agree.
I'm not forcing you to substantiate your claim. Or you go.
Let's agree to disagree. That is my opinion. I don't have to give you a reason.
We should even disagree on a point. What you have stated is not a point because you can't substantiate it.
Okay, no. Leave that. Leave that. You don't have to agree and I don't have to agree.
He has people who...
So he is a governor, yes.
This man talking here. He may not even want one person in the house. Kivutha Kibwana is a governor elected
even Joe.
by people.
No, Joe sounded reasonable.
Order. Thank you, Mama Selina.
I will throw a question to Joe. You sounded reasonable. Am I wrong to judge Kivutha Kibwana as a nobody in terms of politics according to my own perspective? Should someone force me to agree that Kivutha Kibwana is a political heavyweight? You can't do that to me. Now, I will disregard whatever that I wanted to say to you, Selina. So let me go on and say, Bernard, you've just played some video here, some biased video. I even wondered, like, is this channel here to enlighten Kenyans on the issues, the issification on what we are supposed to choose leaders about? Or is this channel here just to sell a bad narrative about William Ruto? You have given some contradicting videos about William Ruto. Why can't you sit down and give us what Raila said in 2017 and what he's saying now? Raila used to say, hii serikali ni ya mwizi, makanga ni mwizi, dereva ni mlevi. Raila used to say, this government has overborrowed. The other week in Mombasa, he was saying that there is no country that can live without Madeni. Raila used to stand for justice. Raila used to
we
stand...
have so good men.
No, listen. I'm not talking
to you. It's okay, Mama Selina, ngoja. Mama Selina, ngoja. Hold on. Order, Mama Selina.
We have
order, ngoja kwanza. Subiri kidogo tu. Okay? Subiri kidogo tu. So, Atuya.
No, let me finish. Raila used to stand for justice. Raila used to correct each and everything that the wrong the government does. Uhuru Kenyatta, his friend, he has been disobeying court orders left, right, and center. Have we ever heard Raila speak anything about that? We have a Kenyan who has been deported to Canada. Have we a very close friend to Raila Odinga? Have we ever heard Raila speak anything about that? Why can't you do a video too, play it here, show us what Raila used to say then and what he says now. You cannot just come here to, but even if we are doing politics, and I think Selina is new here. You need to tell her that this is an ODM zone. I'm here to represent the minority, and I have to be listened to. Now, there's somebody, Joe, I want to address the issue you were saying that Kalonzo came up with a document that was old.
Bernard, why are you giving one person to lecture everybody?
No.
Bernard,
Hold on, Selina. You're coming
This
in.
is my last question.
And
I think I will address Joe, Stone K, some people I know here, and Kinyo. So when you say that Kalonzo was working with the document that NASA died, have you read the document? Have you read the agreement? Kalonzo actually stated yesterday that the agreement was not pegged to the NASA coalition. The agreement was an agreement between two gentlemen, Principal Q and Principal H. That was not under NASA. NASA died, but the agreement between Raila Odinga and Kalonzo Musyoka was not pegged to NASA. It was an agreement between the two gentlemen. So when he comes with the document and says, yes, I want to negotiate, but let's base our arguments based on this document, where do you bring the NASA issue in?
Okay, Bernard, let me respond to that.
Bernard,
I'm saying this thing started from NASA, then it came to Kalonzo Raila. So if Kalonzo wants to play clean, that is clean, then he should be clean throughout. That means yeye pia wakati alikuwa na NASA, kumbe alikuwa naenda kinyume na nasign document ingine na Raila. So that puts him in a fix also. So he cannot claim he's an angel and the other is a devil when he's also a devil. So he cannot claim that. He cannot be on two sides of the same at the same time. Kama yeye alikuwa na NASA had an agreement ambayo ilikuwa na combine yao yote. How come yeye alienda kinyume tena na sign nyingine na Raila na wote wako NASA? Is he clean? And then why should he portray himself to Kenyans that is clean? Ndiye amekosewa. Odi alikosewa wengine wakina Weta, wakina Mudavadi. Please, let's be, nimesema, unajua facts should be like, like nature, ambayo it doesn't change. Lakini yeye anataka kujifanya yeye ni pastor huku na kule kumbe yeye amedhulumu wenzake. If Raila is dirty, then he's also dirty. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Bernard.
Okay, Joe. I don't see the reason why we should be arguing over a simple English expression. I will serve 5 terms, a term of 5 years, then support you. That's a conditional agreement.
No, Bernard.
So which 5 years has Raila served?
Let me ask you, have you read the whole agreement?
I am asking you a question, you need to answer me.
No, do you know?
If the agreement is pegged
yes,
on the issue that I serve a term of 5 years, then I support you. Has Raila served the 5 terms?
Let me answer that. In law, we have what we call riders. And riders are just like connectors, or they tell the scenario in relation to. Now, in that agreement, there was an agreement that if Raila wins the election, he will go for 5 years and then publicly endorse Kalonzo Musyoka for 2022. However, there's a rider that says Raila Odinga should still, and he will still support Kalonzo Musyoka even if they lost the election of 2017. Kalonzo Musyoka is a senior counsel. He cannot come up with a fake document just because he cannot read English that Raila never won elections. There was a rider to that if they lose the election, Raila still supports Kalonzo.
Order, everybody mute your mic. Thank you. Now, which part of the Kenyan Constitution requires people to honor gentleman agreement?
Now, that is a morality issue. That is not a legal issue. Now, we are trying to measure the morality of Raila Odinga. We're not talking about
Senior counsel.
If
Legal
Raila cannot,
agreement.
if
Then you
Raila
switch
cannot
to morality.
honor,
Where are you coming from or where are you going?
no, if Raila cannot honor a gentleman agreement, we cannot trust him with an
There is no
economy
need.
of
There is
this
no need of
country.
flogging a dead horse.
Atuya,
The
let me tell you
agreement-
something.
Order.
Atuya. Let me
Let's
tell Atuya
conclude.
something. No, let me tell
Let's
Atuya
conclude.
something. When we are when in politics, hakuna
Joe,
ni lawyer.
hold on, Joe. Thank you. Order, Joe. Thank you. Atuya. There is, if you want us to compare William Ruto and Raila Odinga, please make those videos and make them available to us. We'll air them for you. In my opinion, there is nothing to compare between William Ruto and Raila Odinga. Their motivation is different. Their pursuit is different. Their vision is different. Ruto is an amateur. Raila is far, many miles ahead. We can't compare the two. It will be, it can't even work. So let's not even try it.
I wish you were fair. I wish you listen to yourself speak. And I wish you could actually be neutral for 2 seconds. You can never listen to yourself.
Bernard, one word.
Thank you very much.
Bernard, I wanted to tell Atuya one thing.
Yes,
wakati umeingia politics, huwezi sema huyu ni senior counsel atawezi fanya hivi na hivi. No. We have seen Kalonzo once in the streets and he's a senior counsel. Why didn't he go to the courts? We have seen so many senior, just let me finish, please. We have seen so many senior counsels going and opposing a case in court, not because they are right. They just do what they think is good for them to earn money. So Kalonzo being a senior counsel, don't say that he's an angel. No. I want to tell you that
No, you
it
got
can't
me
happen.
wrong. Can I explain what I meant?
Akishaingia politics ni politics.
Joe.
Hakuna chati ni senior counsel.
No, Joe, this is what I meant.
Senior counsel hawezi toa hiyo document kwa vile so long as it favors him politically.
No, this is what I meant. And this is the last statement before someone else speaks.
Bernard, is there a need of raising my hand because it seems like you don't look at the screen?
Jared, I'm sorry. Let me say just one thing and then I'll be quiet for the next 1 hour. Joe, this is what I meant. Kalonzo Musyoka is a senior counsel. He cannot come to the media with a document that has got legal flaws in it. You must understand that. You must agree to that there is a rider that says if Raila wins, he supports him for 2022. If he loses, then he still supports. That is what I'm trying to argue. Kalonzo could not come with a bare document just to argue for the sake of getting a position. And Bernard, you need to pull up what David Olo is saying in the chats. You guys, if you cannot fight me with facts, don't shout like Selena.
Deal. Okay? There are other clauses there. One important clause says that Mr. Odinga will endorse Mr. Musyoka after he has served one term. Just two quick points. The first one is that NASA is dead, and Mr. Musyoka is one who killed NASA. The way we read legal agreements is that, NASA was a political formation. That political formation is now dead. Any agreement that was a part of that political formation died with the death of NASA. That's the first thing. So even if there was a document, an agreement, that agreement is null and void because NASA is defunct, does not exist in law. Number one. Number two, it is to say that if Mr. Odinga was to endorse Mr. Musyoka after the first serving, the first term, they were never declared victors. Okay, so that particular question or fact never materialized.
Someone would say you're just shifting goalposts, Prof.
I'm not shifting any goalposts. I'm just telling you what the law says and how to interpret, any legal document. If there were conditions, precedent, or conditions that had to be fulfilled before Mr. Odinga could endorse Mr. Musyoka, and those conditions were never fulfilled, then the issue is moot.
It's impossible.
Yeah,
so
it's moot.
You don't want to talk about that document, but let me ask you, because you're part of the negotiations. I mean, NASA is dead. There's no irreparable damage that you will occasion if you spoke about what you negotiated about, for example, that culminated into the two running together. Don't talk about the document, but you're privy to the negotiations. Was it one of the fundamental things that was spoken about Raila Odinga supporting Kalonzo Musyoka after the first term?
I would say that the most important thing that we discussed was that the two of them needed to run together.
Okay. And it happened
to defeat Mr. Kenyatta and Mr. Ruto.
Yes.
Okay. That was the most important thing. Obviously, in a negotiation of that nature, there is, give and take, because agreements are about give and take. And what I can say is that the two gentlemen are friends, in spite of this sort of
back and forth
that appears to be tension filled. They are friends. Yeah, but I think Mr. Musyoka should really come to the table without preconditions. Mr. Odinga has told him to come to the table, but I think the country, you live in this country, can. I mean, you can feel the sort of the groundswell around Mr. Odinga. There are two prime.
Yes, Jared.
Thank you, Bernard, for the opportunity. I think my brother Atuya is asking for answers, and it seems nobody's giving him answers. So I thought that I can use this opportunity to give him answers, because it's only answers he's seeking for. My brother Atuya, there is one thing which is very clear, which Mr. Kalonzo has made it clear, that he can never work with the UDA. I can agree with you, Raila Amolo Odinga might be a devil, but that tells you that he is ready to deal with a devil than UDA. You would answer for yourself that one. Coming to the issue of saying that Kalonzo actually is a senior counsel, and it was very funny that the four people who signed that document, Kifuta Kipwana, who is also a very scholarly guy, even though you don't seem to agree with that, was his witness. Probably because he's a senior counsel, he didn't need any counseling. And the other gentleman, I think it's Professor Mutua, is it called Mutua, was there on behalf of Baba. And these guys, when they were writing one by one, there's a small thing which I will ask the integrity of Musyoka. If this was a personal statement between Raila Amolo Odinga and Kalonzo, or H and Q, wherever they are, why would it be titled NASA deal? That's where why would you attach it to NASA deal? That's where I think he set himself on foot. By qualifying it, that means that there is a deal. Which deal? Is a NASA deal. And that's where actually, if you look on it objectively, you will see that this is all politics. And I want to tell you that politics It's about gaming. You know how you come out. Today, there's so many agreements which are there, and those agreements, depending on how you structured it, is to anybody's interpretation. Like your side of the political side, which keep crying about the 10 years, which was said. But when I interpret the 10 years, I think that Uhuru Kenyatta could have changed somebody to be a running mate, but he wanted to be very faithful to the promise that he would do 10 years and Ruto would do 10 years, and they have finished their 10 years. And that's why I was promising him the next round he can be his campaigner. So it depends on what the agreement. And you might be surprised that there is an MOU between Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and Ruto. Also, you had recently, somebody said before all these 7, when they were meeting NASA and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, there was an agreement. And that agreement was that they will support one person. I don't know if it was saying Raila specifically, but it was saying they will come up with one candidate and they will sign that candidate. They will support that candidate. And the only copy was left with President Uhuru Kenyatta. So if it is politics, in a politician, it's not a person who you can take to. Otherwise, we could be taking William Samoei Ruto to court for the stadiums he promised, for all these things he promised. Politicians promise anything just to pass by. So when I hear you saying that, why don't we play what Raila was speaking in 2017? Raila said clearly that the Jubilee government was led by Mulevi na Mwizi. Sasa Mulevi ameokoka, Mwizi hajaokoka. So it remains a fact. So what can you easily query, even after sisi tukiangalia, is this Uhuru of 2017-14 ambayo hiyo tai yake ya red ilikuwa inafanana na maji? No, it's a different Uhuru Kenyatta who has steered this because ameokoka, lakini mwizi bado anaendelea wizi tu. So nothing has changed. It's still the same stand. There's also another something. I tried to go through that document, and I want to ask you, my brother, to really think about it. Who will think that it says Raila to look for presidency, struggle for this country, fighting for justice for all of these years, only to rule for 3 years, that by year 4 you hand over most responsibilities to myself? I don't know what somebody was dreaming, but let's say that was to happen, and sometimes things are to happen, but you have also to make it happen. Since 2018, when the NASA was obvious that it didn't win, what has Kalonzo done himself to put him in place, in a position to be supported? Today, even if the polls you can see is not getting even 10%. So do you want a 90% to support a 10%? Where in the world? You know? So I just wanted to tell you that Kalonzo shoot himself in the foot. And that's why I'm very sure, and I've said this many times, maybe Atuya, we have never been in the same chat here. Let me tell you your own knowledge. When Raila is sitting at Capitol Hill, what he sees, you can stand in KICC and you cannot see it. So that's why you saw ODM was not nothing to come out of NASA. It led Kalonzo to take himself out. Kalonzo was very proud, saying this thing in mekufa kapsa. So he did remember that. If I was Kalonzo Musyoka, knowing that I have a secret back, I was the one to be number one first in Uhuru back when Baba is being sweared in. I would be the one protecting the NASA so that all of these things can come to fruition. But it was just because he moves to like, I don't want to offend Mama Serena here, but you would understand me. Like somebody, like a woman who is on period, he changes mood. You know, he has people saying, "Oh, let's go out." He just go out. In fact, there are people who you have to see, and this is what I tell you about leadership. And I hope that we leave these things aside and look at leaders. President Uhuru Kenyatta did not change the cabinet, even though his debut, who had a half of the cabinet, went wrong. He still kept steering ahead. That is leadership. If you see in NASA, even NASA died, but still Kilonzo, I think Kilonzo Jr. is still the deputy something. He has a position, and some other people who have positions. Actually, yeah, I know two waivers. One, the guy from Burabu, who is on the service committee, in service parliamentary committee, courtesy of ODM. Kilonzo Jr. has a position in the Senate, courtesy of ODM. They didn't kick them out. So that shows you that there is a mutual respect. But these people did not see, they take it for granted. Like Sika Wetangula, who was the one man, so wanted to lead this, and you start fighting the hand which fits you. So let us be very realistic. If you see these guys have not put themselves in a place where they can be able to even negotiate, I'm thinking that the best Kalonzo can get, and the best Kalonzo, we need Kalonzo, and I've said this many times. I'm glad that he said, out of all of these things, still I want to work with NASA, because he knows NASA is the winning team. If he gets to be a speaker, maybe he should be happy about it. But the person which I will need in Baba's government is the person you say you don't know, Kifuta Kibwana, because he has done much in his county. We need such minds, such people in the cabinet of Baba, so that they can move the country forward. You know, so Atuya, my brother, I know how sometimes it feels. I wanted to touch a little bit about the president, the deputy president being in the U.S. Those who have...
Please conclude. Please conclude. Yes. Time bad.
Yes, please. Those who have been fortunate to be in to get to America, even Bernard, tomorrow you want to come and see the governor, you can come. Here is a Vrido. I just go and tell him I have somebody coming from Kenya. He wants to see you, and you could see where they were taken. They were taken into a storeroom where that's what you take. So it's not a big deal. If he was carrying himself as a deputy president, the first reception he could have been received by the ambassador, being arranged on. Is the ambassador will be arranging all the meetings. Today they are at a church function. If you look at that critically, the delegation is half of the people who are in the church function. So now you wonder, what is these people doing? So to finish it up, I wish this was an old constitution. That's why maybe we need our old constitution. And actually, I wanted to say about that constitution. If it was the old constitution, by the time he gets to Kenya, even actually before he's here, the moment he made those statements, all of the security could have been withdrawn. You know, by the time he comes to Kenya, he's coming to answer what was he doing. I wish we are back there so that these people can be there. So there is something which people are misguided. And Bernard, if you give me a second, please, let me explain. Sometimes people would have that mind. The 2010 Constitution killed opposition. And this is what people, because we want to stick to the old habit. When I hear people saying, oh, somebody is not doing their opposition, the 2010 Constitution killed the opposition. The problem is we copied the U.S. Constitution to Kenya, but we don't want to vote. You don't hear in America that the opposition, that Trump is opposition leader. He's not an opposition leader. Here we have, he's a Republican. Once the election is done, you only have majority or a minority. The whole idea about the 2010 Constitution, it expected that the Parliament, once it is we elect the members of Parliament, they will be one leg of legislation. There is and the executive will be, they will be checking the executive whether you are from the ruling or not. The only difference is that the government, when it has a majority, it's easier to have these people to pass their policies or key policies to move their mandate. But just saying that, oh, there is a chief of Raila left to opposition and now there is no opposition. Was opposition only Raila? Did he move with the members of parliament or what? When he moved, actually he was supposed to, the Caroso, the Mudavadi, that is the opportunity they could have come up so that they can show that without the Papa, now you want the Papa to leave your space and you can't do anything when even he is not there. I rest my case. Brother Tuya, please don't get a soccer. We're winning. Azimio is winning. Please join this so that you don't left out. And I hope that by your name, you understand that. Can you imagine? Let me tell my brother. Can you imagine that a name by the name treasurer is left out from the delegation? Who is going to collect the money? So that tells you who we have, the biggest conman who just puts names there just for the sake of it. You know, I don't see somebody who can move. Who could you go with? Check on all those names. You take a cleaner and you leave a treasurer. What kind of administration is this? A treasurer is somebody who might be a finance minister tomorrow or a finance cabinet secretary, and you leave him out. For yourself, I think I've given you some answers. I rest my case, but I welcome you to Azimio, my brother.
Okay, thank you, Jared. Let it rest there. Now, I want, I know Mama Selina wants to say something, but I want to hear from the people who have not said anything first before we begin to do the second round. We have Stony PK and Geoffrey. Let's begin with Stony PK, Geoffrey, and then we'll begin our last leg with Mama Selina as we continue, because we are remaining with an hour and some minutes to come to the conclusion of the show. Stony PK, karibu.
Bernard, can you just put up the comment by David Olo, the one you pulled down in seconds? Thank you.
Can I go, Bernard? Bernard, can I go?
Sorry, Stony PK, go ahead, go ahead. I really want us to debate civilly and not get into. There is one principle I don't live with, and that is tit for tat. Tit for tat is the lowest level of righteousness according to my interpretation of the Bible. So I don't do anything because somebody has done or somebody is making me to do something. Dealing with me on that level, Stony PK, just prosecute your case. We'll move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. I just wanted to begin by, again, this is my second time I'm commenting on this. It's really, really, really sympathetic that, I mean, Mutembe, this forum can sometimes degenerate into what I've gone through for the last two hours. So I think maybe Bernard proposed to Mutembe to have another Studio 2, where we can have amateurs, UDA to be, and one of us can be their senior lecturer to teach. Actually, not even lecture, it is to teach them exactly how to go about debates of liars, conmen. You know, we even go into definitions of who thieves are, who liars are, and all this kind of a thing, because they seem to be under a certain drag, all of them, that I can say without fear of contradiction. They are on a certain drag, which I confirmed the day the DP had a rally in Rongai. He talked about akina president wanavuta bangi, akina Raila wanakunywa dawa. I have come to realize Ruto, whatever he says is actually what he does with his team. You know, he talks of Walevi, he is a Mlevi, you know, but hides with the Bible. That one I can confirm. The things all of his people talk about, they all talk as if they are under certain influence of some drug. Same thing when I come to such a platform. I mean, somebody subjecting all these men and women here to very believe kind of reasoning, you know, when things are open. The clip you played there is not Mutembei that has made it. It's compiled by some of the leading stations here. Honestly, let me come to my submission. That makes us sometimes feel and weigh, you know, our stay here. Sometimes it's really being wasted in the name of debate. And I think the debate here should be at a certain level. Facts, okay? If you are hit by fact, even if you are dead, you are a diehard of Mr. Ruto. Mr. Ruto is a disgrace to this country. It's the worst mistake that has ever happened to this country to have DP Ruto, to have Ruto as a DP in this country. And we knew this. But even the foreign powers gave us, they told us, we will have consequences. And this is what we are going through. Terrible mistake that Kenyans have made. And we are hoping they will not repeat it. Yeah. Look at what he's doing in the US. Annoying. There is nothing Ruto has done that is right. That trip, he has gone with people's money, taxpayers' money. The tax is not official. He's gone there to meet small people there, calling it a delegation. Okay, so actually this guy will go to jail after we finish, you know, after 9. These are some of the money we want refunded. All the years he's been campaigning without working in his office. He will have to refund to Kenyans, because we will move to that. Anyway, let me look at the topic. I'll begin with the KK, you know, uncertainty. Kenya Kwisha is at its height of confusion. Right now, their topic is number 1. A very useless topic. Kalonzo has been betrayed. Please join us. A document that is Kalonzo producing on his own. Raila is not even talking about it. Okay? A document entitled NASA. I don't want to go to that, you know, because it has been explained. All right? I mean, a document you guys discussed together and then you hid it from everybody else. That's another biggest mistake made by Kalonzo. He is regretting why he ever brought that letter. He should have kept it. Akuwe tu ngumu na madai ingine yake hiyo ya kuplay hard. But again, he will be overtaken by event. And maybe he must have gotten anywhere near Ruto and then akavuta hiyo ama akapigwa na moshi ya hiyo drug wanatumia. Betrayal. I'm talking generally here. These ones are claiming betrayal. What is betrayal? In politics, there is no betrayal, my friend. Okay? Politics, we agree, it's a race. Okay? If I trick you, it's up to you. Okay? I'm only judged by delivering on the position that I've been given. Period. Not what I told you on campaign platforms. Yako kumi, yangu kumi. UDA people are crying on that. That tells you these guys are wasted. They are waste of time. Ati aliambiwa yako kumi kwa market. Sokoni huko wakiongea na public. You're on top of the roof of a car. I promise you a job. Then you come to the office, unaanza kulia. You promised me a job. I mean, what level of thinking are these UDA followers? You know, biased. We are talking of biased. Every human being is biased. Don't be cheated. So we should not come to this platform to start saying so and so is biased. I'm biased. I'm biased on anything Azimio. Don't expect me to talk so well and so positively about UDA. Okay? Even if I was to betray this table, of course, anytime I give a point, I'll be giving a point, clarifying and weighing more on who I support. Okay? So biased or not biased, those are neither here nor there. Then the UDA trip, as I said, I mentioned it lightly. This trip is a real waste of money. and waste of time. I think DP just wanted a break because they've run out of ideas. They have run out of even speeches. You should listen to what they were talking in Kisii, Kisii today. They have run out of the choruses. Choruses zimebo, so DP alikuwa na take break, and it can only be taken that way, and pretend he has gone to negotiate and discuss things on behalf of this country, yet it's not the country that has sent you. Can you look at that cheap kind of way of doing things? And that's the guy you want to be the president of this country? No, it's not possible. Then we look at Nakuru. Yeah, Nakuru rallies, of course, were good. You look at what Baba, Raila Amolo did. He was holding, he started in Njoro, then came to, Molo, Njoro. He held very concentrated discussions, focused. He got memorandums, okay, what the people are really ailing from, the effect of all what has been happening. It was put down in very, very, very clear documents so that he can go and incorporate it in the next government. And this is what we call leadership. As you go around, you are building on real problems on the grassroots. It's not a matter of just standing up, huyu muganga, hawa watu ya kitendawili, tunajua Uhuru amekuwa ni captain, ni team manager. I mean, those are really nonsense. You are telling mwananchi pale anaangamia because biashara zimekufa, Pareto iliacha kunini. Instead of telling them what you will do, unaanza kuambia ati ule mzee mnaona pale hana nguvu. Ulienda kwa nyumba yake ukaambiwa na bibi yake huyo mzee hana nguvu. Those are nonsense. Okay, so UDA has run out of even idea and even campaign comments. Then lastly, let me say, when we sometimes touch about Kalonzo and all this, it has taken too long, more than we expected, because we can even go to numbers. Okay, why would he believe that for him to be president, he has to be supported by Raila? Can't UDA guys who are reasoning here, can they see that irony? That very backward thinking, that our leader in this country always feels akitaka kusimama mpaka aambiwe na Raila umetosha. I mean, really, then you are not worth being a president of this country. What if Raila was not there? Must Raila back you? So for me, when you start arguing from that platform, I dismiss you. And it is true. Hata Raila akamwambia tosha, he can't make it. He can't. Because followers are not transferable. It's like your Facebook followers cannot be mine. Ati umepatia Stone PK, sasa wewe ndio umekuwa Mtembei ama Bernard. You can't have them. Raila's followers, the moment Raila says he's not contesting, utashanga. Watapotelea, yani utawaona hata kidogo. Okay? So Kalonzo with your 1.5, in fact, akisema atasimama leo, Kambas will go away by 50-60%. He will only be able to command out of 1.5, he might only command 200,000. Ama kuwe kama ma DVD ile siku alipata only 400,000 or 5 as a presidential candidate. And that's very clear. I'm not demeaning him. Okay? He's there. But even the Kambas know he is not a presidential material. Why? He can be good, but he doesn't have Kenyan following. Those are facts for those of us who have been here a little bit longer. But the young ones who have just come after 2000, they have no idea. That's why Mtembei should create another platform for that generation, or bring you to speed to what Kenyan politics is all about. Lastly, UDA and KK, those are crybabies. So Kenyans should move on. Put your eyes on what Azimio is doing. And right now they have opened a forum whereby you are supposed to give as much ideas as possible. You are free to go to their website and send whatever comments you have, because they are now going to do the other third round after Baba is anointed at Jacaranda coming Saturday. Okay, that is where now he will be handed over as an Azimio movement presidential candidate. Alafu sasa atafanya round ingine ya mwisho na tungojee kuapishwa. Thank you very much, Bana.
Okay, thank you, Stony PK. If there's no matter arising from what he has made a submission, let's hear from Geoffrey.
Thank you very much, Brother Bernard and all the panelists wenye wako hapa siku ya leo with a good discussion. Let me go straight the discussion of the day. Juu ya David President William Ruto ziara yake Marekani na kusema ya kwamba wazungu wamsaidie kwa sababu ameona huenda kura isikuwe ya haki na ukweli. And unfortunately watu wenye alikutana nao ni it's not even as a mayor of Baltimore, because alikuwa Baltimore in Maryland. It's a clique of people wenye watu wakina Choi wanakutana najua nao, wakaenda wakatafuta hivi mahali wakakaa chini kuonyesha his supporters kwamba ameenda hapa kwa ziara nyingine yenye ni ya maana sana. You know, vile my brother Charlie alikuwa anasema hapa, you know, in the United States you can go and seek an audience with the governor, the senator, the city mayor without no nini. So it's not a big deal. That is what David President is doing. You know, when when Bernard played those clips yenye alikuwa na clips yenye alikuwa wanaambia baba kwamba ana agenda, wakati alikuwa anasema kwamba kuna mpango wa kuiba kura, especially in 2017, na ukweli baba alikuwa anasema na akawapeleka kotini ikaona kwamba kulikuwa na irregularities kwa 2017 elections. The thing is, if Mr. Ruto thinks that kuna njama ya kuenda ama kura itakuwa ya haki na halali, kuna koti. Let him go to wait, and that time go to court and present this case there. Ndio afanye nini? Koti isikize. But kuja hapa Marekani alafu unaanza kusimamiza wazungu wengine hapo ndio onyesha wafuasi wako kwamba umeenda kuongea Marekani kwamba kusaidie. They're nobody. They don't do nothing. It just cheap publicity kwamba ambia watu wako kwamba I'm doing something. He's trying to whip emotions of his supporters that I'm going to lose this thing and sita lose kwa njia iliyo ya halali, nitaibiwa, which is wrong na ni uongo. Baada ya kutangatanga waje arudi nyumbani aenda aombe watu kura. And I've been saying this, UDA is going to be a shell in a month from now. People are moving away. People are running away because UDA, it belongs to William Samuel Ruto. Is the chairman, is the vice chairman, is the treasury, is the organizing secretary. That's why Mingo Magara aliona hakuna kitu hapa, because ameweka UDA kwa mfuko, anatoa hivi, anaangalia, anarudisha huko ndani. So watu wengine wameweka huko, they are there just puppet to show the Kenyans kwamba UDA iko na nini, iko na structure. In the real sense hakuna kitu huko. So that soon hiyo kitu itabaki yeye na wale watu wachache wake wenye anaamini zaidi, na Natalia aliye uchaguzi tunaendelea, Azimio tunaendelea kutafuta kura. At the end of the day we're gonna win a landslide, na akipenda aseme hiyo opposition yenye anasema ati ni hakuna opposition, watu waangalie serikali, aende huko. Kama hataweza kuwa opposition, aende Sugoi achunge hiyo kuku yake yenye anasema kwamba alianzia kuku, and then Kenya moves on. We need change in our country. We need people of integrity. And I'm very sorry to say that we have my brothers and sisters wherever when you're on support, and they really wanasimama kwa ile uongo yake yenye anawaambia, alafu wanaichukulia, and they know very well that this guy is a liar, is a perennial conman. Ameiba nchi yetu mpaka ameweka kwa ground. That's why everything, hakuna kitu. We don't have nothing. And they know very well. I don't know, wakati wanamsupport nini wanaweka, it's like a cult. I'm sorry to say that. You know, when wakati unajiunga kwa cult, ingawa itakuwa kitu kingine mbaya, you have no option. You're gonna sing, you're gonna sing and dance the tune of that cult. That's what our brothers are doing. It's unfortunate. When we come to Kalonzo Musyoka, wengi wamesema, you know, I don't like to say much, but let me say this. Kama Kalonzo Musyoka anaona kwamba amekuwa petrol na Raila Amolo Odinga, si angeenda huko atafute kura, aone kama ataweza fika hata kwota ya baba yenye ameipata. There's no way. He has nothing. He has been riding kwa wefu ya baba, na hiyo ni ukweli wa mambo. There's no way someone mwenye he cannot be able to command even from East Ukambani region where he comes from and put kura zote siku kwa kikapu kimoja, then you come here unaambia baba kwamba you honor the promise. Baba has never been a president. Waliipa kura, hakuwa rais. Okay, you need him to support you. What do you have? Uko na nini unaleta kwa mesa? He has nothing to offer, and that's a fact. Wacha endelea kulia. Now his political career imeisha kwa sababu he has been using baba hii mambo akienda huko ni state house akimaliza mambo yake ya siasa, yeye Kalonzo to nobody. Na watu wenye nini, vijana wenye wanamsunguza akina Mtura Kalonzo Junior, those guys wanataka kujaribu kuwa na msimamo. They are building their political career because wako na miaka. Kalonzo, I'm sorry, there's no hana nini, hakuna kitu. Yeye aendelee kulia akitaka ajoin UDA, kwa sababu hata akijoin UDA atapewa chochote chenye anataka. Let him do whatever he do. Hakuna haja kupembelezwa. Anapembelezwa na hana chochote. He has nothing. That's what I can say. Thank you very much. Bernard kwako.
Okay, thank you Geoffrey. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Mama Selina.
Okay,
Mama
thank
Selina,
you.
Yes, Mama Selina, and then after that Kenywa, then tuende kwa Princess.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. Wow, it's such a good night and evening and morning in Kenya. Wow, we really feel it. So, ikiendelea hivi, nashukuru tumekuja kuelimishana hapa. Tunachukua maoni na wasasi wetu walituambia ukiona yale mabaya unawacha na unachukua yale mazuri. So kulingana na mswada wa leo, watu wameongea, imekuwa uchungu kwa watu wengine na imekuwa baraka kwa watu wengine. Moja, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunaitakia amani, sote tunataka kupiga kura na ule mshindi atatangazwa. Ile kitu inatushangaza ni kwamba si Azimio wenye wamezoea kuipiwa ndio wanalia. Azimio wanatafuta kura. Azimio wanatongoza msichana. Kwa sababu Bernard, hakuna vile msichana atakupenda bila wewe kumutafuta. So nafurahia vile Azimio wanatembea kutafuta msichana na wewe ndio unangoja kupatiwa msichana, itakuwa ni ole wako, kwa sababu msichana atataka kujua uko na nini, nyumba yako imekaa aje, uko na boma. So nataka tu kusema ya kwamba hii miezi 5 imepaki, si mwaka moja. Huda wangekuwa wameenda nje 1 year ago, wakati walikuwa na nafasi, wangekuwa wameenda kupata marafiki. But hiyo pia ni mzuri kwa sababu kwenda kulecture universities ni ya ile watu hawako tayari kusimama. Kama sasa tunaona kama, I'm sorry to say that, kama Bobi Wine ya Uganda, tuliona juzi alienda aka address European Parliament, anakuja anajitengenezea 20 after 2026. So mtu mwenye unaenda kwa election, hii ni wakati angekuwa county to county kumaintain ile kura ako nayo na kuongeza ingine. But you know what? Kama mtoto si wako, kitu inakutoa. Kama msichana ashapeanwa, hata ufanye nini, unajisumbua. So for me, kwa hii ingine hii ni kutembea tu, ili unajua ni uchungu sana Penat. Ukiona msichana ulipenda anaenda kuolewa na mtu ingine, na sasa unatakikana kuwa wanaitwa nini ile testament ama wanaitwa nini, so unataka hata usiattend hiyo wedding, ukuje tu usikie msichana aliolewa na alienda, so utakasirika 1 year na bibi ameenda. So hiyo tu ndiye nafikiria Huda KKA wanafanya. Mambo ya Nakuru, kulingana na vile tunajua Nakuru, mimi kwanza mambo ya Jubilee ndiye imeamuka, na ndio uliona hiyo watu wote walitoka na wameshakuwa imani na baba. Nataka kusema Ndorobo walipeana malilio yao, na nikaona baba alisikia uvujitis. Hiyo ni kitu moja tunataka kusema ni mzuri. Watu ya Pareto, watu walikuwa nasema issues, that is what we want this government. Ile mtu yote anatafuta mrembo, hiyo ndiye anaambia. Sasa vile baba anaendelesha kuambia watu mambo yao, hiyo ndiye kupata mtoto, hiyo ndiye kupata msichana, hiyo ndiye kutafuta kura. Kwa sababu watu wanasema ukichukua utatupatia nini? So nafikiria vile wamefanya, baba anaendelea mzuri. Tunajua saa hii asubuhi Kenya atakuwa Kisii, na hiyo umati ya watu peke yake. Watu walimungoja kutoka Molo kukuja Njoro, kitambo afike Nakuru jioni saa 10, karibu saa 11. Bernard, hiyo mkutano ilikuwa, ukiona watu wanakungoja since morning, na jioni anafika Nakuru town na ground ilikuwa packed to capacity. Molo yote watu kujitokezea kwa barabara. Na leo ilikuwa ni Tuesday, wakati watu wangekuwa kasi. So hiyo ni mapenzi. Ukiona watu kiasi hiyo, mama, watoto, kila mtu wako kwa barabara, ni samani. Nafikiri baba angefita hata hakuna mtu angekuwa kwa barabara. So pia nataka kushukuru His Excellency the President, ameonyesha watu na amepeana direction. Hiyo ni ile kazi unaona yote inafanyika ni mambo ya Mheshimiwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Watu yake wamekubali na mwito. So baba na watu yake, wacha nikuje mambo ya Kalonzo. Tumeongea mambo ya Kalonzo sana. Tunamheshimu. Lakini Bernard, nyinyi wanaume, wacha niseme mimi ni mama, mimi ni msichana. Lakini mwanaume unaona msichana ako na bwana ingine kwa nyumba, unasimama nje unamwambia Malisa nikuje, ufanye nini? Mwana ulalamika na kusema unajua hata mimi ningetaka hiyo, ufanyie nini na mwingine ametiari, unajua? So Kalonzo akuje pole, atafute nafasi yake. Hii mwanamke amechukuliwa na bwana ingine, wachana naye. Lakini hapana ambia ati Malisa haraka niingie, uingie ufanye nini? Tafuta yako, leta hapo, alafu watu watasikiza, kwa sababu sasa baba aliwabeba. Ndio aliwapromise. Aliambia Kibaki tosha, kwa sababu kuna kitu ilikuwa inamsumbua. Walikuwa natoa Moi. Si ati kila siku baba anaambiwa tosha, anaenda kuambia watu tosha. No. Na kweli leo Raila mwenyewe ako na watu yake. Ako na 6 million vile tumeambiwa. Can that 6 million kuwa transferred? Hata kama alikwambia atakuachia. Ile aliwachia Kibaki, aliwachia in the last minute kwa kiwanja, mahali hakuna mahali watu wangeenda tena. Uhuru Park imeback na walikuwa wamejaa. Kama baba angesema Kibaki tosha wakiwa nje, hakuna mtu angekuwa Uhuru Park. So hata yeye alitime, alijua sasa, na alikuwa na hasira kwa sababu alitoka kwa Moi na anaona Moi amelete uhuru. So that was a timing ya kwamba kama siku ile alikuwa naenda apishwa, Kalonzo alikuwa running mate yake, angeenda Uhuru Park hata yeye, hata kama anajua hiyo baba alikuwa anasema tu mimi Raila Odinga na hakuna kitu anasema, he should be there. Sasa sahi angeuliza baba, nilienda na wewe, kama tungenyongwa pamoja. Lakini sasa alimuruka. Baada ya kumuruka anakuja analia. Haya, baba alinyamaza. Wenyewe walifunja nyumba. Wakaenda. Sahi anamwambia baba, na ile nyumba gani na we mwenyewe ulitoa kifunguu ukafunja, ukabeba manguo yako ukaenda? Sasa nafikiri, najua hata Wakamba, nitasema vile Wakalenjin tulikuwa. Wakalenjin walikuwa bado wana resist, na viongozi walikuta Wakale wote wameenda kwa baba, wakamuita Aramipei. Viongozi walienda tu, lakini raia walikuwa wameenda kitambo. So haya, Kalonzo anasema siwezi enda pande ile. Leo unamwambia mwanamke sikutaki. Mama msichana ametoa manguo yote ako uchi, unamwambia sikutaki. Alafu kesho unaenda kwa ile mwanamke ulikuwa nafikiria anakupenda, unakuta amepelekwa na mwanaume mwingine, unarudi kwa ule mama unamwambia sasa hapana, nimerudi niko sawa. Hata huyo mwanamke anajua wewe ni mchinga. Huwezi ambia, kama anajua angeenda Huda, angeongea, angewaambia matusi, angejinyamasia ya Raila ikiharibika aende kwa Huda, lakini hata kuwa running mate. Nasikia sahi, nilikuwa naona sijui kama ni ukweli, wanasema deal imefanyika. Anangojea kwa sababu baba amesema anatupromise PPI inarudi, angojee kiti ya prime minister. Kuna watu wanasukumwa penat. Kuna wanaume wanasukumwa, hata akipelekwa kwa nyumba, wasasi wamefanya kazi ngumu kumletea pipi. Kuna wanaume wanakuja hata kuonyeshwa vile maneno inafanyika. Vile tulikuwa tunaambiwa, mama ingine aliambia pika chakula, ndiye hata hii mtu ajue nini inafanyika mahali ingine. Sasa alikimbia kuuliza baba, mama ni mgonjwa. Akaambia mgonjwa wapi? Akasema alikuwa anapika chakula, na sasa nikaona ninataka kumpeleka hospitali. Baba akamwambia ugonjwa ya hiyo mama wewe ndio utatibu, na akamwonyesha. Sasa kesho yake anaenda mwambia baba, ile ugonjwa, ile kitu niliona ilikuwa mzuri, niende nirutie. Sasa ni nyinyi. Asante.
Serious case indeed. Thank you Mama Selina. Naomba tusonge mbele. Princess, vipi?
Nikinywa safi. Asante sana kwa kunisalimia. Nimeshukuru.
Siku nyingi.
Mambo naona hapa Salina ametuwakisha moto kweli kweli. Asante sana.
Ngoma kali. Aya, Bwana Kenywa, karibu.
Asante, sorry. Hey, Mama Selina, what I may say, hiyo yako nitasema only legend can understand. Okay, thank you so much. I'm so happy to see you. You are still on. I can see Kasuti, Fidel, Princess, karibu sana. I think Maggie was there before, Atuya came later, even PK. So let me just state something here. And the first thing what I'm going to say, I want us to take this on record that, if you are locked, you get locked in a cage, then outside the cage, there is the key and a mandazi. Do you know, because you are hungry, you will just drop your hand to pick that mandazi because you're hungry. You will not have mind to see that key to unlock yourself from that cage. That's how Ruto is doing young people, poor people. Lock you in a cage, throw key outside, and a small mandazi there. So because you're hungry, you will just go for mandazi. No freedom to take the key and unlock yourself. So guys, people need to be very, very much careful about this. Very, very careful. If we go for that small mandazi, we are going to cry for 20 more years. So it's better we focus on getting the key. We unlock ourselves from the cage. So that's my point. And as I said earlier, whoever who was not here the time I was talking, Ruto is in the government and he knows how the government works. He knows what they did in 2013 and 2017. So for him to go in US and start crying there, it doesn't help because he's trying to show us what they did. It's proving to us they did that in 2013, 2017. We were tear gassed. Especially, we are better. We were crying because of tear gas. He is crying without tear gas. What if tear gas comes along? So for that purpose, we let's Ruto continue with his mission. Alienda kupumzika too, actually, because he has been running the campaign as the leader, every manager, kila kitu, group admin, everything. So wacha apumzike huko kidogo, at least so that he come back, we see whether he will come with a new agenda so that we continue with the campaign. Azimio inaendelea too, and the last time I said here, every house has a leader, and people rubbish, most of UDA people rubbished that thing, and now they can see the reality. Mr. President is our leader in Mount Kenya, and since the day he talked and announced and shows us the way, trust me, since that day, the UDA people have been crying day and night, day and night, day and night, because things started shifting very fast. And you will not see Mr. President appear in those campaigns, but let me tell people, he has an influence because he has his own followers. Kula yake ni moja, lakini hiyo kula yake moja ako na watu wake wenye wanamsikizanga. Nikiwa wa kwanza namsikiza juu it's my leader, and the direction he is taking us is not a bad direction. We have done a research. We know who is Raila Amolo Odinga. We know what Raila has done for this country, but I don't know what Ruto has done for this country, because the only thing I remember is in 2013, 2017, nothing happened. It was all corruption, money lost, everything. There were no projects. But since the handshake, Kenya has done great things. The government has done a lot of things. I'm a beneficiary to what government has done in terms of infrastructure. I normally go around the Kenya the way I want because there is good roads. So for that purpose, we should follow the leader. Na unajua Uhuru ndiye ako kwa hiyo kiatu, ndiye alijua mahali namfinya. So akituambia hiyo kiatu hatuwezi enda kuvaa, so tunaitoa, tunaamini hii kiatu inamfinya. So for that purpose, we should listen to the leader. And I'm really shocked, Mr. Bernard. I'm trying to talk to people from Mountain. It's only in Mount Kenya we are not listening. We are insulting our leader. You can never heard Mr. Ruto being insulted in his area, even if he has done nothing. Hakuna kitu amewafanyia yote ya maana, but hawamtusingi. But he has managed to divide as Mount Kenya with bitterness, the poor and the rich, so that we fight. Tukosane ndiye apate njia ya kupenya. But trust you me, things are changing, and Mount Kenya we are uniting once more. and I think you will not like it. So for that remarks, let me just give someone else a time, but kindly let me just talk to Demba. Demba, how are you? I've seen you.
I'm good. What's up?
You have to pay a fine because two days ago you left me in the panel with a screen with a lot of things I couldn't even see names. So I'm going to fine you.
Don't be like Alonso.
I would love to be the judge.
Why do you
blamed me for that?
Why do you flog dead horses?
No, you left me as a moderator, but the screen you left and a comment there, so I couldn't even see anything. I couldn't. So I'm going. I think Bernard should be the judge on this matter.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Are you happy?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, karibu sana. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Kenywa. Thank you, everyone. Let's now hear from Princess.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard. Temba, nimekuona kwa umbali. Salamu. Leo naona tukizungumza kuhusu DP. Naweza kuzungumza kuhusu Kalonzo. Nilisema sitaki kuongea, hiyo niliwacha, na hata sitazungumza kuhusu yeye tena. DP tunafurahia sana. Unajua sasa yuko na mke wa pili. Tulielezewa jana hapa kwamba mke ni mke wa pili. Mke wa pili yuko huku, hata simsikii. Mke wa pili amenyamaza, sijamsikia akizungumza. Ama kuna mtu ambaye amesikia mke wake wa pili akizungumza? Mke wa pili ni Musalia, kama mtu ajui. So huyo mke wa pili, mke mdogo, sijamsikia akizungumza. Nasikia mume analalamika, mke amsaidii kulalamika, ndio watu wajue kana kwamba kweli kutaibiwa. Sasa sisi twashangaa, hii nyumba mke ajui ya kwamba kutaibiwa, yeye azungumzi maneno ya kuibiwa. Lakini tukiangalia DP mambo yake, anajua ya kwamba mwaka 2017 alikuwa akiona Raila akisema kutaibwa. Lakini yeye ndio mtu wa kwanza aliyekuwa akijitokeza pale akisema, nani anaweza iba? Sasa kimemfikia yeye mwenyewe. Sasa analia. Na bado mambo bado. Tunashukuru kuona Raila akiendelea na hii mambo yake. Tunajua Azimio tayari. Tunafurahia ya kwamba vile anavyoenda mkutano. Jana tulisomewa hapa na Temba ya kwamba mkutano imeanza. Tukasema kweli meli imeng'oa nanga. Tunaenda. Kwa hivyo sasa ni furaha kwangu. Mimi ni furaha tu. Ila hali nawaambia Wakenya, tafadhali msije mkamweka kule juu, lakini huku chini hampi watu ambao watafanya kazi vizuri. Mpatie wajakazi wale watakao kuwa wanafagia hiyo nyumba vizuri, sio wakupora masahani ambaye rais atakuwa ameweka pale, masahani za kula chakula, wao wanaenda kupora. Kuku ikiwa pale, wanachukua wanaenda kuuza. Nafikiria tutazuia kabisa, kwa sababu mwenye kuuza kuku naye atarudi kuanza kuuza kuku. Kwa hivyo Wakenya mwanze kuangalia kuku popote mahali ziko, zisije zikachukuliwa kwenda kuuzwa, kwa sababu unajua saa zile huna pesa utaenda mpaka kwa jirani ukachukua kuku zake kuuza. Kwa hivyo nawaomba Wakenya muangalie makuku zisije zikachukuliwa kwenda kuuzwa kwenye soko. Wakenya tujiandae, silaha kila wakati mnaelezewa silaha zako ni kitambulisho na cheti chako cha kura. Kwa hivyo tujiandae, mwezi wa Agosti tupige kura. Sijui kama bado muendelea kuchukua kura hapo, sina, labda Bernard uniambie kama bado Kenya wanaendelea kuchukua kura. Kama wanaendelea kuchukua kura, watoto wale ambao wanamaliza kidato cha 4, tafadhali na waomba mchukue kura ili mwezi wa 8 mpige kura ambayo inafaa. Ila hali nawaambia Wakenya ni amani. Nilisikia Raila akisema amani kukiwa nchini kila kitu chawezekana. Kwa hivyo tueneze amani. Sasa tumuachie Bwana DP awe na mke wake mdogo, wakirudi naomba mumulaki vizuri. Asanteni. Asante Bwana Bernard.
Okay, thank you Princess. Kwa maoni yako kwa swala la kujisajili kama mpiga kura, bado kuna window period imefunguka, lakini inafanyika at Huduma Center and IBC headquarters at the constituency level. Inafungwa rasmi tarehe 13 mwezi huu wa 3. Baada ya hiyo kila kitu kimefungwa, kunaenda kusafisha register tayari kwa August 9th election. So kama hujajisajili, fanya hima huko kama siku 12 hivi, bado uko na nafasi ya kujisajili, but it is at the constituency level, IBC office, or at the Huduma Center, not at the county, wherever the ward level. Hiyo mass registration ilisha, lakini individually you can still work at the IBC headquarters or IBC constituency office. You will be registered as a voter. The official closing day is on the 13th of this month. So kama hujajisajili, kimbia mbio. Kama ushajisajili na hujakwenda kuconfirm, nenda uconfirm kama jina lako bado lipo ama uliwekwa kwa wale ghost voters. Kuna kusafisha register. Ghost voters this year watatokea, hata wale wakufufuka siku ya kura hawapo, wanachujwa wote ili tukue na uchaguzi ambao hauna udanganyifu. Wale wanakimbia na story ya rigging, they are running from their own shadow, which we forgive them. The wicked run when nobody's chasing them, the Bible says. You cannot begin to run, somebody's rigging you before the voter register is closed, before the seats are declared vacant, before the IBC declare. I mean, how can somebody be stealing your votes before even bona fide voters have been declared? How many actually have registered as voters? DP should just grow up. Na mwambie nimesema mimi, okay? He should just grow up and understand that this country is bigger than him, and we are all stakeholders in this country. Nobody is here as a junior, whatever, as a Kenyan. We are all fully Kenyan by all rights and constitutionally protected. Kama naogopa uchaguzi, it's very simple. Withdraw from the elections. Hakuna mtu anakulazimisha. Hakuna mtu lazima akue rais ama akue kwa ballot. You are free. We are in a free country. Ukiona kwamba jikoni imechemka sana, chakula mpaka tule. Kwa hivyo toka, wapishi wengine wataingia wapike chakula, si tule. Hiyo ndio jukumu letu kama Wakenya. Naomba hivi, kwa vile nani alikuwa ashaongea mara ya kwanza, Magi, naomba tumsikilize nani huyu, tusikilize Kasuti, alafu tuende kwa Fidel, alafu I think time ya watoto kwenda kulala imefika, niachie wazee. Themba, I hope you are here to stay.
Yes, I'm on, sir.
Yes, to conclude your remaining hour, and then
yes.
from there. The
Bernard,
video about Marsabit, I think, is already uploaded on YouTube. You can have a glimpse of it as we are working on a more elaborate one. But
Bernard, the Sudi came after me, so he cannot go before me.
Oh, samahani. Shida ni kwamba speaker akishapeana ruling, you don't
we can overrule the speaker,
or whether it was genuine. Become a rigging. Pole lakini.
This is rigging. It's true. You're rigging me now.
Watoto waende walale.
Mimi najua wewe Fidel unakuwa masafa marefu. Nilikuwa nataka nipatie Kasuti amalize yake ya kifupi ili upate
leo nazungumza kifupi sana. Nazungumza kifupi.
Haya basi, Temba. Naomba niwachie hiyo steering sasa ukague hiyo kesi wewe mwenyewe ufanye special ruling alafu muendelee mbele. Otherwise, I want to thank you guys for keeping by us while we were in the bush. You prayed for us, meant to understand. We were at a very high risk of despairing in life. Huh? You have double tire burst in the middle of nowhere, and you are told here there are hyenas, here there are elephants, here are samburus with arrows. So it was a very, very, very tough experience. But we thank God we pulled through and made it to the place. Asanteni sana.
Amen.
Let's keep doing what we are required to do.
Amen. Temba, nawe hiyo ni nini? Unisaidie nayo na mimi nionje. Haya, nimewachia hapo.
I didn't get that. Alex and Mimi.
Bernard, you just narrated your ordeal. That is what politically Ruto is going through. So you should really be with him.
Ruto is not going through anything. Ruto is self-inflicted. Self-inflicted. We have not even asked him to be a presidential candidate. He said it himself. We have said he will not be on the ballot. He wants to be on the ballot. Sorry, let it rest there. We'll talk later. Temba, take charge. Let's have Fidel and then Kasuti and the rest.
Okay. Wish you well, Bernard, and thanks for the good for representing us as a team. I mean, we cannot thank you more. May God bless the team that went and came back safely. And of course, we've just started. That is just the beginning of a lot more to come. Fidel, kazi kwako. Umeniachia shida lakini ni sawa tu. Fidel, endelea.
Asante. Let me greet everybody. Bernard, Temba, Stonty PK, Selina, Eric, Kasudi, Princess, na Maggie. Alex is there. Okay, where's Alex too? I wanted to start. I'm a bit disturbed by what the DP said, in the state while he was giving his speech. More or less like whatever that he said or he did undermines the very, very government where he's a part of. So I'm a bit concerned because what he has simply said that he's afraid that he's going to be rigged or there's a plan to rig him is bringing the blame squarely under the feet of the president. But at the same time, he happened to be serving the same government. So I don't know what kind of message he's trying to to pass on to the American administration, So it's a bit disturbing, and I think when he comes back, he should be put to task by saying that, regardless whether he went there in his capacity as an individual, but he's a vice president, he's a deputy president who should not go out and make such kind of claim before international community that the government is trying to impose somebody, onto the people. So it sends the wrong message, and even the very person that is trying to is being imposed upon Kenyan is a person with the international repute. Raila Odinga is known worldwide for what he stands for. So on one mouth he says something, the other. I mean, it's just terrible what he has done or what he has said. I don't want to speculate so much about his plans and what he wants to do. But let me just come to Kalonzo. I mean, because Kalonzo happened to be the topic of today. He is more or less like displaced Ruto out of the equation. I think very few people know or are aware that on the 13th of November 2007, according to the WikiLeaks, and this was stated by American ambassador, that Kalonzo was pushing George W. Bush to force Mwai Kibaki to step in his favor because of ill health. He wanted Kibaki to be pushed out so that he could take over. I mean, you're looking at a person who wants to get into power through all means necessary, where people, either somebody has to be forced to step down for him, is a person who is not sure of winning an election on his own, and it should be very, very disturbing to Kenyans, because even you come to think about it, even this particular present time when we are talking, is more or less like him pressing Kenyans or him giving an impression that Raila Odinga should step in his favor. This is not the first time he has done that. He did that in 2007, So it's not by coincidence that this is a part of his nature, where he knows that he cannot, as a man, stand on his own and win an election. Now you ask yourself a question: even if Kalonzo, even if Raila stepped down for Kalonzo as a presidential candidate, is he prepared to really become a president? How much money does Kalonzo? What is his war chest? Has he gathered anything to show that this particular individual is ready to go on and win an election? Or is Raila Odinga supposed to transfer all that money that he has already acquired, or the promises he has already got, and hand it over to Kalonzo and say, well, now that we have said Tosha, this is also the money that I'm giving you? I mean, it's so ridiculous that he does not even understand that this is an individual who went around. It wasn't Raila Odinga's wish to run this time. I mean, you even heard it from his own mouth when he went to Kisii when the BBI was starting, and he said it that Matiang'i was the one that he thought will stand as a presidential candidate, and he was willing to support Matiang'i. But Matiang'i said that the forest had so many bushes and so many animals. He wanted Raila Odinga to clear those particular bushes first before he will take his turn. So this is a man who was not ready. This time he was not ready to run for office. But then he went around and asked, solicited support, find out if people really wanted him to run. And people are the ones who said, yes, they want him to run. So it wasn't like he's saying, oh, Kalonzo came and said, Raila took it upon himself and imposed himself to be presidential candidate, yet we had an agreement. No, he went around. Why couldn't Kalonzo also do something, to show that yeah, I want this thing very, very badly, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to be able to make Kenyans aware of my potential. He did not do anything. So I find it really disturbing that a person of his stature, I believe that he still considers himself a leader and a politician, what people thought, will wait for somebody, just like Selena keeps saying, bringing in that phrase and analogy about a man with a woman, that kind of stuff. That is Kalonzo, and that's actually true. It describes Kalonzo perfectly, So it's really disturbing to see that this has been his character right from the beginning, right from those particular old days of 2007, when he was pressing George Bush to force Kibaki to resign in his favor because of ill health. He was trying to do the same thing, wanting Kenyans to force Raila Odinga to abdicate that particular his candidature in his favor. So it's disturbing. I wanted to ask before I go. I wanted to ask Kinyua, Eric. I saw a video going around today in Nyeri town. I don't know whether you were able to see it, where Wambugu was addressing people standing on a rooftop of a vehicle. In the background, there were very, very few people. So I was wondering whether that was it a gathering, and that's the amount of people that Jubilee can be able to get, because people are just doing their own thing. They were not bothered by what was going on. So I was wondering whether there was a motorcade that was passing and Wambugu was addressing people. I wanted you, if you are aware, to at least give us more information about it, if you're aware. Maybe Stone PK or Eric can help. But Eric, this is the question for you.
Okay, from where I stand, okay, thank you so much, Mr. Fidel. From where I stand, there was no, let me say, it wasn't a planned gathering. It was just an impromptu thing. And Wambogo, it's the MP, Nyeri MP. So it was just an impromptu. That was it was unplanned. I think with the time you will see a planned rally. You will notice. And in Nyeri there is one thing in Nyeri. Nyeri, it's a little bit still divided a little bit, because there's Mutai Kahiga. It's on UDA side. And now what is needed to be done, there is Kinarigathi Gachagua. And that's a battleground. So the what is needed is just a planned. The Jubilee is planning from the grassroots. They are working in the grassroots. By the time we come into the open space, things could have been changed. So for that purpose, Jubilee doesn't have much to worry about that, because they are planning things in the village. So time is coming, you'll see the bigger rally outside there. It's like the way you see the Azimio has been doing before. Meeting grassroots leaders. That was it happening in Nyeri right now. First, to educate people, to make people understand and know the right way. Once they are done with educating people, then the thing will come out now, and it will be, people will see what is coming out from Mount Kenya. So it's just a matter of a week or two. Things will be changed 100%. Thank you.
I'm glad to hear that. Well, Temba, back to you. See, I promised I was going to be very, very brief.
Thank you, Wayara. that submission. Let me bring in Fred Kasudi. Fred Kasudi.
Yes. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Themba, hujambo?
Sijambo, sina neno. Ulishika mori ukahepa, eti sijui Themba amefanya nini. Mbona unakuwa kama watu ambao nawajua huko.
Hiyo
Themba kakuuliza maswali kidogo hivi
ulisikia wapi? Ulisikia wapi?
Karibu. Karibu.
Asante. Hii chama ya kuku hii chama ya kuku Alliance hii sasa inaelekea sasa, tushachika, tumechinja, sasa ni kutoa tu manyoya na tuweke kwa sufuria na tukule, sababu ukiona kukwama and kuku eater they are gang up kumaliza kuku kabisa. Kuku hii chama ya kuku hii hata hainipei stress mtu kama mimi. Najua tu kuku tushamalizana nayo. Kile kitu tu ningetaka kuzungumzia hapa ni kitu kimoja tu ambacho ama jamaa wa kuku wanafaa kujiuliza. Tumewakaribisha kwa opposition. For the entire life in politics of deputy president, he has never been in real opposition. Yani tu ati ako pale sasa yeye anang'ang'ana kivyake, hajawahi kuwa. Kila mara anafanyanga mambo zake, anajikuta ako kwa serikali kutoka 92 mpaka leo hii anafanyanga vile anafanya, alafu anajikuta ako kwa serikali. So he don't know the consequences that oppositions people face when they come in time of election. He don't know that. So it will be his first time to encounter such kind of problems, and then we are telling him to take heart. Yeah, akikimbia kwenda kusema ya kwamba hiyo ilifanywa na Raila 2017, ikafanywa nayo. Alikuwa anaenda, lakini hakuna mtu alikuwa anampatia sikio. Yani alikuwa yale maneno yote alikuwa anasema inakuwa tu ni kama inaanguka kwa masikio yenye shazibu. So mimi nawaambia tu ya kwamba hizo pesa hiyo pesa zenye ametumia, hizo ni lazima, hizo tutasifuata, hizo nazo hatutaachilia ziende bure, because hakuna haja unaweza beba delegate, you use 100 million on a trip that is for your own benefit. Hakuna Mkenya amemtuma huko, alafu unafika huko unaanza kuzungumza mambo zingine hata asikuhusu wewe. Nani amekutuma huko kwenda kuzungumzia Ukraine na Russia? Wewe mwenyewe unakaa tu kama huyo anaitwa nani, huyo mtu wa kule huko, vile anazungumza vibaya, anasema nikianzisha kitu lazima nifuatilie, nihakikishe kimefanyika. So our deputy president achunge, ndio huyo sasa. Si yeye na huyo ni tofauti iko wapi? Kwa sababu Putin, ukiangalia behavior za Putin na wale wamesoma story kuhusu the way the genesis of World War II, the way Adolf Hitler alivyofanya, is the same thing. It's the same thing. So this one might be the genesis of World War III, and God forbid that one, it will not happen in this generation right now, because we know we still have long way to go. So yeye na huyo wako tu sambamba. Hakuna kitu ambacho unaniambia wao watu wako. Huyu mtu akiamua kufuata njia fulani, hapo ndipo atapita. Na hata mfanye namna gani, is very rare ukute deputy president amebadilisha nia yake. Ni mtu yani anajiamulia, anajiambia, na is a self-driven person. He don't listen to other people. So hiyo mambo yake, hiyo trip yake ya US tulikuwa tunajua, wacha aenda alipika kelele huko, walie. Akiwa huko Rigathi Gachagua naye akamwaka kitoweo huku nyumbani. Akamwaka kitoweo. Sasa wakiwa kwa hiyo safari, wakiwa kuku mbili sikiwa huko, kila mtu anatoa ujumbe tofauti. kuku ya mulaji wa kuku anaanza kuteta kitambo ati mbona hii kuku imefanya hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. So ni watu wameenda kwa safari moja, lakini hawaelewani, bado hawaelewani. Huku nyuma masojazi wao wanalimana kulimana kwenyewe. Ukisikia Malala anaongea vingine, ukisikia Rigathi Gachagua naye amesema tuliwaambia, hata vile walivyokuja tuliwaambia na tukaset record straight ya kwamba nyinyi kujeni tu, lakini mtakuwa kama flower girls. So hiyo imewauma sana na imeuma mtu anaitwa Malala sana, kwa sababu yeye ndiye alipeleka hao watu huko ukali na ugali sosa, mboga na ugali sosa huko. Sasa imemuuma sana kusikia Rigathi Gachagua anasema kwamba nyinyi tuliwaambia mkikuja, either you remain flower girls or don't, na mkakubali mkakuja because of the influence of the money, and money is evil. Wacha nimalizie kwa kusema hivi, niambie pastor wangu Chief Hasola, the Bible says somewhere, the measure you give to others or to somebody, the day is coming when the same portion will be well pressed, well shaken, and it will come back to you. So what they did to opposition, it's coming on a very big measure, ya kwamba itakuwa very well oppressed, na tumeona itakuwa imesukwa vizuri, tumeona. Sijui kama Mama Selina uliwahi enda kuomba unga huko Mchongoi, ile ya kuomba ile ya mgorogoro ile, unaenda kwa jirani, unga imeisha, unaenda kuomba, vile wanafinyilia, vile umenipatia ukiwa umesindilia vizuri, hivyo ndivyo nikirudisha nitakuwa nimesindilia vizuri. So it is the time kurudisha unga, na tutarudisha pamoja na kuku. Kuku tumechukua, bado tunarudisha, na sisi ndio wenyewe. Na wacha tumwambie kwamba let him be ready, because what goes around always comes around. Wacha nimalizie hapo Themba. But asante sana, nimepotea sana, lakini imekuwa na shida zangu za kibinafsi. Si ati kwa sababu mimi sio mtu na kuanga sinanga mood swing. Hiyo ndi tuliachia watu wengine. Mama Selina ametuambia hapa, ametuchekesha sana hapa kabla ukuje. Hiyo tuliachia watu wengine, sisi hatunanga mood swing, tuliacha. Asante sana.
Okay. Sawa, nilifikiria umeenda kukunywa maji ndio ukarudi leo, so but it's okay. Kama uko sawa, bora uwe sawa. Unajua sisi tunataka kura ya baba iwe sawa. Kama kura ya baba iko sawa, akisha umeiweka vizuri, kwa sababu hiyo ndio ya muhimu zaidi. Alex, karibu. Ama nani alikuwa anafuata? Alex. Aya, Alex amenyamaza. Maggie. Sasa mkinifungia stimu huku chini na mtaki kuongea, mna mpango gani?
Hapana, sio hivyo, sio hivyo. Mi naona Wakenya saizi mumeamua kuchambua bwana DP. Huu bwana DP anatuletea aibu, kwa sababu mtu mkubwa kama deputy president is not a joke anywhere. Mtu unatoka unaenda nchi za ng'ambo, asifu unaenda Sugoi market, alafu unaanza kubweka mara kura itaibiwa, sijui nini. Hii ni aibu gani huyu bwana deputy president anatuletea? Mumeona hii kitu, the way you have people have been talking, I see a lot of shame huyu deputy president analetea wa Kenya, because hata hao wenye wanampatia audience, I know they must be asking themselves the same question I'm asking myself. Elections itakuwa lini? Na yeye amejuaje itaibiwa? Na nani ataibia nani? Kwa sababu yeye ndiye si yako kwa serikali. We don't know. I don't know what is happening and what is going on. So huyu bwana DP kama alienda kwa ziara zake, which is it is now openly seen that alienda kwa ziara zake, na nani alimpatia hizo pesa ya kubeba watu 30 kwenda naye? Is this our tax paying money? I pay tax even if I'm in a foreign country, because I send money there in the bank, which is helping Kenya all the time. So I pay tax in Kenya. I'm a taxpayer. Hii pesa amebeba naye hao watu wote, sasa anaenda kuhubiri makanisa. Nimesikia next is meeting now, is going to meet with watu wa church or something like that, church leaders. Is he a church leader? He's a deputy president. Why can't he tell us that he's going his next meeting is going to meet with Kamala Harris? Now, those are the people he should be rubbing shoulders with, not church leaders, not students, what? Because hali yako iko mahututi. He should seek opinion from those people who can help him, but not those people who cannot even help him. So atatuambia, mimi naomba one time ifike atuambie, wewe hii pesa ulienda naye Amerika ulitoa wapi? Hata kama we ni billionaire, you have to refund it back to us. Yes, lakini hii mambo ya Kalonzo tena pia mumesema sana, but hakuna pale Kalonzo anaweza enda, because unakumbuka in 2013 Kalonzo alijaribu sana kuungana na Jubilee. No, that time it was called TNA. Hao watu walimkataa. For Ruto to take Mudavadi and Wetangula, si Kalonzo alikuwa wakati huo, mbona hakuenda kuchukua Kalonzo? Kalonzo is going nowhere. Sasa ndio anafikiria nikijaribu kuleta ukora kidogo kwa Azimio, pengine watu watanisikiza, lakini imekataa kata. So I think we are better off sisi Azimio people, lakini aibu ndio hatutaki sasa kama Wakenya ambaye deputy president anatuletea. Thank you for that short moment you've given me.
Okay, thank you. Alex, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there, Themba.
Okay. Uko tayari kuongea?
Oh yeah, I'll speak quickly and I will be very precise. Na unajua the current problem tuko nayo, so that we can stop the belittling and we get into the nitty-gritty of how our first 90 days must end with dedication to the things that we are promising so far, is the mistakes of one Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga is a politician that is too kind, and he doesn't have that one trait that he needs to have to deal with somebody decisively when they show some signs of weakness. And this has haunted us several times. You saw from the Pentagon, and you have seen it. These are problems that have followed Raila over and over and over. because of his weakness, which is being too good and too forgiving. Kalonzo knows that, and I think Kalonzo is playing with the mind of Raila because he cannot play with our minds. And I'm afraid Raila is going to forgive this guy. And I don't want that to happen. I want Kalonzo to go it alone to the ballot box. I don't want this guy on our side. We don't need him. We don't need the guy totally and completely, because, I mean, where we have gotten to, we don't need problem. One guy came here and told us that whether Kalonzo joins us or not, he will still give us a problem. Kalonzo will give us a problem now or when a government is formed. So I think Kalonzo has shown us already what he is. So allowing him to form a government with us is even more worse. And I think we must be very decisive on this. I don't think we can lose because of Kalonzo. This issue of saying we need him 1.7 votes of Ukambani, the Ukambani people must decide if they want to be with us or they don't want to be with us. That is up to them. If they want to follow the right side of history, they have seen their governors work very well and perform with constraints of 15% of the national revenue. How about 40%? Because a vote against Raila is a vote for Ruto. That is what we must make very clear to them. A vote against Raila, a vote for this man called Kalonzo in presidential is another vote for Ruto. We must make it clear to them so that they can know what they are doing. Otherwise, this issue to say that tuwapembeleze tufanye nini, we don't want that. We stopped negotiating. We formed Azimio, and under the pretext it was formed, we agreed to it. We don't want any amendments. We want it to be the way it is, because any form of amendments that we start allowing, other parties are going to start also saying they want those kind of amendments. So I think we want to stick our feet to the cement and say, Raila Kangumu. This is the time we need Fred Gumo. We need Fred Gumo kukumbusha Raila Kangumu. And that is it. And believe me not, what I'm going to see is a president to be, our president Raila Amolo Odinga, and Jubilee leader, they have learned one trait, not to massage the ego of leaders who are not decisive. So in the next government, I am going to see the political dustbin of two people, and that will be Ruto will be totally finished, totally and completely suffocated from the politics of Kenya, and another person is Kalonzo. These ones we will deal with them. Thank God people like Mudavadi and Wetangula have already suffocated themselves, so we don't have to deal with 3, 4, 5 people. So, but this issue of trying to massage the ego of one Kalonzo Musyoka must stop. Wacha aende. Wacha aende, wacha afanye vitu zake. Kama anataka kuwin all seats za huko, let him win. One thing we are sure, we will form the government. And after that, we can have posts with the people who will come against him, because I know many people in Ukambani will not want to see the train set, and they will be left behind because of the proximity of Ukambani to where? To Nairobi, but at the same time, because of the cosmopolitanism of the nature of the Ukambani people. A lot of people now in Ukambani, especially in Machakos, are people from, they are not typical Kambas. They are people from many parts of Kenya. So what I'm saying is, for us to stop this topic ya Kalonzo, we must tell him, go alone, go by yourself. But any more negotiations that we are making, we are massaging his ego, and ego does not stop at anything. Ego is like addiction. Addiction never stops. if you want to know what addiction is, you must be addicted in order to know what addiction is. It stops at nothing. It has a lizard mindset. A lizard mindset is the one whereby a lizard ikiona a fly, whether the iron sheet is hot, it will go after it, and you will see the tummy of the lizard melt, but the lizard is looking at what? At the fly. It's not looking at its belly. It's not even feeling. So that is Kalonzo right now. He is so drunk with his own eagerness and importance that even negotiation is not on behalf of the Kamba people. It's not even on behalf of the Kamba people. That is what makes me sad. It is just himself. While we are looking at a country as a whole, because there are so many sacrifices we have made. Because as ODM, we are going to do zoning, we are going to lose a lot of seats, we are going to allow a lot of competition, which will make us lose a lot of seats, but we are looking at the general. We want to change and overhaul a system that Uhuru spoke. The reason we've been having violence in Kenya is not because of Raila, it's not because of Ruto, it's because of a system of winner take all that makes other people feel alienated. Uhuru put it so clearly. So we want to overhaul this system, and we cannot let one man hold hostage of us. And this is how we must speak. This is how we must speak to them.
Amen.
You cannot speak a good language to a man who is mad. You must speak the truth even when your voice is shaking like man. Just speak the truth, even if when your voice is shaking. So this guy must go to the nearest hell and jump. We don't need him. And that is how all of us must speak to him. Stop massaging his ego. Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, Themba.
Amen. Amen.
Wow, I agree.
Okay. Okay, you guys mute. Hey, what's happening? Thank you so much, Alex, for saying that. I want to echo what you're saying. We exhausted this issue of Kalonzo yesterday. I had submitted that I don't want to go back to it. Yesterday was the last time I was talking on it. Only two things I want to mention today, and then I'm done, because I think yesterday we had we had a lot about it. When the gods want to finish you, they make you mad. So two people have shown some signs of a sense of insanity. One of them is Kalonzo, and the other one is Ruto. Now Ruto, I'll speak to him because Ruto has gone to the US. You see, a few years ago, 2013, Ruto had castigated the West, and he had said that the West should leave Kenya alone so that Kenyans can sort out their issue, because Kenya is a sovereign state. The same person 10 years later is now going to the same West to tell them to come and help them, that there's rigging that is likely to happen. You see how you forget so fast. So that for me, I found a show of madness. And the person, making noise is basically the deputy president. So in whose, like, people should be claiming that the government wants to rig, and he should be blamed, but he's blaming his friend Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta that they are going to rig. I think that is already laughable. I think in the US they are treating him as a nice comedian. That's short of comedy. And even the people that he's meeting are, you meet pastors to tell them about rigging in Africa. What's pastors got to do with the rigging in Africa? That's laughable. But we are enjoying the comedy. Now the other person is Kalonzo. Let me speak today finally on him. Now, yesterday, which is Kenyan time yesterday, the Raila Secretariat did something very significant. It sent two people to the media, one to KTN and another one to NTV. These two people, Professor Kibudha Kibwana and Professor Makau Mutua, apparently they are the signatories to the document that Kalonzo purported to have revived. That was very significant. It was very important that those people were sent to the media. If you listen to both of them, their language was the same. Professor Kibuda Kibwana said that it was a NASA agreement deed, and Kalonzo killed NASA. So remember, Kibuda Kibwana was supposed to be the guarantor for Kalonzo, and he's there saying that this thing is dead. On the other hand, Professor Makau Mutua was saying that this is a dead horse. We are past that. There's no longer NASA. So it was a clear message that was being sent to Kalonzo, that even if he's bringing out this particular, whatever his so-called deed and agreement or something, it is gone. It is dead. The two guarantors have already said there's nothing, and Raila is breaking no law. I found that, is it so hard that he couldn't get advisors to tell him that even if you're going to revive this thing, of what value? Of what value? Kalonzo should have listened to himself when they walked out of NASA. Raila kept on saying that we can still work together. They walked out of NASA. Kalonzo, Mudavadi, and Wetangula. And according to NASA agreement, if three people walk out, three parties walk out, then it's dead. So why go revive it? Of course, he is imagining an interesting scenario that Baba will wake up and say, okay, fine, Kalonzo Tosha. Of what value? We have been talking about two-horse race. Why hasn't Kalonzo propped up his horse to be one of the three, or even one of the two, so that Baba is the one chasing him? And then he says, okay, fine, this is what we had agreed. Why are you coming to bring it to Baba? I think I liked the message that the Raila campaign team did. They decided that Raila is not going to respond to that. In fact, I like what Alex has said. Baba is not going to respond to that. The team had already said by the time they were finished that we are going on the campaign trail for 10 days. After that, we'll be back on the 12th to launch our presidential candidate. Baba is on the ground. Baba is on the ground. The guy is busy with the pressers, wanting to sign one agreement after another. You can't be on pressers and get votes. Votes are gotten on the trenches. Go to the trenches. Look for votes. Look for bargaining power. Bargaining power is not on a document. Even if it's a document you want to bring, you are not on the trenches. You are not looking for votes. Go, first of all, prop up yourself, and then you come. So, the issue of Kalonzo, for me, I find it also another laughable issue every time it unravels. The next day, I liked what a meme that came that Kalonzo is announcing when he's going to announce the next announcement that he's going to announce. I found that very, very interesting and a way of summarizing what is happening on Kalonzo's camp. So for Kalonzo, I think, for my view, I think he's an interesting comedian, and let's wait and see how it goes. But for sure, the Azimio team is ready to work with or without them. Would want, like I think Otiende Amolo said, it will be preferable for him to come, but it is not mandatory. If he decides he wants to come to Azimio, that's okay. But if he goes and runs alone, also that's fine. The better. But if anybody in a voting, in an election year, anybody coming on is bringing in votes. So if he could humble himself and come without conditions, forget about NASA. NASA died. That's a different thing. He should be bringing people. He should be bringing votes. He should be bringing campaign. Because there are so many parties that are there, and they cannot have anything that they're going to bring on the table. So he shouldn't be coming that, oh, Baba decided to say that he's going to do this, and he's the one who killed NASA. People should ask him, you killed NASA when it was dying. Where was this agreement? You should have actually raised this agreement before killing NASA. So you kill it, and then now you're trying to revive certain things. I think, like Alex has said, those talking to Kalonzo should tell him that, my friend, the train has left the station. Today, Baba was, I want to keep giving you, in case Kalonzo wants to meet Baba, he can know where to find him. I can give you where Baba will be today, so that he can chase him on those places. Move out of the pressers. They should move out of the giving pressers and go to the trenches. Follow Baba. At least Baba will meet him on the ground. This is for those. Let me give you the tray where Baba will be. Today was Nakuru.
The itinerary.
Yeah, the itinerary. Yeah. Tomorrow, Thursday, Baba is in Nyamira. So if Kalonzo wants to catch up, he can follow Baba in Nyamira. That's where he will be tomorrow, Nyamira Kisi. Then on Friday, Baba will be in Machakos. So he could also prefer to wait for him in Machakos. Baba is on the ground. You know, instead of following him in Nyamira, he could wait for him on Friday. He will be in Machakos. In the event that he doesn't get him there, then on Saturday, he will be in Bungoma. There'll be Bungoma, Busia area. On Sunday, Baba will be in Njeri. So Kalonzo should be planning where he can be able to meet that Mzee to present that agreement. But in the meantime, Baba has sent his people to tell him. They were addressing him. Professor Makau Mutua and Professor Kivuda were addressing Kalonzo. On Tuesday, Baba will take a break on Monday. Tuesday, he will be in Maralal. Now, Maralal is too far, so Kalonzo shouldn't wait for that. He will have already gone. On Wednesday, Wednesday, he'll be in Wajir. Thursday, he'll be in
that one is out of discussion,
yeah?
man.
Yeah?
I think that one is out of discussion.
What's the problem? I'll give you time.
We was listening in to know where Baba will be. I think
Atuya, Baba will be in Kisi tomorrow, and you are going to see what will happen. And I want you to be here
we
tomorrow.
are so fed up with your arguments, please. Hatuya, we are just so fed up with your shallow arguments. Mr. Temba, give us more
Atuya, why
plans.
don't you
Thank
wait
you.
till I finish and then I'll give you time?
No, I was just reminding you that
in fact, we don't need Atuya's time.
no,
He's so
Maggie, I can't
insultive.
argue with you.
We don't
I
need
can't
Atuya's
argue with
time.
you.
I wish
can't argue with you.
I had powers to inject him out of this. Atuya, we don't need you.
Atuya, relax.
Please.
Maggie, relax. Atuya, I'm giving itinerary ya Baba. You can give me ya Ruto. Si tulipewa ya 10 days ya Ruto. Ama tulipewa ama. Si mlituambia ako US.
You know, Demba, I love debating with you and the likes of Alex because you're reasonable. I was just trying to remind you that that one is not very necessary. We're here to debate, and it was on a lighter note. And then when some, let me leave it there.
Calm down,
It is necessary for us,
It's
Azimio.
okay, Maggie.
It is
relax.
very necessary for us, Azimio. So
okay.
keep
Tunataka
on
Atuya hapa
when Temba is
tafadhali.
Maggie,
giving us
relax.
the plans.
Tunataka Atuya hapa
Maggie, relax.
hapa. Wacha
Calm down.
No, we don't
tunataka
need him.
Atuya
We don't
hapa.
need him. He's been he's telling
Maggie,
rubbish. He's been telling us rubbish. Please, we don't need Atuya with his.
Maggie,
Okay.
relax.
Sorry.
Yes, thank you. Just relax. Atuya has a right of his opinion. Wacha aseme what he wants to say. Let's just listen to him. Atuya, wacha mimi niseme yangu, wewe utanipatia itinerary. Tunajua ya deputy president ako Amerika, atazunguka aende Qatar alafu arudi Kenya. Si mimi pia niseme hii, wewe pia ukitaka utanipatia. Mimi naambia naambia Kalonzo, Baba ashatoka kwa boardroom. He's not discussing anything. In case he wants to meet him just for purposes of information, anaweza mpata kwa hizo places. On Thursday, Baba will be in Kisumu City. So Kalonzo can follow him there and present that memorandum. You don't represent it in the media. Baba is not there. And then on 12, Saturday, kutakuwa na Azimio Delegates Conference to agree on a candidate. Kalonzo can come with that document there. So in the meantime, Baba is on the trenches looking for votes. Tunaenda nyumba kwa nyumba. Saizi kila vote, hata yako Atuya tunaitaka. So baada ya hapo kimaliza kuongea, tafadhali tupe kura yako. I want to bring in Stone PK, then nianze kwenda hivi round tena. Nafikiri Atuya mlikuwa mshaongea ama uko na swali Atuya?
No, I was kicked out and I had something to respond to even Stone PK long time ago. And
okay,
Atuya, who kicked you out?
You can Alex,
you can guess who he was.
Let's give Atuya a moment to submit. You wanted to ask who? Stone PK a question?
Well, I just even I don't have much to say. I just wanted to respond to a few things.
Go ahead.
And I think I will address Alex and Demba, because those are the sober brains I realize inside here. So first and foremost, Demba and Alex, I just want to ask you, do you find it any engaging when you're debating with yourselves from around for 8 hours? Speaking to Demba, speaking to yourself, you speak to another person, you speaking the same, you keep encouraging each other. We have votes, tomorrow we will be there, you saw the rally. What kind of debate are you guys having? I was the only UDM supporter was in here. I was kicked out because some heads cannot just accommodate people with the dissenting ideas. I was kicked out, and
Nobody kicked you out. Come on.
No, I was
Be
kicked out.
truthful.
No,
No,
I
be
was
You
kicked
truthful.
just
out.
didn't
I
have
never
enough
left.
data, Atuya. Nobody kicked you
I
out. You
use
just
Okay,
didn't have
okay,
enough data,
let's
please.
okay, hold on. Don't unmute before I give you a chance. Let's allow Atuya to talk.
This is the problem.
Give him time to just
No, he
say
was
what
not
he has to
kicked out.
say.
Hakukuwa na data.
Maggie,
Hakukuwa na enough data.
Maggie,
He was
tafadhali,
not kicked out.
let's just relax. Let's not unmute before Atuya finishes. It's
So,
okay. You see, sometimes, hold on, Atuya. It's okay to listen to even a divergent view. That is what sometimes you kind of learn if you are trying to accommodate a divergent view. You may not agree with someone, but protect their right to say it. That is what we call democracy. You may not really like what someone is saying, but appreciate. They say minority have their voice, but majority have their way. And I think Atuya is right. If you just, I think to some extent, if you just encourage each other, you may not necessarily agree, but that is called groupthink. Sometimes you need that particular person to give you the other sense of it. You may not agree with him and you don't have to, but allow him to speak. That's why Mutembe TV is here, right? Atuya, kindly go ahead. But again, Atuya, also, you are not kicked out. Just go straight to your point.
No, I will tell you for free. Then I never left. I was kicked out for some NASA supporters to be brought in. I never left.
Okay, you are here now. You are here now, Atuya.
So,
go ahead.
I had some issues that I wanted to respond to. I remember we were speaking about the agreement between Kalonzo and Raila Odinga. And then I think there was some people who had not even read the document, but we were arguing with somebody called Jared. And I realized that Jared was actually reading, he had read the document and he was actually arguing upon the document. And even I had agreements with him that Kalonzo had no grounds. But some other people in here have not even read the document. They don't even know how it looks like. And they're telling me that that it doesn't matter, it doesn't count, it is not legal. But Jared left and I erased that thing. And then Stone PK actually attacked me. And he was even suggesting that Mtembei TV should introduce an amateur show where I should be featuring in. I want to remind you, Stone PK, that I've been in this show long time than you. I've had debates more in this platform more than you. And for your information, you can go to your Google and search Atuya Jr. and you can know who Atuya Jr. is. I do political punditry on radio and on TV. So, least of all, Mtembei TV should not be a bother that I need to be in some junior sectors. You speak nicely, but you lack clarity and sense when you are articulating your ideas. The moment you were supporting the video that Bernard played here, a very biased video, the sense you had made before went down the drain. I'm here speaking bitterness because I have been mistreated in here for a long time. Some people calling me names, but I just want to ask, how do you feel that you are just discussing amongst yourself? It looks like a meeting in Migori under a tree, a village meeting, like, oh, tomorrow. So I just want to encourage, we can have discussions. We have always disagreed with Alex, Demba, but we we have never called each other names. Some people here, they cannot accommodate divergent ideas. Some people cannot even construct sentences, and they are busy throwing names at me. So all I wanted to say, there was somebody who was complaining that William Ruto is in government, is complaining that there will be rigging. Back in 2012 and 2013, Raila Odinga was the prime minister, and Kalonzo was the deputy president. And they were all over crying that the government wants to steal elections. And they were crying against a deputy prime minister and a former minister who they were ganging up against that time. So the issue of the deputy president crying in the US and asking for mercy does not hold any water. What else? No, I don't have anything else to say, but I just want to remind you people in here, don't lie to yourself by debating amongst yourself. At times, if you want to enrich your mind, if you want to have a sober debate, allow other people to speak here. That's all I have. Demba, good night, and Alex.
Thank you.
Atuya, before you go,
okay, Alex.
Atuya, you know, thank you for coming back, and we have disagreed vehemently in many things, but I will also disagree on the fact that you have addressed 10 people in the platform, and you can also you can't dismiss them while you don't want also to be dismissed. If I was you, I will say what I usually say here, and I tell Themba, I'm not going out. Nobody's going to kick me off. We will debate. You will listen to me, I will listen to you. I'm here, hata ulete nyororo na tractor, sitoki hapa. Tutakaa hapa. And then, from there, you make your point. But don't dismiss 8 people, acknowledge 2 people, and then you think you're also having a debate. That is not a debate. Stay here. Don't go home. Don't go to bed. Stay here. Challenge us. And then we will say that we are having and listening to divergent views. Because what we have seen is that the people from UDA, when they come here, they say what they want and they leave. And we can't go get them from bed and bring them here because the platform is free for everybody. And we like being challenged. And some of the challenges we have listened to have tickled our minds. There is a day I agreed with you, and almost killed me on the comments, but I stood firm. I stood on the cement, and it dried up, and nobody could amputate my legs. I said, if you want to cut my legs, but I agree with Atuya on this. So don't go away because now that you have said what you have said, remain here and also listen and be addressed too, because you have addressed all of us. Thank you, Atuya.
Okay, just before I allow Fidel to talk, do not unmute before I allow you to talk. You know, Atuya, you spoke pretty well. I agreed with you to the extent that we need a debate, but you can't complain about the same thing that you're doing. You know, when you want to make a difference, you don't do the same thing your perceived aggressors are doing. You're calling people names. You are telling them stuff, and yet you are calling them out for using the same language. I thought it would be fair for you to rise above that, make your point, highlight where it's wrong. You don't. Now it becomes hard for me to you know, to kind of navigate. I mean, to see now who is wrong, because you have also gone ahead to call them names. When you come in, and that's what Alex has said, is my dilemma sometimes, to the extent that I've chosen that there are some people I will not be allowing to come on here when we are debating, because their reasoning is not to come to debate. They come, they disparage everybody else, they make sure everybody is feeling bad, then they left, they click left. So they have left you with a lot of things, you bad feelings, and then they have left. That's why sometimes I think we are a little coy when we see some of the UDA guys coming up. I don't mind debating, but now if you highlight that and then you use the same, now both of you are on the wrong. You have called them names, they have called you names. So is it like you're trying to leverage? I don't think that's fair to you. And I think, like Alex has said, just stay, focus on your point. And also, all of us, I think, we don't need to see like Atuya is a veteran here. He is a gentleman. He expresses his view rather differently, but we have learned to respect that. He has a right to hold whatever views he holds, and everyone else. You have a right to hold whatever view you hold. You don't need to get annoyed because someone holds a different view. I just told Atuya he doesn't need to get annoyed because I am giving my itinerary for my presidential candidate. He can also do for his own presidential candidate. We don't have to disparage anybody. You don't have to call someone names just simply because they hold a different view. Persuade someone with the points. Make them see your point. Sell your candidate to them. It's a time for us to, like someone says, Bembeleza Kura, Atuya ni Kura. And you don't know how many people Atuya controls. He probably controls a whole constituency. Maybe there are people who follow him. If we manage to do that. But of course, if we don't agree, then we agree. Like we are saying that we have decided that Kalonzo, you know, he can take a walk and be on his own. That's okay. But let's kind of be a little, you know, sensitive. Let's not call people names. I try to not to call, don't insult anyone. Address the point, not the person. Address the point that they have said. Disagree with the point, not the person. There's a difference. If you see, they say, do not throw the baby with the bathwater. The baby is good. The bathwater is the one that is clean. So the ideas someone has are the ones that you differ with, not necessarily the person. I think that way we'll try to make these debates very meaningful, and of course we'll be more engaging. And the more people we have from divergent view, the better. You are understanding, Atuya is a young person. He represents a constituency. So I want to allow, Atuya mentioned Stone PK. I want to allow Stone PK to give a response, and then I will bring in maybe Fidel. But I also suppose he might not need we might not need a lot of response to what Atuya said. He was here, you guys had him. He was just trying to vent, so we really don't have to dwell so much on
something before he comes in. Just
Atuya, and you're not going to go. Kindly stay here so that we.
No, you rightly put it. I came back here because I was really feeling bit. I was kicked out. That's one. Number two, I've been listening to you, these guys here. There's no debate here. It was just a pass on baton, and let's speak about our person. And that's not the Mtembei TV that I joined way back last year. You can remember we had very able debaters of UDA, Nancy from UK. We had so many. Some can tell you. But they left because of the heads and abuses of some people in here. We had so many UDA supporters in here. Not that I'm all alone here, but they left because
you made that point. You made that point. Right. I think also you're being a little disrespectful to us, imagining that we don't have a debate. All these people cannot be doing nothing. So just relax. You've made your point already. Yeah, okay. Let's have Stone PK.
Bwana Themba, I don't think I might be having anything to really, because for me, you know, I debated in secondary school and all those places. I'm not here to discuss what bias is and all that. I put it very clear. When I'm in Mtembei, I'm supporting Raila Amolo Odinga. So when somebody says I'm biased and all this, I think I'm past the age of this mother is better than father. So I don't think I'm being accused for nothing. Is when I said Mtembei to be reduced to a secondary school debate, being given non-factual things. Honestly, I would not waste my 4 hours here. And it doesn't matter whether someone has been here for ages. You could have been here for ages, but just going round and round. I mean, what debate are we talking about when we are saying the trip to the US by Ruto is a waste of public resources? Really? Do I need to get a PhD to be able to dissect all that? It is so simple. It's a waste of resources. No, it is. Yeah. So,
you know, I was
anyway, I don't think I need to rebut.
I was taught usipige yule ambaye ako chini tayari. So makasiriko yanaweza kuja hapa mingi. Let's be a little sensitive. He's already gone, so let's let it rest. I mean, as expected, it's not easy to go with that the concept of what is happening. I mean, the reality sinking. So it's likely that some things may not make a lot of sense for them. But let's appreciate. And of course he's left by his evolution. Hatujamtoa. So saizi mimi sijatoa mtu, msiamke kesho mseme Themba alimtoa. Sijamtoa. I want to submit to all of you. Sijamtoa. Sasa akikuja hapa aseme ya kwamba mimi nilimtoa, mimi nilitaka tumsikize na amejitoa mwenyewe. So we're done. Okay, so let's have the rounds starting with Stone PK. Yes, Ziana, iko nini?
Hata saa zile zingine hakutolewa, ilikuwa aliitwa, hakuitika. Kama vile unaweza aita mtu, hey, Selina, can you speak? Selina, can you speak? Na hazungumzi. Utafanya nini? Na kuna wengine wako nje, wanataka kuingia. Utafanyaje?
Haya, ni sawa. Sasa wacha tuendelee. Stone PK, toa maoni yako ya mwisho sasa. Watu wa Facebook tayari tumewatupa nje. Asanteni sana. Tuonane tena kwa another discussion. Baba atakuwa leo Kisii, so let's meet later to see what will have happened. The other person will be addressing some church members in the US, so let's wait and hear what will have happened the other side. Atakuwa na complain about rigging, so wacha tungoje tusikie amekutana na kina nani. Yes, Tom PK, dakika zako 3 za mwisho.
Thank you, Themba. Thank you. You know, one of the worst thing on earth is the people hate the truth. And once you state the truth, you become an enemy. People start saying, oh, you are this, you are that. So I'm one person who doesn't circumvent things. So I state things as they are. So I summarize what I've been submitting. I said that there are 2 huge mistakes that have been made by two of our leaders, supposedly, and I put it in inverted commas. One is Kalonzo. He did the worst mistake in his career ever, you know, to have come with that document he's calling a secret document. I think, I keep on repeating, there is a huge mistake when you are not listening to your advisors. Kalonzo is being driven by one Enoch, who is the senator of Kitui. Enoch is very bitter for some reason. Even when he's there on TV, you can see his anger. Then there is Mutula Kalonzo also, who is trying to, I don't know what ego he's trying to blow. And then there is Manzo. So these guys have taken him captive. And unfortunately, he is unleashing a mistake after the mistake. So that is one letter that has really done him. I don't know how he'll make it. I had submitted so much on that. Then also the second one who is doing grievous mistake, killing his career, is the DP. I mean, I was trying to take stock of, for the last 5 years, any move, any strategic move that has been made by the DP, either towards propelling his image, propelling him as a professional, propelling him as a daktari, propelling him as a Kenyan top leader. I searched and I don't find any. What I enumerate is blunder after blunder after blunder. And again, when I look at why, it's because this guy has no advisors. He's one-man army. As much as you see him surrounded with some people, those guys have no say. And it was confirmed very recently by some very close friends of his that it is him and him and him. So definitely that is what happens, even in any management. If you are a manager, head of a department, you never listen to your team, you are bound to really fail and fail very miserably. So those are 2 too huge, and he keeps on. Right now, he has added one grave one, you know, making a trip to the US that is personal and then paid by the government. I have a lot to blame Uhuru on because he's the head of state, because how, yes, the trip can be approved because it's personal. You can be going to do your own things. But then how do you get an entourage and then it's paid for by the government? These are things that now, as much as he says wa Kenya wajinga waliisha Kenya, I think ile wimbo ya nani King Kaka is true. Sisi bado ni wajinga. And I'm saying this with all due respect, because how do you fund a private entourage? Over 100 million. I think that is a conservative figure. So that's another huge mistake. And we are going to revisit those as citizens. Okay. Then on top of that trip, as if that is not enough, he goes to start saying there is a plan to rig him out. The government of Kenya is planning to install someone who is not people's choice. Oh my God. And this is the deputy president of the government of that country that is planning to rig. So how did those Muzungus look at him? And you know, one of the worst things where you are living, you guys, Muzungus will never tell you you are a skunk. I've never heard them say that directly. Even when you are making a fool of yourself, they just you know, they toast like this and yeah, they even don't add any word. It's because they are saying, oh, look at this monkey here. You know, look at this fool here. What is it? You are going there saying, oh, crying, the government. And they will not ask you, aren't you in the government? They'll just laugh. Like in the hall when he was giving that talk to those guys of this guy I don't know, Cosmos. Those guys were laughing. And I think he believed his answers that were so interesting. It is not. And he could search every question he is asked. He was, you know, figuring out what to say just because there is inconsistency and lies. So those are two huge mistakes made by two people, which I don't think there will be any repair. They are irreparable. They have injured his whatever. And it is the same way the supporters are behaving. It is the same way. You pick any UDA supporter, and I say this in your absence, Temba, kuna bangi wanakunywa. Ile bangi Ruto alisema uko Rongai. I'm using his own words. He had said, Azimio, tumevuta bangi mingi, that's why we are talking. Kumbe, what he says and claims is what they are doing. Because hiyo yao ni mingi sana. Yetu angalau ni kidogo. We are not making a lot of blunders, if there is any. But your UDA blunders from the top to the bottom. Amen. So I think hiyo yao ni kali. Labda yao ni ile ya nyungu. Yetu ni ya ile tumechambua kidogo. So anyway, with those remarks, I would conclude by saying, I don't want to talk about Kalonzo, but I would say do your homework, fellow panelists. Just look at the numbers. They are there. They are very easy to look at. And then you can conclude whether we can go with or without Kalonzo. Yeah, a quick arithmetic tells you, even if Kalonzo does not support Raila, let's say Raila loses Ukambani, but there's no way he can lose Ukambani 100% if he is with Uhuru. So Kalonzo can keep his 50%. Then 50% goes with the pair of Uhuru, or even 40%. And then Raila Uhuru gains 40% in Central. That balances, and then all other regions remain. Western region, that one, the lowest Raila can get is probably 60%. That is if UDA will have really any impact, or if Mudavadi will have any impact. That quick arithmetic tells you how comfortable this thing is, and that is what they know. That is the truth, which is making them very bitter, and now they are throwing those tantrums, including what my friend, let me mention him, even if he's not there, that gentleman who left. Those are the bitterness that is making them throw those tantrums. Talk to any supporter of UDA, even on WhatsApp. Wamejua ukweli, kumepambauka, the way Raila says. Kumekucha, and they know this game is over. So now wanataka kuchafua maji. Like ng'ombe ikishatosheka na maji pale kwa pond, inaanza kukanyanga kuifanya matope. Thank you very much guys, and a good morning and night.
Thank you so much, Stone PK. Selina?
Hey, thank you. Wow, my submission tonight is that familia yenye iko na baba na watoto na mama, na baba akilalamika akionyesha bibi na watoto ati nyumba haiko stable, hakuna kitu ingine utasema. Watoto wanalalamika kulingana na vile baba amelalamika. So all these things happening in KKA or UDA ni kwamba nyumba yenye si haina nguvu imeisha. So neighbors wanaangalia wakicheka, kwa sababu ukishindwa kutengeneza boma yako hakuna mtu anakusaidia. Hii mambo yote hii malio Amerika, malio Kenya, so kila mahali ni kulia. So I don't think, na ni mwezi wa sita, we still have 6 months. Kitambo ifike 3 months ama 4 months tutakuwa tumemaliza kazi. So mambo ya Kalonzo, acha Alex, thank you Alex, uko hapo. Baba ama Azimio wamepanga program yao. Baba leo ametangaza kwa Nakuru program yake mpaka akamalizia Kasarani. Kiwanja ya Kasarani ama alisema Embagasi ndio wanaenda kusindua presidential candidate yao. Hakuna mahali amesema atakaa chini na mtu kudiscuss ama kuna mambo imepaki. Ile rutupa ako naye ni kuongelesha wananchi na kusunguka counties. Akienda Embakasi, nafikiri ile kiwanja ya Babu Owino, hapo ndiye tutajua mambo imeisha. So ile kitu Okoa Kenya ingefanya ama mtu kama Kalonzo angefanya pia, kwa sababu yeye ni principal kama baba, angekuwa pia amesunguka kutengeneza na Gideon Moi na hiyo group ingine, wangekuwa wanasunguka kuongelesha watu na kusema tarehe hiyo wanakutana, kama ni Uhuru Park, kama ni Nyayo Stadium, wasundue pia mambo yao. Alafu sasa kama wataenda kunegotiate, tutajua at least ndume mbili zimekutana. Sijui siasa ama watu wanaona namna gani, kwa sababu hakuna vile ndume na kike utaita sote ndume. So kitu yenye Kalonzo angefanya as from now ni kutengeneza nyumba yake, hata kama ataenda peke yake. Alex, unajua mtu Kikalenjin kuna mahali wasee walikuwa nakutana. Ule mzee alikuwa muoga, alikuwa namwambia, alikuwa anachapwa na bibi yake, lakini anaambia wanaume yeye anachapa bibi yake sana. Sasa siku moja anachapwa na rafiki yake, akasimama nje. Sasa akasikia akichapwa na yeye analia, Sasa mwanaume alikuwa nje, akakonga mlango, akasema, jameni, kuja nisaidie, ninaua huyu mwanamke, amuoni kama ninaua? Na yeye ndiye anachapwa. So siku moja wase watatu wakakuja, wakafichana, wakakuta baba ndiye alichapwa. So siku moja wase wakamwambia, twende, fungua mlango. Anasukuma rafiki, anaambiwa, si hapa ni kwako, si ufungue mlango uingie. Anasema, hapana, wewe fungua, kwa sababu amekuwa akichapwa. Ni hii maneno tunaambiwa hapa. Papa ameanza kazi yake, alianza BBI, akasunguka wakamchekea, akaenda Nakuru, akaanza Azimio ya Umoja, akasunguka Kenya mzima, kama hao wengine hakuna kitu anafanya. Sasa tumejua kumbe hii mwanaume anawekwa kwa nyumba, anachapwa na bibi, na anaenda anaambia wenzake, nimechapa yangu. Ya mwisho wase watatu walikuwa naambiana twende tuchape mapipi. Mmoja anafika kwake anachapa ngozi. Wale wawili wanaumisa mabibi. Asubuhi anaulizwa, na mbona bibi yako mwili ichafura? Akasema hapana, nilichapa huku, lakini yeye hakuchapa bibi yake. So wale wawili wa mama walitoroka. Ule alikuwa mwerefu, alipaki na bibi yake, na akaulizwa akasema, mkienda kuchapa mabibi senyu, na mimi nilikuwa nachapa ngozi. So Kalonzo, tafadhali amuka, tembea. Kama endorsement sasa wanataka baba kuendorse na yeye ndiye ametafuta. Unaambia baba useme ni mimi. Sasa baba atakuja na ile sasa anakuambia twende tuchape bibi, wewe ndiye unaenda chapa yako na baba anakuja. Hakuna vile utasema akuendorse. Tuone hata rali moja. Lakini saa hii nashangaa siku zinaisha, tarehe 12 tunangoja baba akufu. Okay. Nimemaliza.
Okay, sawa, asante. Princess, utakuja mwisho. Maggie. Maggie. Esh. Geoffrey. Karibu.
Temba.
Uko hapo?
Niko.
Haya, ongea Maggie, dakika zako 3 za mwisho.
Dakika zangu 3. Thank you very much, Bwana Temba. Hata sina mengi la kusema. Leo nilikuwa nitege masikio, lakini saa zingine inafanya tupasuke kiroho. So nilipokuwa nilipasuka ni watu wenye wanaenda a different direction. Lakini ile bado nitasema mwendo bado ni mrefu. Sio rahisi sana. Tusiseme tu ati baba amefanya hii, baba amefanya hii. Ile tutahakikishia baba anaenda kupata hii kitu. Still spread the news around. I don't know whether ni call news ama nini. Watu wachukue kura. Hii wakati imebaki kidogo. Niligundua watu wengi sana kumbe bado hawajachukua kura. Sijui tutawaeleza namna gani. Watu wachukue kura ndio tupate hii mabadiliko. Or else we are going nowhere. Because hata wakina Kalonzo ukisikia wanaongea hivyo, wanajua tu places zao watu hawachukui kura. And I don't know how we can spread the news for them that chukueni kura. Is it news or what? I don't know. Asante sana kwa hayo yote. And thank you very much. I am learning every day, every moment, every time munaongea, I'm learning a lot. Thank you so much and Mungu abariki nyinyi.
Asante sana Maggie. Geoffrey, dakika zako 3 za mwisho.
Okay, thank you very much Temba na all the panelists kwa yale mazuri ambao wamenena. Let me say this, my last word. Kwanza naanzia na safari ya Deputy President William Samoei Ruto. You know, I was thinking like this. Imagine kama ni Mike Pence wakati walikuwa na Trump ameenda nchi nyingine aanze kusema ati naona kuna shida hapa inatokezea hapa mbele vile hata Trump angemsukuma kutoka White House bila nini kumwambia chochote. So this scenario whereby the deputy president is going out, then cascading the government which he is in, yani ni kuonyesha kwamba tuko chini sana. ingawa watu wanasema ati no ni sheria au democracy, hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Hii sheria I think is supposed to be written about mambo ya deputy president, kwa sababu there's no way it can go out aanze kuambia the few group ya wazungu wenye amepata wenye kina huyu jamaa anaitwa Choi amekusanya wenye anajua hapo, sijui ametoa wapi, wamekaa kwa hall ingine, sijui ni basement ya kanisa, alafu anaanza kuambia kwamba kuna vile ameona kwamba uchaguzi utakuwa wa haki, na those people they don't care because wakimwangalia wakati anaongea wanaona kwamba kuna shida fulani. Is in the government. How you gonna say something like that to your own government yenye wewe uko second in command? Hiyo ni kukosa mwelekeo. Najua wanasemanga wakati miti na Teresa saa nyani hapa ameshinda mahali pa kushikilia, ni kuteresa tu kunaendelea kuteresa. This shows the next 4 months vile hata nini vile atakuwa anashikilia kila kitu na hawezi kamatika, and atalia zaidi. Instead of going aenda atafute kura, wacha akimbia hapa, ona kama wazungu watamsikiza, kwa sababu wakati amemaliza kuambia upuso wenye anawaambia wanamwona tu, wanaona kama ni mtu mwenye akili yake kuna shida fulani. I need to be evaluated. Wacha nikuche mambo ingine ya nini ya Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka is another funny guy. You know, ingawa alimuitanga watermelon, hiyo jina lilimfaa sana, lakini ni mtu mwingine. Sasa inabidi hiyo jina ya watermelon ibadilishwe kidogo, amuite jina ingine yenye nilikuwa naona na trend, lakini sitaisema. You know, this guy ni kama muende kuwinda. Mimi niko I have my dog. Kwa wale watu wenye wamelewa place yenye watu walikuwa wanawinda, unaenda na umbwa yako ya kuwinda, umekimbisa swara wewe na umbwa yako, umeshika hiyo swara, alafu mwenyewe kwa na umbwa yeye ameona swara iko chini, yeye anataka kuchukua panga aanze kukata kuawia watu. That's what Kalonzo want to do. He want to be given something yenye he has not participated in anything. He has nothing to offer on the table, alafu nasema ati ni memorandum zingine zenye walikuwa na wakati wa NASA na NASA yeye walifunja, ndio analeta so that to show people kuharibia baba kwamba baba si mtu mwenye na keep nini memorandum yenye walikuwa wameongea. Hiyo ni kitu yenye ilikuwa imeisha. You don't have anything. NASA walimaliza, yeye walikuwa wa kwanza kusema kwamba hiyo mambo yamemaliza, na walimalizanga mambo ya NASA wakati walitorokanga baba when baba needed the most, when the people watu walikuwa na wahitaji the most wakati wa Uhuru Park. Then even the Kenyans realized that Kalonzo Mudavadi na Wetangula si watu wenye watathaminika the struggle ya nini ya nchi yetu. They cannot match anybody because ni watu wanastudiwa mara moja. Sijui Mkebe anaangua kwa nini nyuma ya nyumba, anasema ati wamerusha tia, akasema nini kwa compound yake, na anazima simu hapatikani. So wacha yeye aendelee kulia. At the end of the day his political career imeisha, hakuna mali anaenda, and I'm very sorry to say that hakuna, there's no way he's going. Na those young guys wenye wako kando yake akina Mtura Kalonzo, wale ni watu wenye wanajitafutia because they have a long way to go. They want to show the Kenyans that wako very wako strong na wanasimamia msimamo yao yenye ni msimamo thabiti, they don't hawapanduki, so that in the future they can be able to maneuver in their political career, and that's what they're doing. And about Baba's campaign team, Baba is doing good job, and I know at the end of the day, Baba is bringing in all the votes which we need so that we can win a landslide. On August 9th, saa 5 ya usiku watakuwa wanatangaza Baba ameshinda kura mingi zaidi, ili wapatie Ruto aende kwa koti aende kulalamika kwamba ameibiwa, watuambie ni gani ameibiwa. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana Geoffrey. Okibo, dakika zako 3 za mwisho.
Thank you so much.
Okiba, hebu ngoja kidogo. Sasa mi nataka kuuliza juu ya Kalonzo na nini na timu yake Oka. Huyu Gideon Moi, what do you think about him? Mara kidogo wana launch baba, mara kidogo anasimama nyuma ya nani akiongea matope. That is another discussion for tomorrow. I'll be here. Because what's wrong with Gideon Moi? I think we should help him. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tampa. Nimeona Stone PK bado ameinua mkono. Can I give him some seconds? Mr. Tampa, I'm asking you.
Unajua Begi yako na tabia ya kufungua debate saa zile tunafunga. Sasa yeye anafungua debate na tunafunga. Dakika moja Stone PK.
Hata itakuwa 30 seconds.
Itakuwa tamu hivyo because we must discuss all of these people, please.
Okay,
Don't
Maggie,
PK, thank you.
In 30 seconds. In 30 seconds,
yes.
Moi Mangidi is ours. This guy, what do we call this other guy? Jirongo is Azimio. They're only being diplomatic. They don't want to injure Karua's ego and Kalonzo's ego. But Mangidi declared, he said it the day before yesterday, and also Jirongo, they said it, and they repeated it during the NDC, and it's like they were blaming Kalonzo. And if you noticed, Kalonzo was a bit, he was worked up that day after he realized Jirongo in his speech indicated like already they had decided, and Mangidi. So those two are going. They will leave Kalonzo his own way, to go his own way. Ole.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much. Niko na 2 things za kuongelea. One thing, you know a watermelon is a watermelon. Kama imeoza tunatupa. So Kalonzo kama anaona is like he needs much from Azimio, something that Aqua na work for. I better lives with these conditions. We know, and I'm hopeful that we will win the elections. Secondly, is our honorable, our able, our excellency, deputy president. I said there is a day I said Mwasha kuja hapa enjoy hii baridi iko hapa kidogo, aingie kwa nyumba apate AC atoke tena apatane na baridi. That's what he came to do. Let him meet his pastors and whatever. Now, another thing that made me a little bit ikunifurahisha is when you say Kenyans, you are trying to sell your country in a positive way. Don't sell your country in a negative way. Like Wakenya ni watu wana struggle, they are hustlers to make their living. Like they are struggling to make the basic needs. That's something that is weird. Try to sell your country in a positive way. Another thing is they are complaining that is thinking that maybe ameona kuna rigging ya elections. What goes around comes around. Baba has been enjoying this music for 3 consecutive elections. So even if yeye akicomplain hata hajafika huko, hajasikia wembe venye unakata, mbona unapiga kelele mapema eti nimesikia uchungu? Is making noises zenye haziko, they don't make sense. Nobody is there to rig elections. Whatever I know, this is the first time Kenya will have will show democracy in everything. Like whoever who will be voted, who will be announced as the winner of those elections, that is something that was done through democracy. The last thing, niliona mmoja wetu hapo aliondoka. It doesn't make sense. If you are talking to older guys who are older than you, they usually give us advice. I've been watching and listening you from a background. Sijaingia kwa studio, nimeingia some few minutes ago. But siezisikia kama tuna Stony PK maybe Mama Serena anaongea kitu yenye inaenda against my wish, ni zime TV ama nitoke kwa simu yangu niende kufanya kitu kingine. No, I just stay there. There is something that I'll pick. Like today nimepick like hata waseme aje mtu anakuzidi hata sekunde mbili, huyo ni mkubwa kwako. Kenya ameona of those 2 seconds bado hujakiona. So it means hata tuongea hapa venye umeongea, me I just stay. I'm gaining wisdom from you. Nilikuja kurealize because ni ile team tu, unajua ukiingia timu yenye ina support kitu fulani unakaa hiyo same. Timu ya makasiriko ni makasiriko. Nobody will change. Utapata kidogo umemwambia ukweli ametoka hapo. Ukimwambia ukweli, ukimwona ukweli umemuuma. Ndivyo tu wako hivyo. Lakini is our brothers. After all, tutakaa united. I guess the thing that is making us to differ is because one is supporting a certain team to win and we are supporting another one. Let them stop whatever they are thinking, like their candidate is a little bit favorable to be in that position other than what we are supporting too. Wachi hiyo makasiriko wako nayo, sisi ni Wakenya wote. Na all in all, tutabaki tu na amani ile na umoja wetu. Hayo ndo nilikuwa nayo Mr. Temba.
Okay, asante sana. Wayan, Fidel.
Well, mine is going to be very brief. I empathize a lot with the DP and his supporters. I think what they've realized is the path to victory is almost gone, doesn't exist. So what you're seeing now is them lashing out at opponents. I was here when Atuya started speaking, and he was completely condescending to the women who were around, calling them drama queen and things like that. Yet there was nothing that he was contributing. I'm sorry to say that. I mean, I don't want to sound like I'm better than him. No, but because he was just complaining, that the people are not contributing anything. They're just bashing. So, and that is their nature. And I mean, you come to think about the way DP himself has been campaigning. I think what they were trying to do was to borrow what they had done with Uhuru in 2013, where their campaign was based on hate versus hope. So theirs was just hate, spreading hate propaganda. And yet Kenyans were looking for hope. But hate became more pronounced to an extent where hope was beaten down and people elected them. So he thought that this 2022 will take the same shape, where we'll be driving so much hate. But this time Kenyans are not buying it, because people have reached to their end. They have realized that hope trumps hate. Although he's been able to mesmerize some people and zombify them, So, well, that's why everybody's here, try to win them back. So we hope that by the end of maybe in 2 months' time, people will be able to see the direction where this thing is going. And I think the way it appears right now, I think the DP has already given up. It's just that he's a guy who likes chest thumping, and he doesn't want to show it, So that is actually the nature of the game. He has already given up. He's not seeing himself winning, and this thing the hate is being transferred to his own supporters, who want to blanket every contribution that is happening within the political forum, particularly being propagated by the Azimio people as just people supporting their candidate without a basis, that we're just making noise, keep on repeating ourselves. It's because there's no competition. I mean, if they really feel like they want to be able to have a conversation, they should be sending people to come and have a conversation rather than making noise and trying to to drum other people out by calling them names. Now, yesterday I was listening to a roundtable discussion where Professor Kagwanja and his friends were talking about how Kalonzo is very important, and as Raila Odinga should not ignore him. Raila Odinga should not show the trait of a dictator. And I was really shocked. And then I know Kagwanja has never supported Raila Odinga. I mean, that is just a given for a very long time. He just finds himself swimming in the current, but if truth were to be told, he does not. So to hear him start castigating and creating aspersion on Odinga, on Raila, on Baba, that he needs to listen to Kalonzo. Otherwise, if he's not doing it now, what about when he comes to the office? I mean, what impression is he sending? So I'm just wondering why they'll be putting Baba weighing him on a different scale compared to the rest of the other presidential candidates who are there. I mean, if you look at Kalonzo, who really needs Kalonzo right now? I've been saying this thing for a long, long time. People should let Kalonzo do what he wants to do. He has only got 3 options: either join Azimio with no condition, or he runs on his own to the Debe, but he will be answerable to the campus because campus want to be in government. So in that particular regard, he won't get any support as much as he thinks he needs to get. Or he joins UDA. That's the only option he's got, And because by him bringing all these conditions, the other day, Professor Kibwana was talking, and he said that the other parties who are within Azimio had met, and they were also trying to form a coalition if Kalonzo will be allowed to come in as a principal. So you can imagine that Kalonzo was insisting on a 3-legged stool. And then they're saying, no, it should not be a 3-legged stool. It needs to be a 4-legged table. So now so that if Kalonzo is going to be doing this, then it will be a 4-legged table. It won't be a 3-legged stool. So that's bringing in another dimension of confusion. Today, DAP, Wamunyinyi was answering Kalonzo. Actually, they did a lot of good job. They were telling Kalonzo is wasting people's time. Their presidential candidate is Baba. So he should stop wasting people's time. And I think that's what Kenyans should agree or tell him point blank that it's a waste of time. And if he wants to go it alone, let him go it alone. Otherwise, nobody wants confusion. People have only got 5 months to go, and to negotiate about what? That should be the question. Back to you, Temba.
Okay, thank you. Alex, dakika zako 3.
Temba.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yangu itakuwa hiyo 3. I hope I'll take 3 minutes. BBI started in Kisii. BBI started in Kisii. And I remember the speech of Baba that particular time. He elaborated his mind of when he becomes, not if, when he becomes the president, what we were to expect. Now, Baba is going back to Kisii and Nyamira. Baba gave us an assignment. And on my part, I did everything I could to get the biggest fish that I wanted out of UDA. And that was my friend, Anthony Kibagendi. I got him out. Baba is receiving him today in Nyamira. I'm not sleeping, I'll be watching. That was my singular assignment. Having said that, it's going to be my happiest day in Azimio so far, this time around. What we are saying is, you saw today our governor come, he gave a presser, and we have not forgotten our fight. Sideshows are not going to make us forget what we want. We are winning the presidency. But it doesn't mean that we don't have problems at home. But they will not supersede the presidency. It means we will have to compromise a few things to win the ultimate prize. We will, and we will listen to him. So people like Atuya, I'm glad Jared came by. People like Nyagaka, I know he's listening. You are going to see what is happening today in Kisii. Magara and all the people who thought that UDA was home, they came to realize that we don't fight by making noise, by yapping, by throwing tantrums. We go to the ground. We speak to the people. And I said before, speak the truth even if your voice is shaking. Truth is incontrovertible. That is a fact. And our strength lies in the truth, whether we like it or not. So, and I will repeat, that truth is bearing its own results today in Kisii and Nyamira. Anybody still dreaming that Kisii and Nyamira will have votes for Ruto, I think they are living in their wonder world, and they are going to see by and by. We have done what is necessary to bring Kisii together for the first time, as it was in 2002, to make sure that we deliver. We are not going to disappoint. And I hope other counties take that Mua Kenya and apply there, so that our singular thing is to understand that once we clinch the presidency, once we start getting the benefits of BBI, most of all these problems we are talking about, they will deplete. And we will start seeing a growing of an economy, an education system that is glowing throughout the world, a healthcare system that is having Baba care that is almost free. You will have doctors who are respected and paid. Teachers will have their place in Kenya. Matatu drivers, you will have a place in Kenya. And we are not going to fetishitize the so-called border. They are reckless. We don't want such kind of people in our country. We must remove those kind of things and glorifying pettiness, mediocrity at the border. Not that we don't need them, we do, but we must uphold and upgrade them. Not just leave them there to become a voting bloc that for 10 years we have been talking about border. They were not there in 2002. Why are we glorifying them? So we are going to show the way. But in short, I'm saying that Baba is coming back where he first unveiled what his cathedral mindset was. That when we get to the government, this is what BBI we will do. Kalonzo is a sidetrack that we are not going to listen to. Mama Selina already said, mwanamke akitoa nguo ingie kwa nyumba aanze kupiga kelele kuwa sijui nini, hiyo ni shida zake. Mama Selina knows those stories. I don't know them. But me, I'll put it the way it is. Kalonzo, we don't need you. Go. We will take the government. Not the way we wanted, but we will take it. And your people will come and join us. That is a fact. We know that. So I will leave you with that. We will debate about Kisii, and you will see the work we have done. We are going to show you results. So, and we thank Western. Western is doing the same thing. Coast is doing the same thing. But Stone PK, Central is not doing what we want to be done. We have made progress, but more must be done. As we are playing national politics, we must play local politics to the maximum. We have suffocated yellow fever. Huyu Kalonzo unasikia, he's not there. ANC was there like our governor. He's not there. We have no remedies of those people. What remains is Baba. Thank you so much.
Salala umenena.
We mute, Maggie. Wacheni ku unmute. Alex, unasema ukweli bwana. Kwa nini unataka kusema ukweli hapa? Unajua what we have done, baada ya zile ma-NDC, the next competition ni ya kwamba wale watu wote wako kwa Azimio wanang'ang'ana ni nani ataleta kura nyingi zaidi kwa Baba. So people are on the ground. People wako kwa ground sasa. Saizi hata yani hakuna kulala. Tuko nyumba kwa nyumba, house to house, nyumba 10, kila mtu. Yani sasa wale watu wote wanaungana, walikuwa wakuje hivi alafu wanaenda sasa kuspread. Wakuje tena tarehe 12 alafu wanaenda tena kumwaga. So it is, you see Baba going to Kiss, it's not that the other places nothing is going on. They are preparing the ground. Wameingia kwa ground. Si ati Ukambani vile unasema ati hakuna kitu inaendelea. Gilu na nani na kina Kivuda Kibwana na nani wanafanya ground work huko. So Baba anakuja ni kukuja kufunika tu. Alafu anarudi. Leo ndisikia watu wa Kenya Kwanza walikuwa Nyamira. Uliona the way hiyo crowd ilikuwa. Ka stage kalikuwa kadogo hivi.
They went to South Mogirango, they were not received very well. It's only that we don't want to glorify, even talk about them. Nobody cared about them. Because this is what we said. We know what we want. What we want is simply Baba must be the president. Hii njia ingine tuko nayo na mashida. You saw Simbarati was not in that meeting, but we are not even talking about it. We will sort it out. And if Baba says that Simbarati must leave it for Ongeri, we will go that route. But we know he will listen to us. He will listen to the voice of the people. But if it means he says what he says, bila aliambia Ledama, waachia Ongeri kitu, and that's what happened, we will listen. Because we have come to know that his political journey is not by accident. He knows step by step what he is building. And that formidable team is what we want. So if Kalonzo wants to go to the other side, aanze kutusumbua later on, we will have a formidable team. And that is what we want. And Baba must be given a delivering team. We don't want to give Papa here, kidogo kidogo. When he gets to the government, he cannot work. We want to give him a working team as Obama was given a working team. Obama was given the Senate. Obama was given the Congress. He passed Obamacare. He passed almost everything that he needed to see the economic progress that we saw when the economy had collapsed, total collapse. If you saw that NBC.
Sasa wewe umeanza debate ya jioni. Achia hapo. Fred Kasudi, dakika 3.
Hey. Alex, wewe wacha hizo zako bwana. Wewe wacha kuwasha moto yenye unajua ilikuwa tumemwakilia maji izime kidogo. Mimi kitu yenye nitaongea ya kwanza, when you see people make you a topic, be rest assured that you're on the top. And when you see people backbite you, be rest assured that you are in the front of them. There is no way you can backbite somebody who is behind you. No. The people who are behind you is the people who backbite the people who are in front. Nasema hivi kwa sababu gani? Wajani, hii story ya Kalonzo ndio nilikuwa nimeungana na Princess kusema kwamba we should not be debating on Kalonzo. Kwa sababu tukianza kuongea kuhusu Kalonzo, hebu angalia what happened, is it yesterday or yesterday part 1? Kwa mazishi ya no Papa, Father no me, ile ya mother Waititu's mother. Kuna kitu nani huyu tunamuita Moses Kuria aliongea. Na alipoongea hapo tukachichazia, mimi kama nikachichazia ya kwamba Moses Kuria is on a mission in UDA. Mambo ni mawili. Ulisikia akaambia kina Ndindi Nyoro, kina nani akasema tuachie huyu mama atuongoze. Mama mgani? Martha Karua, kwa sababu walimfanya kuwa spokes lady wa Mlima Kenya. Kusema hivyo, mimi nikajua ya kwamba Kuria anajaribu kuconsolidate the watu wa Mlima, alafu kwa sababu yeye na Rikadhi hawaonani macho kwa macho, anataka kudeliver Martha Karua kwa Ruto, which is impossible. Martha Karua mwenyewe hawezi akaingia kule. Ama alipopeana condition akaambia Kalonzo, nitaingia Oga if only you not support Azimio. Kalonzo jana hiyo yenyewe alikuwa anahojiwa akasema ya kwamba if Moses Kuria want to join Oga must come without no any other conditions. Akuje vile alivyo. Na kama anatupea hizo condition hata pia sisi hatutaki. So inamaanisha kama watastick kwa Oga wanataka kupea Kalonzo Musyoka and Martha Karua ticket. Unaona? Na kama anaingia Azimio aingie huko without no conditions, aingie huko vile ameambia Kuria pia akuje without no conditions, akae pale apangwe kwa sababu kushapangwa na kila kitu kishamalizwa. Are you getting the point? Alafu kitu ya mwisho, ule ndugu yangu alikuwa hapa ndiye amenifanya nikarudi huko. Siku hata nirudi. Amekuja hapa akasema asifikirie watu wakiongea Kiswahili hawawezi wakaconstruct a sentence in English. Hiyo ni madharau ya hali ya juu, na in this platform tunaheshimu kila mtu. Kila maoni ya mtu inaheshimiwa. Hakuna mtu alimfukuza, alijitoa mwenyewe. Wakati alikuwa pinned down kusubstantiate what he was saying, akakosa, akafanya nini? Akatoroka. Then anakuja baadaye kusema ya kwamba aling'olewa, alitupwa nje. That is very wrong. Na ambiwe kule yako, si kila mtu, si nyumba nzuri si mlango bwana. Fungua ukaingie ndani, ukajue nyumba imekaa vipi. So hiyo madharau madoko na hatutataka kukubali. Kwanza kuambia watu ati hawawezi wakaconstruct sentence. Hiyo ni madharau, ameniudhi na ndio maana nimekuja.
Penya Gaka. Dakika 3 za mwisho.
I'm driving, but I should be ready in 2 minutes.
Nyagaka.
Can you give me 2 minutes?
We have no time, man.
Alright, mimi nasema habari ya Garland biscuit. Mimi nasema
toa maoni yako. Toa maoni yako.
Asante sana Pemba kwa kunipatia wakati, na yangu ni kusema kwamba pole sana kwa Atuya kusema yale alisema na hata kurudi bwana wake. Mimi kuna 7 sisters na I have daughters, lakini hiyo ni mbaya sana. Wacha tu debate. Hata mimi nilikuwa najiuliza hiyo maswali yalikuwa nauliza. How do you feel talking to yourself all day long? Lakini nimekuja nimesoea, kaona kwamba nyinyi mna agenda and you are pushing your agenda. And I told you earlier, I talked earlier when Bernard was there. Hii agenda ya kusaidia watu bitakuwa hapo. Sitakuwa na taabu na hiyo. Lakini ni kama ni kusema ile nani amesema Alex sisi hatuingii Azimio. Hii ingia toa. Even last time mlishinda Kisii. We know that. So long as Chepukati says this person wins, that's good. Huyo rafiki yako alikuja hapa akajaribu kuozea ngoza pia hii pati nyingine UDA. Vijana wengine wakaja kuniambia baadaye. Walikuwa wanataka ya walarue hiyo nguo awatupe. But that's part of politics. So on behalf of UDA, I really ask for forgiveness for Atuya. Na mimi nilikuwa namna hiyo. Paka nikakuja ku understand who you guys are. You are pushing your agenda and you are doing the best you can. That's good. Sisi tunaendelea mzuri. UDA inaendelea mzuri. Tunataka tulete huyu Ruto tena sasa aende Ivy League school. Alienda Loyola. Hapo Baltimore angeenda John Hopkins, the best medical school in Africa, I mean in America. But other than that, sisi tunaendelea mzuri tu. Huyu nani Kalonzo na huyu rafiki yake nani Raila prayed them. Raila alikuwa anawacheza kama mpira. Wanaongoja BBI handshake. It's illegal. The court has said that it's illegal. Like Demba, you say all the time, is one more left. Na nitakupromise leo, come to Swahili village hapo Grand Prix kununulia lunch. Hamutashinda. The court has ruled 2 times. This is the last time it's going to rule no. So let us not fight. Sisi lazima tuwe na raha. Like vile president anasema, Diego vile anasema, lazima tuwe na raha tuendelee. Ile vitu yote tu alikuwa anasema, that's what make me tell you that let's wait for 4 months. I am not going to change you. You are not going to change me. You see everything wrong with Ruto. I see everything wrong about Raila. So I don't have to come here to humiliate you or you humiliate me. But in show yenu. So if I choose to come, it's that I have personal issues that I got to deal with. I have a lot of time on my hands. But other than that, in show Missouri, you are young people, you are young generation, you are growing. Alex will change, or he will continue to where he is. He has a very good agenda of what this should look like. That's what we want to hear. You know, like if mimi nasema nilikwambia Alex, mkishinda mimi I will be with you. Nasema my son, wapi jaa tukunyu. Kama ni kwa Raila naenda huko nizungumze na yeye Kijaluo ule kama ndo wado. So there is nothing. Hakuna the culture ya kutanganyana. Ngoja nimalizie hii. Ati Raila Kalonzo anakuja kusema barua iandikwe hivi. The culture of kutanganyana or betrayal is part of the Kenyan history. I hope that when you win this year, if you do, we will really use even your show to address those issues. Very many of them. Since the Lancaster House to vile muliana moja alisema, vile muona sasa nani amefanya, is betrayal after betrayal after betrayal. And there is no country that can develop with that kind of betrayal. Even if Raila wins, we want him to stop or write a law to say that we are not going to have any political betrayal anymore. Asante sana, vijana yangu kina Alex ninawapenda sana, lakini mimi sio isogoi vile nani amesema, vile Oroa ananiita. Lakini hii kuna watu wenu wanatukana na wetu wanawatukana. That is not part of me, and that's like I always say on part of UDA, I apologize. Thank you. Demba, nimemaliza.
Mzee, must you say every day ulitukanwa kuku sugoi?
Bila nataka huyu asikie. Atia kwamba sisi hatukasiriki na yeye. Tuko na raha. Imelema makuku ni sugoi so big.
Hata watu hawajawahi kuja debate, I've now known that. Anyway.
Na tunajua kuku umeweka ndani mtu wa kukula kuku. So zote zitakuliwa. Zitakuliwa zote ziishe.
Sawa, wacha tumalize. Princess Yana. Wewe ndio wa mwisho. Wale wanataka kujaribu kuingia, tunafunga station. So we are not allowing any more people. Thank you. You came in late, so or too early for the next debate. So see you later today in Kenyan time. Aya, Princess Yana, maliza.
Asante sana tena Bwana Themba kwa kunipa nafasi. Mimi nikizungumza, kwanza sitaki kuzungumza mengi kuhusu kinyonga. Hiyo ndio jina ambalo nitampa. Sitaki kuzungumza kuhusu kinyonga na sitazungumza kuhusu kinyonga tena. Nimeiachia hapo. Kwa mwenzangu aliyetoka, ni ndugu yangu na nitamuita tu ndugu yangu, lakini ajue kana kwamba vipaji, kila mtu ana vipaji tofauti tofauti katika hii dunia. Unaweza pewa kipaji cha kuzungumza, unaweza pewa kipaji cha kusikiza tu, na unaweza pewa kipaji cha kufanya mambo mengine. Kwa hivyo, ikiwa yeye amepewa kipaji cha kuzungumza, asije akasema wengine hawawezi kutunga sentensi kuzungumza. Kwa hivyo amshukuru Mungu kwa yale amempa. Kila mtu ana kipaji. Kwa hivyo usiseme wengine hawana vipaji. Vipaji ni tofauti tofauti. Haya, ninamshukuru. Kulikuwa na ndugu yangu alikuwa akiitwa Okibo, alizungumza kuhusu makamu wa rais, akisema makamu wa rais akienda mahali asije akazungumza vibaya kuhusu nchi yake. Akumbuke sio makamu wa rais, ni kikundi hicho cha makamu wa rais wanazungumza hivyo. Akumbuke Sankok alipoenda kule Saudi Arabia hakuzungumza vizuri kuhusu Kenya, nchi yake. Badala ya kuisifu alizungumza vibaya sana. Kwa hivyo hiyo kikundi cha makamu wa rais wako hivyo. Kwa hivyo usije ukawalaumu. Hiyo ni jambo ambalo wamezaliwa na mama moja. Kwa hivyo makamu wa rais ndio baba, ndiye mama. Kwa hivyo mazungumzo ni hayo. Makamu wa rais ataenda kukutana na watu wa kanisa ni kesho. Sisi wacha tumpe nafasi aende kule azungumze kila anachopenda. Kile tunachoomba asije akazungumza hata mbele ya watu wa kanisa vibaya kuhusu Kenya. Ajaribu kusifu Kenya kidogo, asije akasema wanaenda kuiba kura. Sasa hata pale kwa kanisani ukienda kusema kura inaenda kuibwa, watakusaidia na nini jamani? Makamu wa rais azungumze vizuri kuhusu nchi yake ya Kenya, kwa sababu tunataka wageni nchini Kenya. Kwa hivyo awache kuharibia wengine kazi. Nikimalizia, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunahitaji amani, na amani haitaletwa na mtu mwingine ila hali Raila Amolo Odinga. Wakenya tuwe na amani tukienda kwenye uchaguzi. Ninawaomba, nilisikia ndugu yangu mdogo Alex akisema tuchague wale watu watakao fanya kazi, kwa sababu mnaweza ng'ang'ana mkampatia urais, lakini wale watafanya kazi kule chini hamna. Kwa hivyo tuchague wale watu watafanya kazi, sio kwenda kuiba zile tumetengeneza ndio wanaenda kuiba. Kwa hivyo tuchague kutoka kwa MCA, MP, Senator, Governor. Tuwachague, na ndugu zangu, tuwachague kwa amani, umoja na undugu tuwe nayo pamoja. Nitashukuru mimi mwenyewe, hata nitarudi hapa katika mtandao wa Mtembei kusema shukrani nitakapoona Wakenya wamechaguana kwa amani. Ni hayo tu ndio nawaomba Wakenya wenzangu, mkiwa mnanisikiza popote mlipo, mchaguane kwa amani na tupendane, kila mmoja kama ndugu yako. Tukiitana mandugu, hakuna chochote kitakachotokea nchini Kenya, kwa sababu huwezi penda ndugu yako chochote kimtendekee vibaya. Kwa hivyo Wakenya, nawaomba tuwe na amani. Asante sana Bwana Themba, zidi kuwahimiza Wakenya wawe na amani katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Asante sana.
Asante sana, asante sana, asante sana Ziana na wale wote ambao wamejumuika pamoja nasi siku ya leo. I want to acknowledge those who are joining us on the comment section. Chui asante. DPP, hey Alex, unacheza chini na juu.
Temba,
Naam.
I'm sorry. I'm just asking a question. Kesho unipe majibu. Kana kwamba hii nini bili ambayo ilitolewa, kwani mwisho wake ni lini? Hii bili ya chama hii ya kuwa na vyama kuungana, mwisho wake ni lini?
Okay. Nitakupa majibu baadaye, sio? Ama sio? Si ndio?
Sawa.
Okay. Okay, so tunakuja tukimalizia. David Olo, asante sana. Simon, what time is the next session? It starts Kenyan time. Kenyan time 9 p.m. Then it goes up to this time. So this time Wakenya wanaamka. So you can try join earlier. See, wakati tunafunga, we try and make sure that at least tuko na wala ambao wako hapo towards the end tunakaa nao, kwa sababu tukiingiza wengine wanafungua debate tena, and I'm sure hata wale wako Kenya wako hapo wanataka kupumzika, they get ready for the next debate. So we try to make it at least watu wafunge. Unaona wa Kenya ni wale ukiwapatia dakika 3, mtu kama Wayara nakwambia I'll be very brief, lakini brief yake ni 10 minutes. So we start understanding that
Tembo unanionea bwana, unanionea kabisa.
Wayara anajitetea hapa. Wayara anaanza anasema I'll be very brief, lakini ukianza kupata brief, it's a brief kama ile ya lawyers.
And that is true, it was very brief.
So it was brief.
So we want na unajua ukipatia wacha sasa ni wagonge mmoja mmoja. Ukipatia Ziana, yeye ako na poses ambazo ziko dakika kama 2 hapo katikati. So utajua ukipatia Ziana poses zitachukua dakika 3 hapo.
Haina neno. Nilishakwambia kila mtu ana vipaji vyake. Hiyo nilikuelezea.
Temba, your words ni kama za Atuya. You have just said what Atuya said. You must apologize.
There's one.
Wacha ongee.
Acha nimalize. Wacheni, si mlikuwa na muda wenu. Unaona sasa hizo interferences pia zinachukua wakati. Unajua kuna watu kama Megi hawezi kuacha useme kitu. Unakaa kidogo unmute anaongea. So there's one writer that I like reading. He talks, I think it's a book I'll want you guys to consider reading. Itaweza kuwasaidia ku appreciate even some of this. But he writes something that is very interesting, but not useful. So it's interesting, but not useful. He's called John Stuart Mill. He has written Power Elite. So if you can read Power Elite, he tries to demarcate the society in the way that the power elites organize themselves. One of the ways they say that there are 3 kinds of power elites. There's the political elite, the business elite, and the security elite. So the political elite, ni hao politicians wanachukua positions. Behind them, they are the business people who fund their politics. So they go into the political power place to come up with policies that are going to benefit the businesses. And then, of course, the security who are also part of the power elite, them they maintain the leaders who are in place. So that's basically how politics and power is organized. So that's what he gives us, according to John Stuart Mill. However, an interesting thing that I think is not useful that he says is this: I have learned to seek my happiness by limiting my desires rather than in attempting to satisfy them. I have learned to seek my happiness by limiting my desires rather than in attempting to satisfy them. That is not very useful, but it is interesting. You can think about that as we are coming to the end of our show today. I really appreciate all of us, and as usual, we like Mutembei Forum to be as engaging, and we like it when you come on. Anybody from whichever political persuasion is welcome to Mutembei TV. And of course, as I keep saying every day, you only need 4 things to come. 1, you need a working gadget, phone, or a computer. You need connection, something to share, and a willingness to learn. As much as possible, try and be as very, considerate and civil as much as possible when you come here. Try and appreciate each other. We really want to learn from you. And there are many people who are watching this platform. I've had feedback from so many people who are saying that they are learning a lot from our engagement. So when you come here, know that there are people who are actually out there listening and ready to learn something. And we say that none of us has a monopoly of a knowledge. So anything you say, someone is gonna pick something. We respect everyone. You don't need to be necessarily schooled in any kind of literature or something. You just need to have an idea to share. We are ready here to listen together, and we don't have to look down upon anyone, because all of us have something we call a vote and a voice in the leadership of the country. So it is important for us to listen to everybody. I wish also to state, as we have given ourselves to continuously do, that your interaction here with us as Mutembei TV is limited to how us having met here. Most of us or all of us haven't met before, and we don't know each other. We have no way of vetting anyone who is coming here. And as it is, every time when many people meet together, there can also be people that are not necessarily having the best of intention. We want to ask you, as much as possible, be forewarned. Before you engage anyone out of Mutembei TV, take care, take responsibility over the engagement, because we believe that you are able to take care of yourself. We will not be responsible for any financial obligation that will be taken beyond Mutembei TV. So kindly be warned, because it has happened and we don't want to continuously have it, so that we want to continuously let you know that be forewarned. Before you send anyone any cash, kindly be knowing that you are totally responsible of anything that will happen before that. We don't want that things happen and then now we come and we say that, oh, I met Themba on Mutembei TV. Even me, if I ask you for money out of here, kindly do not send them to me. Anything that you want to ask for and it is going to Mutembei TV will go through the right channel, that is Mutembei Forum, and will bring here. The only campaign we have run here is the Jaza Lorry campaign. Anything else we'll run, will bring it here. Anything out of here, kindly take care of yourself. For warned is for armed. We will continuously repeat that until those people who think that they can con people by coming here, they will know that people are forewarned, and therefore they are forearmed. Thank you. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to request us that as you subscribe to Mutembei channel, we are on our way to 300,000. Kindly subscribe, and share, so that we can have as many people getting the information and the message as you subscribe. Yesterday, I was given a challenge to go and talk to my daughter so that we can upgrade our show. So kindly go to the Themba and Lulu show on YouTube. So it was passed, and therefore it is Ziana, usinichape tafadhali. Nimeandika hapo, kindly enda hapo pia, you subscribe and Lulu show on YouTube, so that you appreciate and you push us also there. So thank you so much. Now, kama kawaida, kabla tumalize, tunasema wimbo wetu wa taifa, the first answer, because we believe that whatever it is that happens, we have to remain. Lazima tubaki kama mandugu, kama vile Ziana anavyosema kila siku. Tujaribu tukumbuke ya kwamba sisi ni mandugu. Hata tukikosana, hata tukiwa na mawazo tofauti, bado sisi ni mandugu na sisi ni wa Kenya. So kwa leo naona Geoffrey usitoroke bana. Geoffrey umekaa kwa muda bila kuja hapa. Sasa wewe ndio utatupa ombi la mwisho. Wimbo wa taifa, stanza ya kwanza. Geoffrey, tafadhali. Geoffrey. Ziana Geoffrey ametuhepa.
Geoffrey umeenda wapi? Nguvu yetu.
Ameshatoroka.
Geoffrey
Fidel tusaidie basi. Fidel tusaidie.
Haya basi.
Haya Fidel.
Nanisikia? Mungu nguvu yetu. Utupe baraka. Hebu ngoja kidogo.
We, moto. Hapana, ni kompyuta ilisha moto, nilisahau kuweka kwa chaja.
Haya basi, umekuja saidia Wayara, naona alikuwa anaanza kutapatapa hapa. Wayara, wacha Geoffrey afanye, naona unatapatapa, unajaribu kufanya search. Wacha.
No, nobody was distracting me, so it's okay.
We, ni wimbo wa taifa?
The first answer.
Okay, tuanze.
Oh, sorry.
Ni wewe unafanya, si. Ni wewe.
Oh. Mungu wetu, ilete baraka kwetu. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Atupate na ustawi. Oh. Yeah. And
Stony, saidia Geoffrey.
Geoffrey wewe kwisha kabisa. Stone PK, tumalizie basi.
Okay. Sijamaliza. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, hatukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Umejiokoa hapo, lakini hauko wimbe, ulikuwa useme, kwa sababu ni maombi. Kesho uje hapa wewe utasema asanteni sana, tunashukuru sana. Kama vile amesema tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru. Tukutane tena saa 3 masaa ya Afrika Mashariki ya Kati. Global time, you can always check. The station only takes about 10 people. If you come, you find it full, don't worry. Wait on the background, utapewa nafasi kuweza kuingia. Other than that, asanteni sana, tuonane tena majaliwa. God bless you. Stone PK, Princess Diana, Geoffrey, Fidel na Maggie. Kwaherini.
Amina.